Alright everyone, and with that, welcome to the AGC tournament of the summer of 2023 of I have no other of to say.
We are back
Exactly!
with the next tournament!
Exactly, I
And
could
with
hear the hype.
8 great teams. We even have a team that is partially from India. So
Ooh.
not only Europe, but also this time from India. So I'm very much I'm super excited how this is going to turn out. But otherwise, we have again our star team, the Tsuktiks. And let's see how it will go for them. We also have other new teams with very good players. So it's a good mix, I would say. I'm very much excited for tonight. Unfortunately, I don't have popcorn with me.
Well, I think the way that they'll be popping off, I don't think we'll need that. Okay, well, that was a bad joke, but you know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I think with the title Defense of Datsukniks, it's going to be exciting to see if they can, well, survive the teams that we have in store today. Because I think today we have quite the good teams, actually. And even the first match of the day that we are about to watch is going to be quite the exciting one. I can otherwise quickly show the bracket so you guys see what we are dealing with today, what we have in store for you. And then we can take a small look over here. So as you can see, we have the Accenture Norway team, which will have in the first round a match against Clan from Sky. So that is the one that is about to start. Or all of these are about to start. And we have Chicken Chasers. I think that is the team. Is that the team with... No, Team Vartica is the team with India, sorry. So Chicken Chasers against VCS. I'll still have to make sure to pronounce that right. Then we have SJYBT Esports against Datsuknik. So that will be the first match we'll look at today. And last but definitely not least, Team Vartica versus the Veteran Noobs. And as you know, we have a double elimination bracket, so nothing is lost in this first round, but it's going to be exciting to see the first couple of matches, to see what first, let's say, tendencies will come out of that, who will have the upper hand in the matches, and who will potentially be, well, an exciting person for the finale to look at that might actually take this entire cup home.
Let's see if I can't talk. You see, I'm so nervous already. I'm really excited.
I can imagine.
Maybe it's the same team that has won our CSGO tournaments, I don't know, since 2 years in a row. So, guys out there, it's time to beat them. And actually, I know they might think a little bit otherwise, but I think that team is a good opponent for them. So, can we already jump in?
I'm currently on it, and quick point as a start. What do you think is the first map that we're going to see? That is the big question.
Will I win something?
You might win... I have to think of something, but yes, you'll win something. I have an entire stream time to think of something.
If I won't make the right guess, you finally get your protein shake.
Ooh, okay, that's what I like. Okay, what's your guess? While the map's loading, I'll jump over it in a second.
I think it's gonna be Inferno.
I'm one step closer to that protein shake. Yes! No, it's actually gonna be... It's not Inferno. It's actually a very unusual map, to say the least.
Vertigo?
Nah, it's not that unusual.
Ancient?
Yes, it is Ancient, in fact. Third time's the charm, so we're gonna look at Ancient. The teams are currently connecting to the server, so once they are live and ready, then we will actually jump over to the respective channel. In the meantime, I'm glad to see so many familiar faces in the chat, so many of you here. I hope you're gonna have fun here, and if there's anything you're curious about, also to this tournament overall that we haven't covered yet, just let us know, and we'll be sure to respond.
Also, chat, who do you think will make it today? Who will win it?
Exactly.
In the chat. And also, actually, a big shout out and a big hi to our colleagues in Würzburg at our office, because they currently have a physical game night going on there.
Ooh.
So we have this actually a couple of times in multiple cities. So whenever you're in Hamburg, Munich, Vienna, Zurich, Innsbruck, Jena, Kronberg, wherever you are, feel free to join our physical game nights.
Yeah, you have the chance for a live meet and greet with, for example, the two of us or anybody else in case we
Yeah.
are at one of those game nights as well. For example, me, I'm usually in Kronborg.
Exactly. Me, I'm now in Zurich.
I,
Yeah.
I see a lot of people voting for the Happy Hippos. They're unfortunately not a part of this tournament for this. It's not this year's. We have multiple ones this year, and I'm stuck. Nah.
But we will have one more tournament end of this
Yeah.
year. So hopefully we will see them there as well. And we also hope to have more than 8 teams. To have a bigger tournament. So guys, get ready. Whoever didn't make it to sign up now, prepare, get ready, and join our next CSGO winter tournament, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, especially one important point to mention. Yep, I'll turn her up in a moment. So, one important point also to mention is we will have a couple of tournaments at the end of this year, actually. So we have a lot planned. So we're not, for those of you who are here just to watch the tournament, but normally aren't that much a fan of CS, but actually are more invested in other games like League of Legends, we have also something for you coming up at the end of the year. So, in any case, stay tuned today, and then also stay tuned when that comes up.
But Felix, the biggest question a lot of people will have is, what can our winners win tonight?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. And the answer to that is we have some Amazon vouchers for the teams that will win. So it's about, basically at the end of the day, whatever they want, because we're going to give them a voucher and then they can decide what they want for that. So it is definitely worth something. We don't want anybody to go home empty-handed who performed as well in the tournament. And I know, judging by that Zuk, Nixtrel will want that.
Yeah, probably. No. What is your expectation, Felix, now that we are back?
Well, I'm mostly happy for some exciting games. I'm just curious about, in general, what type of maps we're going to see. I think usually we've seen familiar faces every now and then. Ancient has been coming up a lot more as of recent. And otherwise, I'm just hoping we don't have too many stomps, let's put it this way. I'm hoping for some exciting matches. And apart from that, yeah, just happy to be here for the moment. But I think as the tournament will go on, I'll have a lot more of an opinion. So I'm trying to stay open-minded for the moment. I know that Suknix, with their past experience, with what they've done in the past as well, they have a bit of a, let's say, advantage in terms of what we think of them and how we know how they play. But
Felix,
yes,
I think we can watch them now.
yeah, I think we can. I'm looking right now. I think most of them are ready. Yeah, they're getting ready for the knife. You had the perfect timing. Wow. It's almost like you're looking onto it as well. Who would have thought?
A little bird was saying it to me.
Alright, let's jump right into the game. So there we go. You can see it now also as well over here. We have the team of SJYBT Esports. I'll have to find a better name to pronounce that. I'm sorry. Against that Suknix, which isn't ready yet for the moment, but the rest of them are here. And that is what we're going to start with as a warm-up. So as soon as the last person, Trigger, I think Cine was their name, will actually be ready, then we are ready to go and ready to get started. And what I love about this is we have an auto director again, so I don't have to click around. If you've stayed for the last tournament, or for the last match that we streamed, I think last week Thursday? It was last week Thursday, I think. Then you'll notice that there I clicked a bit around. This time I just can sit back, relax, and cast to my heart's content along with you. As we're now going into the knife round, which is going to be really, really great. And also a small change to the previous tournament. If you've watched that one, you don't see our faces here on this cam. That's to give you the pure experience while you just hear our voices in the background and you can just observe whatever you want. So I have a knife round as usual. Everyone will meet in the middle to then, once everybody is ready, determine which side to pick. So the winner of this knife round will, as always, get the decision of where they want to start, which might become an upper hand. We see a bit of friendly fire in the team of that Suknix. A bit of trolling as a start. I like that as always, but I think it doesn't matter to them as they had a clean sweep, I think without any loss pretty much, to determine their knives. And now the question is to which side will they go? I think they chose CT. I think also on the side of that Suknix we have Lerox and Cine, I think. Please, if anybody can.
Yes, it's
okay,
Cinny.
it's Cinny.
It's
That's a
Cinny.
lot easier than the name I see there. So for those of you who are curious, so the person called Er so Trigger, ich so yo, I will call Cinny, because that is also a nickname for that person. So if you're curious about that name, that is where they are. So I think Cinny and Lerox, the familiar faces, whereas the others are new, at least to me. As we see a full push towards Ace side, which is a pretty common strategy on Ace, on Ancient for this moment, from the team of SYBT Esport. And so far they're able to, well, secure the side for themselves, where it's now up to Grave and Shoot at Me to try and take back the side for them. Shoot at Me can take out Polar Sun here together with Grave. Can he take care of it? No, Bishop and Owned actually secure the side, get the bomb plant for some much needed initial economy in the start as well. So definitely a good first round for SYTB Esport. I will definitely turn up a bit the audio as time goes along.
The rumor that it's gonna be a 16-0 is already over.
It's exactly. So Lerox's claims already out the window. I've increased a bit the audio. Let me know if this is fine in the chat for Kate as well. So I will always adjust on the side. As we now see that Suknix very aggressively, very very, let's say, aggressively defending their side. They're very deep pushed, which is unusual, I feel, for Ancient. Normally we have them more sticking to the side. But Grave and Radlow are well, a bit committed to that window. If somebody goes through there, they're sure to be gone. As Maka gets the kill on Cinny, but Lerox gets the trade in response. Now Owen trying to go through that cursed window and gets immediately blasted in the face by Grave. That was what I was expected.
What is happening on A?
Oh, on A they actually get the push, Pola and Kuroko, but Pola gets killed from the side by Radlow. But it seems to be a bit of a distraction, but they have the bomb behind, and if Radlow can see that one, they might be able to capitalize on the situation. As I think they heard Kuroko's step, and that is actually a very good point, leaving the numbers advantage on the side of Datsuknix, but Bishop has the advantage to get to the bomb. And now, of course, the question is, I think Shoot at Me has seen them on A side, so it might be that they'll try to rotate. And, well, what it looks like right now is Bishop will probably run into the sides of Radlow, and if they had stepped before, that might be an issue. Bishop getting Radlow out of the game, but of course giving away their position to Shoot at Me. Can they take care of it? No, they cannot, tying the score.
1-1. It's gonna be thrilling. We already have like two fan groups, one for SJYBT and one for Datsuknix.
Like that, but Fafta, give
crowd, chat.
Exactly. Hype up your team. I've also seen a lot of people hyping up Datsuknix for the moment. So if you have a team that you favor, please hype it up in the chat. Critics say that this will help the team perform better. As we see, mostly a full commitment to B side with an eco on the esports side. As we have Grave taking out 3 players, can't take out the 4th. Will this be an ace for Grave? Will their teammates let him be? It might be the first ace we see. Lerox probably waiting. Oh, Grave can't quite get the ace as Magda takes him out, and now Lerox defeats him as well. Close to an ace. Would have been nice, but that, of course, bringing the upper hand to Datsuknix early in this matchup. And a quick question, of course, to the chat, Fafta. If you have a better way of pronouncing that team's name, please let me know, because it's easier than for the casting. Okay, now the eco is over. That, of course, being something that Team Datsuknix was able to capitalize a lot of, but now full buy on the side of Sibit Esports. I hope that's something that's easier. As Grave takes out Kuroko and Polar Sun right here, stomping their path on the way to B side. With one person still at spawn, not sure what they're waiting for. I think they might be... Oh, they are waiting for the push. That's what I was about to say. And can actually get Grave as they're trying to go through. Didn't expect anybody to be so... be still at T-spawn for the starting point. And now it's up to Owned and Makta to try and somehow find an opening, as we have a very clear defensive line. Makta can take out Cinny, but Radler with the trade, as Owned trades respectively in reverse. Can they get the bomb? I think it's being very well guarded by Shoot from mid. As also Lerox
ambush from Lerox.
Exactly, Lerox coming from T-spawn, coming from behind, trying to get the upper hand as Shoot at Me gets the, let's say, distraction. And that might just be enough of a distraction, as Shoot at Me will tell Lerox where they are.
The timing.
Or maybe they won't, as I think Lerox just snuck past to the other side. So, incredible luck for Owned right here, as they snuck past without anybody realizing. I think they expect him to be on A. They might get a surprise real soon as the bomb is planted, but I think they've caught on to his schemes. And now it's up to Owned to try and defend the side. A very nice placed molly, but Lerox with the smoke able to counteract it. But of course that giving away the position that at least one person is storming from here. But that might just be the distraction that Shoot At Me will need to get the drop on Owned. It's a 2v1 that's difficult for him to know. And Lerox with the quick adjustment, seeing him out of the corner of his eye and immediately capitalizing on the situation. Staying true to the team name, as I see Shady also highlighting in the chat. I mean, the early 2-point lead. I always say the early 3-point lead is something very important in these types of matchups. But let's see if Team Datsuknis gave them an honorary point and now tries to ramp up their efforts, or if we are still too early in the matchup to decide that one. We'll see. As Lerox, I think, trying to go for a potential pause. Not sure if that is just a trolling or if that is actually the attempt to go for a pause. We'll see. As we have 2 people trying to push towards B side and 3 people pushing towards B side, 2 towards A side, 1 immediately being stomped in their path by Radlow. As Bishop takes out Cine as they're trying to go from mid all the way to B. Matka taking out Radlow. They sure have potentially an opening here, as we have 1 player, Lerox, still on CT side. Might not have realized that his command for a pause didn't go through. As
maybe technical issue.
Could definitely be the case, as we see, I think Owned and and Bishop, Owned and Bishop now trying to get an opening on B side, not aware that they might already have a clear path. But Grave now rotating back with that op. That's a dangerous place to be. Let's see. As I think now Lerox being active again. So potentially the technical issues being resolved. As now the team of SYBT Esports having regrouped. And now having decided for B as their side. With still Grave being on the defense. Not sure if they're aware of Grave's position here. But I think they're just preemptively trying it. And Grave getting the kill on Bishop. But of course now giving away that he is actually on that side. But quickly switching the sides. Allowing the bomb plant for their respective team, but they have to defend it from 3 other opponents. They can get Grave, but Lerox with the double team from Shoot At Me can take out the opponent Owned, and now securing 1 more point for the lead, respectively. So far, a very strong early start from the team of Datsukniks. I think they're getting an upper hand that they don't want to lose, and I think we've seen it also in the past tournament that Datsukniks is very comfortable on Ancient, while an Ancient I feel still is a very unusual map for other teams to play. As we all know, I think the main ones still being played are Mirage, Inferno, and Dust 2, at least from my understanding. So yeah, let's see how their team will adapt and come back to it, as Trigger now taking care of Owned, who was flashed by their own nade. Very unfortunate. By their own teammates' nade. And now Lerox taking... Sorry?
They go really aggressive now.
Yeah, they know that they have the upper hand and they want to get these early points as quick as possible, making sure to put the pressure on the economy of the team of SGYBT Esport. And that, of course, being visible. But then again, we're still early in the matchup, but their team will have to find some point to capitalize on it, because as you can see, for example, from players like Shoot At Me, or Lerox even for that matter, their economy is getting more and more comfortable by the second, and that of course being a very dangerous position to be in. As it's up to Kuroko and Polar Sun, they are together, they have the bomb, but they might just run the sides of Shoot At Me. A very nice angle, but can't quite execute it, but now with the getting Kuroko with the one shot to the deagle, and now getting Polar Sun in the same matter before I was even able to try and hype it up. They're taking control really aggressively, I fully agree with that one. And so far it's working out really well in their favor, giving the opposing team no breathing room, as we see another eco on the side of SJYBT Esport. I'm solely getting it. And they definitely need to make sure that they somehow get a foot in the door to try and stop this momentum that Tsuknix is building up. We see a full push to A. I mean, they don't have much to lose in this round, but sticking together might be the upper hand to at least be able to, well, overwhelm them in numbers before the remaining team members come. But I think so far not working in their favor as Cine and Ratlo take out the team. Now Lerox and the rest of their team joining together. A bit of friendly fire by Lerox here, but not to matter as one more lead. And now the 5-point lead for Tsuknix. Very early taking control of this entire matchup. And it will take a very good shift in strategy if SJYBT Esport will want to get a comeback in this matchup at some point. Then again, they still have to give the quick reminder, even if this is going to be a match that Tsuknix will win, this is still the point where the team of SJYBT Esport can capitalize, because they go just in the losers bracket and have a chance to return and meet them in the finale again for a rematch. As Grave takes out Kuroko here with a very aggressive defense, but can get it as Lerox now using the distraction from Grave to get the kill on Polar Sun. Owned now trying to get the bomb, probably will realize that going towards B is a bad idea, to trying to regroup with their teammates on A, who are now getting pushed by Radlo. Radlo can take out Maka, but gets traded by Bishop as Lerox takes out Owned and Shoot at Me takes out Bishop, securing another point. So far, this might have to be censored, this match, not gonna lie.
Will it be a 16-1?
Will it be a 16-1? They did get the 16-0, the honorary point for the moment. So
now that we made a bit fun of them.
Yeah, maybe they listened in, maybe they heard it.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see. I also like the push for Chicken Chasers, so I think we have to look at them in the next rounds to come. As we have now, you can see that they are not that sure for B anymore, to having a little, having shifted their strategy from 2 players pushing towards B side, who are immediately being stopped by Lerox and Grave. As now the team frantically trying to regroup, and Grave and Radler at the same time get the drop on the respective other players. This was an outright massacre. I didn't even get a chance to start in that particular round, to be honest.
I think they are super confident right now, so they will show that confidence in the gameplay. But I'm a bit curious what SJYBT is doing now. Maybe they find a good strategy to counter that push.
I think for the moment what they've basically been trying to do is they've been pushing a lot against the aggressive push from Tsuknix, I feel. So whenever they started realizing one player is being lost, they immediately tried to run for the trade, but not realizing that, of course, the team of Tsuknix had a backup plan, and that always bite them in the back. So maybe trying to be a bit more cautious, trying to commit to one side with a slow push, that might be the upper hand that they need in order to be able to capitalize, instead of being always split up and being picked off one by one, as the team of Tsuknix just, well, goes cherry picking in this case. As Matka hears Cine's step and takes care of the push from the backside, but they need to get the bomb from B, which is why they can't go to the cleared out A side. Very unfortunate for them. As Shoot at Me gets the distraction, and off the distraction, Grave with the kill on Bishop. That's what I call team play. Getting the trade and, respectively, the win. And I always say it, and it's gonna come back here as well, potentially pushing them into the double digits early on. And I always said, the team that makes it first into the double digits, so 10 points or more, usually has the upper hand in a matchup, especially if it's as dominant as this one is.
Yeah, exactly.
So we still see the split up strategy with the bomb left behind. At least that might be a good strategy, as Bishop can take out 2 players before getting killed by Radlo in the process. And that might be the upper hand, as they can push it. Now it's up to Shoot at Me against 4 players. That might have been the play that they needed. Getting the drop on Lerox and I think Grave, getting them early on out of the match. Sorry. And with that, being able to open the door, but not capitalizing on it, as now they, I think, have the information that B is clear, respectively. And now trying to basically regroup on that, trying to defend it. A very nice strategy to make sure that they are capitalizing on the situation and making sure to make the most of this push, to not try and lose it by running into them aimlessly. Might be the upper hand that they need. As we see Shoot at Me slowly pushing, but might get ambushed from behind by Kuroko if they're pushing through, but they might just play it safe. as owned now, being probably in looking for some exit frags as needed, as I think time is slowly running out. And now even getting the drop on Shoot at Me as they try to be careful. And with that, securing a second point for their team and getting themselves back on the board. Maybe a much needed morale boost for them right now. As we see the full buy on the team of SJYBT, Jesus Christ. SJYBT Esport. We see.
Guys, you need a new name.
Yeah, sorry, please. Okay, trying the same strategy this time, getting the bomb very aggressively towards B side. Not sure if that is a good strategy. It hasn't worked out as Kuroko takes out Radlow and Bishop taking out Lerox on the other side. 2 early entry frags might be a necessary point. Cine now capitalizing on the information from the kill, probably that Lerox got killed, capitalizing on that information, but Bishop taking that to their advantage, getting Zinni out of the match and opening up B potentially. As we see a rotate. So maybe not too sure about that B push. I was expecting them to go for it, as Shoot at Me now gets them off the rotate. And of course that information now being passed on to the respective team. As you can see, both players immediately rotating. They know that the team of SYJBT Esport is rotating, and they are waiting to greet them. As we can see, Shoot at Me taking out Polar Sun, but can't quite get the kill on Kuroko. As it's up to Grave to try and take out both. Very nice shot on Kuroko. Can they also take out Owned? Both positions, I think, being known, but I think the angle in favor of Grave. Now retreating back. That might be an up round for them to do. BT Esports. That's not a bad idea. I don't know why they're not trying to plant. I think they're trying to play it safe. But at that point, much needed economy. And with that, they lost potential economy and even a potential pressure on the side of Datsukniks that are now moving into the double digits. So, yeah. A good starting point in this matchup, unfortunately not able to capitalize on it. I feel like that rotate wasn't necessary. That's what cost them this round, I feel. I see now a bit of a shift in strategy, pushing 3 players now towards B side and 2 players more going towards mid. As a lot of util being thrown on ramp. Now Cine and Grave taking out Magda and Bishop early on out of the match. And Kuroko, and with that securing the bomb already. And Grave popping off, taking care of the entire team mostly by himself. But since Cine got 1 kill, that won't be an ace for them. And now, I think for Polar Sun, the issue is they are on B, but nobody's there along with them, and neither is the bomb. So maybe it's a good strategy to try and be as sneaky as possible while the hounds of Datsukniks are trying to scour, and as I'm trying to say it, being found, taken out of the matchup. Commentator's curse hitting once again.
I would love to hear the voice comms of both teams.
I'm not sure if we want to hear what Datsukniks is currently saying. I think they have the time of their life right now. I mean, I would want to hear it, but I'm just saying it. But I think they have a lot of fun. As we see now, a bit more aggressive strategy towards B. As we get a trade on Radlow, Polar Sun being taken out by Bishop and Kurko, being able to capitalize on it. And not following through with the push, potentially being a bit... Yeah. Being a bit held back from the initial push that they got. And now in a bit of a sticky situation. As soon as they're being found, Cine now taking out Bishop, getting traded by Magda. Evening out the odds, but of course with that a lot of information being passed on to their respective team. So let's see. As we have Own taking out Grave, a duel being won on the side of BT Sport, very good for them. Might be the door opener that they need, but they're now pushing to B side. There might have been the rotate that they should have done earlier on, or that they tried earlier on. Now this might have been a position where a rotate would have been interesting to do. As now they're trying to commit to B side, which is the side that's already being guarded by Lerox and Shoot at Me. And I think Lerox will make sure that he shows what their name is made of as they take out Magda and Kuroko and have the bomb secured on site. And Owned is, well, having a good start, not having the chance to capitalize on it. As we're approaching the last round of the first half, and so far I have to say, I think we've also seen it in the chat, it's an alright slaughter for the moment. Very unfortunate for the team of BT Sport, but maybe a lot of information that they can take on with them for the second half. And maybe they're just incredibly good on the CT side. We'll see in a moment. I see a lot of Yuto Polasan actively trying to push through as they only had an SMG, but not quite being able to capitalize on that situation. If it was a Bison, they might have had an upper hand. Kurko with a very nice angle, taking out Lerox, an important player to take out early on. But Cine can't capitalize on it as Kurko takes him out as well. Shoot at me, the third player now being able to take Kurko out of the matchup, but the damage, of course, being done to the team. Let's see if they can capitalize on it and at least get a third win as they go into this second half, as they go to CT. And potentially having some strategies to defend their sides better, to hopefully turn this match around. I'd be looking for a comeback. As Shoot at me with a very nice, cautious approach, taking out Magda, getting, well, lately traded, or belated traded by Owned. I know that's not a real word. As we have still the team of BT Esport very split up, and in the 1v1, sorry to say it, so far we have not seen them having the upper hand against that Suknix, as we see it right here. And with that, of course, Radlo having the information that the bomb is on the way to A side, and Grave taking out Owned in mid. And that is a 13-2 lead as we go into the second half.
Very interesting match. Like, the play smart. You can see this from the rotations and so on. But as Cine already rightfully said in the chat, they're losing the duels. I think if they wouldn't be losing the duels, they would win definitely much more rounds. And let's see what they can pull off now on the other side.
Definitely, and I feel in general the team play on the side of Tatsukni is just simply stronger. Whenever you have one player being taken out, you have the trade immediately coming up. As Radlo takes out Bishop, the trade from Magda as they get shoot at me through the smoke, a lucky shot, nonetheless important. With now the team of Tatsukni's trying to push towards A side, it's A side, sorry. Push towards A side. And Lerox with a nice shot taking out Magda, returning the favor from that early headshot. Own taking out Cine, but being gate kept from pushing to the side by Lerox. Both team members now on CT and being ambushed by Radlo from the back and getting two quick headshots, securing another point. Very, very nicely done. As now, of course, the very important, what can I say, the very important point here being to stop that match point from happening. I doubt that we'll see a comeback. I'm still trying to hype it up, but I doubt we'll see a comeback. A very nice flash here, but can't quite capitalize on the situation. As we see a half buy on both sides, they're trying to make sure they use whatever they can, and that might be it. As Radlo and Grave securing their side on A side, getting another bomb plant early on. And I think with that it might just be decided, but because you can see BT Sport going all out with the economy, not being able to capitalize on the situation. And now with that, can get the trade here on Owned, as Owned takes out Shoot at me as well, but they need a miracle if they want to win this round. And with three players from Team Tatsukni's pushing, they might not have a shot, but maybe I've spoken too soon. Trying to spray through the smoke, and can get a very unfortunate for Owned, who showed a quite good performance at the end of this one. And that secures the match point.
So nasty. He made 3 nice headshots and then he gets killed through the smoke.
I was also unlucky because he didn't get that fourth headshot on Cine there. That would have been the important factor. But I think with that, with the match point on Team Tatsukni's, it is safe to say that Team Tatsukni's will most likely advance to the second round, as BT Sports will have to move towards the losers bracket unless we see a comeback that will go down in the history of the AGC as one of the greatest comebacks we'll see here. And for that, they have to step up their game by a mile. Sorry to say it.
Felix.
Yes?
VCS won against Accenture Norway.
They won against Accenture Norway?
No,
oh god.
Bullshit. I'm so sorry. I'm already one step ahead. No, I make an educated guess. VCS will play against Accenture Norway.
Ah.
Into my glass ball.
Your glass ball that is the bracket.
No, it's not there yet.
Ooh,
Okay.
okay.
I mean, they still can play against Clan from Sky, but I think Accenture Norway will do it. And unfortunately, Chicken Chasers made it into the losers bracket.
Very unfortunate, as we have a lot of fans of Chicken Chasers here in the chat. But that, of course, nothing being lost when they're in the losers bracket, because that still is the upper hand. They might just have to get warm with each other, might have to get accustomed with each other to come back in these second rounds. As I think, as we have now these first matches over, let us take a quick look on the bracket situation for the moment where we are now, just as a quick point. As we can see here, Accenture Norway playing versus Clan from Sky, where we had the inside scoop by Kate right now that Accenture Norway might advance to VCS. We've seen the Chicken Chasers losing against VCS in the first round, but as I said, there's nothing being lost. They will face the loser of Accenture Norway versus Clan from Sky. So that definitely being a point where they will be able to, well, take the rounds back for themselves and being able to hopefully return in the loser bracket. But as we've seen it, an alright slaughter by Team Datsuknix, taking out SJBT YBT Esport. And now advancing to round 2, and we'll face the winner of Team Vartica versus the Veteran Noobs, as we are waiting for those matches to be over. As we also see the team with Datsuknix for the time being joining us here in the chat. Welcome, guys. A very nice play that you had, a very nice match. So, yeah. The question
I must say,
yeah.
I know Datsuknix is always my favorite and hype, but I must say, this tournament, Team Vartica is my absolute highlight.
Well, I'm excited.
I think they make it very, very thrilling right now, the match.
Well, I have to say, Team Vartica is, I think, the last minute team to join, and definitely the underdogs of this matchup, as I think none of the players know each other before that team, but that might just be the wild card that they need. Let's be honest.
And they're completely mixed, you know, they like the 2 guys from India, 2 guys from Germany, and 1 guy from Finland. And can we have a look at that game somehow?
I can quickly check how far that game is progressed, and if there's still some time, we can of course try to jump into that one. Let me quickly check. Ooh, I can look into this one. The results may shock you.
No, let's go. I want to see it.
Yeah, I'm joining in as we're waiting for the matches in round 1 to be finished. Let's quickly jump into a second team, so to not get you waited, to get you the full CSGO experience here. We're jumping into Team Vartica versus the Veteran Noobs. And as I said, as soon as the map loads, you might be in for a surprise, Kate. Because I might have seen the inside scoop of the site. I've seen the bracket. I've seen the points. I'm trying to hype this up now as we're waiting for this to load.
Come on.
As we always have the CSGO load times. This is not good for hyping up a matchup. Well, it is perfect for hyping up a matchup, I'll be honest. As we're joining in, the match is live, and Kate, you will be able to see right here that Team Vartica has a 9-0 lead against the Veteran Noobs.
Are you for real?
They are for sure making sure that they're the random assortment that they have. As said, they don't know each other beforehand. And they're making that work. And I have to say, also, a quick point. Massive props to the team members from India that are joining this here, because it's really, really late for them. But the hype for CS is strong, and that's why they're pushing it. As Cybones gets taken out by Uwe from behind. I love the name.
Felix, the 2 Indian colleagues are girls, by the way.
That's nice. That's really cool. Pushing up the quota in esports. I like it a lot.
We have a couple of girls this time in our tournament.
Yeah, I like it.
In Chicken Chasers, we have 1-2 girls there.
Very nice. I mean, that's what we're here to see. From any country, any background, anywhere at all. This is what esports is all about, bringing people together. One guy already rage quit. I don't know if it's a technical difficulty or if they rage quit completely. We don't know what happened on the side of the Veteran Noobs. As Uwe now trying to defend the side, getting the kill on Solid Yuho. As you have some interesting names here overall. As Cybones getting the revenge for his teammate, taking out Uwe, and now getting the early claim on the A side. as E-Joker gets traded by Z-Tox from under, but nonetheless taking out one of their team members. And now the remaining 2 players trying to push through connector. Z-Tox trading their teammate once again. I think they're good at that one. Client-side issue on Veteran Noobs. Very unfortunate for them. I hope they can recover from it. Let's see Jinx with the AWP trying to defend it. And Z-Tox, well, they have the chance to try and take it back. We see Raki Derler now coming back, so I guess the technical issue is being resolved. But so far, if we thought that Suknix was a dominant team, I think Team Vartica is about to prove us different. I mean, so far an all-out clean sweep. Will this be the perfect match for Team Vartica as they're trying to push through? Only time will tell. As we see E-Joker, Cybones, Jinx, Duffman, and Solid Yuho on the side of Team Vartica. Let's do some housekeeping here. As we have Carnaxel, Z-Tox, M8, Uwe, and Raki Derler on the side of Veteran Noobs. And so far, a very interesting strategy by the team of Veteran Noobs, pushing through ramp, pushing all the way through, but nobody home to greet them. But Duffman now awaiting them, can take out one of them as they get also a bit of friendly fire, but Carnaxel and Z-Tox being able to trade. As Jinx now fighting off together with Solid Yuho the push onto B-side, and a no-scope getting Carnaxel out of the game as it's up to Raki Derler with an AWP by themselves. Now trying to retake the side as the bomb has been planted already. And of course now the pressure is on. 3 players from Team Vartica still waiting to defend their side. And I have to say, so far, they're having quite the good teamwork. Getting the flash from their teammate and capitalizing on it is E-Joker. Securing another round win for them.
Beautiful no-scope from Jinx.
Yeah, definitely. And with that, slowly and steadily putting the pressure on the economy of the Veteran Noobs as well. As Uwe getting the let's say, the specific points from my side, appealing to the heart of the caster here with the PP Bison. So I think that might be the upper hand for Uwe in this matchup. As you see once again, a very divided strategy. Duffman very aggressively pushing through connector as Jinx takes out Uwe on A side. Duffman wins the duel against Z-Tox on this. And before I'm even finished with casting, they already take out the entire team. An all-out slaughter fest on A side as the team was basically in a bit of a, let's say, pincer movement from both Palace and Connector, and wasn't able to decide to which side they would go to, as M8 has paused the match for a tactical timeout, or perhaps a quick break. Let's see. I already hear the calls for seeing Team Norway. I think we'll see Team Norway as soon as the matchups are over. So will be the next round that we'll jump into if Team Norway wins their match, that is.
I think maybe we will see our first 16-0, but not done by the Tsukniks.
Well, I've seen Lerox in the chat earlier on, so maybe they want to take a couple of pages out of the book of Team Vartica for their own strategies here. Maybe that will enhance what Team Datsuknis can do. No, I'm kidding.
Maybe
this is
they will have their chance for the first 16-0.
Nah, I think we shouldn't be so rude to the former, let's say, the title defender here, to the previous team winners. Team Datsukniks has proven their points. They've proven that they know what they're doing. Probably far better than any of us. Which is definitely why.
Definitely.
Which is definitely why I would say this will be an exciting match, though, because if Team Vartica wins, which it looks like it, they will face Team Datsukniks. Those will be their next opponents. Just saying. Let's see, once again, Jinx getting the early kill. Getting traded by M8, though. A very nice placement.
Oh.
But we have Cybones now trying to get the upper hand. Now losing the bomb to M8 in Palace. That, of course, being a very important point of knowledge for the remaining team members of the Veteran Noobs. Can they regroup on A side to make sure to secure that bomb from the oncoming people of Team Vartica? As Solid Yuho takes out Uwe. And now trying to regroup together with Duffman to somehow retake the side for the moment. And a very unfortunate time to switch their weapons. as Raki Derler, taking the upper hand and securing the first point for the veteran noobs as we're approaching the match point of this first half. So not a 16-0. The honor of Team Datsukniks is restored.
Will there be a comeback now?
I mean, I would love, as much as I would love to see a comeback, I think they would have to put out quite the miracle play in order to be able to see that. As Duffman and Jinx take out Raki Derler on Connector. And a very nice play by M8, trying to smoke off Connector, making sure that the push doesn't happen from there, as they're giving their team time to regroup. You see Solid Yuha and Cybons trying to push towards B side, getting stopped by Ztox in their track. As Duffman now trying to push to A side, maybe securing the side for their team, but the bomb is on B side. So that is an unfortunate place to be. As E-Joker can, well, with some spidey senses, avoid getting ambushed by Carnaxla, and Duffman taking out Ztox on the side, and Uva as well, turning the tides by the team of Team Vartica, as it's up to M8 to try and retake the site now alone against 3 other players from Team Vartica. Let's see if they can do it. As Jinx now with a very nice angle, expecting, but can't quite capitalize it on that situation, as M8 gets the first shot. But there's still 2 more people to go through. And I think with that, they might even try to save their weapon for that, which I'm not sure if it's a good strategy, because they don't have the time. This is the match point. There is no saving needed. You might have just as well tried and go for it. This won't help you. Nonetheless, that will secure the 14 points, which means Team Vartica will need only 2 points when they're playing on CT's side in order to be able to win this match for themselves. Very well done. As you can see, definitely Duffman and E-Joker, well, Duffman, E-Joker and Jinx, I would say, outright the key performance of their team, and Ztox trying to carry the weight for their own team, but not quite working out. Feel bad for a mate saving the last round, maybe not having realized that it was the last round, I think. Now with the side switched, let's see if Team Vartica is as good on CT side as they were on T side. Let's see what strategy they're going to do. We have 2 players pushing towards A side, 1 player trying to aim down mid, as we have 2 players trying to defend B side, and a full out B rush happening by the team of the veteran noobs. Let's see how long it takes for the team of Team Vartica to try and understand that and capitalize on the situation. I think the information already being known as a 4th player is rotating. But with that, maybe making enough noise as we see the rotate themselves from the veteran noobs, potentially trying to trick them into going on B side, and then rotating themselves on A side. But Jinx there from short to greet them, as Raki Derler together with M8 being able to capitalize on the situation. Uva getting the early kill on B side, potentially securing the site for themselves, as we see them rotating once again back. But Duffman, I think, is there trying to wait for them. No, it's Cybones, and they're sneaking up on them, potentially trying to get the knife, as it's up to Duffman to try and retake the site, as now the team of veteran noobs, a very good early strategy, faking the push to B side, then pushing a bit towards A side before having the site cleared and rotating back again. Interesting strategy, but it paid off in the end for them, as Uwe now trying to win the duel against Duffman, and they do, getting the 2nd point on the board for the veteran noobs. And you will have to excuse me as I need to drink something. This match is so hyped that I need to quickly get something to drink for my own self. There we go. As always, here the reminder to anyone in chat and also to the very sweaty players we have here in the game. Trying their heart out, make sure to stay hydrated. Yeah, I'm kidding. And you can see Ztox taking out Duffman and mid, and M8, I think, securing the initial spot. Oh no, securing the initial spot on A, as we had a very deep push there. And E-Joker now taking out Ztox, as Uwe gets the trade, taking out E-Joker in the process. Jinx now trying to capitalize on the situation as they can take out Carnaxla, as Solid Yuho takes out M8 in the process. And now getting the backstab on Uwe, making sure to take them out and turning the tides of this matchup. And that might just be the match point that they need in order to be able to turn the tides around and securing that point. And they do! And with that, Only one more point for Team Vartica needed. What am I talking about with turning the tides? They have no tides to turn. But the early, let's say early hype from the veteran noobs being stomped a bit in their path. But again, for the veteran noobs, also for those who are the fans in the chat, nothing is lost for them just yet. They still have comeback, the potential for a comeback here in the losers bracket, even if they lose this matchup. Because then in the losers bracket, they will be able to climb their way back to the top and challenge the other team in the finale once again. As we see the full push towards A side, Solid Yuho now taking out M8. Can't quite get a second player, but of course a lot of information now that we have the push in A side. Duffman taking out Karnaxel. As we have Uwe now taking out Duffman in the process, but Cybone getting the trade respectively, as it's up to Ctox and Raki Derler to try and get the drop on the respective team. And a very nice nade getting a lot of dink damage on Ctox here. And now trying to desperately rotate, but E-Joker is waiting there to greet them, and he does, getting Raki Derler out of the game. As up to Ctox to try and turn this match around, keeping their team alive in this match, and they cannot. Making sure that Team Vartica advances against the team of, well, of Team Datsuknix.
Very well played. I was surprised and I'm happy.
Very well done, and I think that always shows, and I think that's also the very cool part about these tournaments. Nothing is safe. No one is safe at the start of this matchup, and anything can happen. Because
yeah, exactly. So now let's assume they are playing now against Datsuknix, right? So maybe Datsuknix finally will manage the 16-0. We don't know. But in case Veteran Noobs wins against Chicken Chasers, then Veteran Noobs will play again against Team Vartica. Or am I seeing this wrong?
Let me quickly check that information. I quickly need to check that. I think not. No, they will have to go again in round 3 if they both teams.
The other one. Yeah.
Exactly. If both teams go through, I'll quickly show the bracket also for anybody in the chat to see that one as well. If we're anyways talking bracket stuff, let's actually go here and see it for you guys as well. So we see the matches being shown here. Team Veteran Noobs being defeated by Team Vartica, having to move down and play against SJYBT Esport now in the losers bracket, as Team Datsuknix now having to face the dreaded Team Vartica. And I have to say, judging by the performance of Team Vartica, not sure if a 16-0 will be possible. I know Lerox dreams of it, but not sure if it's possible. And VCS, as I heard, the Voice Crack Squad, a very nice name, I like it a lot. Being in round 2, waiting for still the opponent from Accenture Norway and Clan from Sky. But as you said, if Team Vartica loses, they will be in the match 1 of the losers bracket round 2 here. We'll play against Chicken Chasers and whoever, or the winner of Chicken Chasers, Jesus Christ, and whoever loses Accenture Norway versus Clan from Sky. And only if Veteran Esports can defeat both SJYBT Esport and whoever loses VCS versus Accenture Norway, then we will have the rematch of Team Vartica versus the Veteran Noobs. So let's see if this one will actually take place or not.
Maybe Felix, the game between Clan from Sky and Accenture Norway is still running, if I'm not saying that wrong. Do we want to have a short look at it?
We can definitely have a short look at it. Let me quickly see how far they are. Let me quickly take a look, a little peek-see here. As we might just not be able to make it in time, but let's just see. As I just seen, the match is very close to the end. It's a very tied up match, but nonetheless, I'll try to get us into the match. I'll try to make us see that one, as we're just bridging a bit of the time. I know we have a lot of Accenture Norway fans here, so let's see if they actually have well, a performance that will back up what the team or their fans are expecting them. Let's see. As we have music already getting started, let me quickly jump into the game scene here. We have no call here today, and Accenture Norway, unfortunate to say it for the fans, not in a good spot as Clan from Sky moving ever closer to that match point. So Clan from Sky with a very nice naming convention that they had. Really getting the drop on the team of Accenture Norway. I think Accenture Norway a reoccurring team as well on our respective, let's say, esports environment. As we see the map Inferno, and so far, Clan from Sky, having played first on CT side, now having to make sure to, well, bring it home on T side, and of course Extension Norway, 3 people on A, 2 people on B, now 1 player trying to rotate potentially, but no action so far happening as Clan from Sky being cautious, not trying to push too early, trying to get an entry frag before pushing to any of the sides, and I can respect that, I can see that a lot.
You know, before you switch to the gameplay, I checked already the score online, and I was really thinking, like, can this be real? Can this be real? Because usually Accenture Norway is also one of our strongest teams within Accenture, but yeah, it's real.
Yeah, but I think that is the upper hand that we have in such matchups. We can, or in such tournaments overall, we might just see the new stars on the esport horizon here. As, well, the teams that are basically.
When you said it.
What?
When you said it, I had some issues like swapping the code.
No, but still, I think it's a very good point to say. As they now try to commit to B sides, I'll hold on to that thought for the moment. Wizardman now spraying through the smoke, getting 2 players early on out of the matchup, and that, of course, giving a much-needed time for the team to try and regroup as he boost also their respective team member and can get the upper hand, getting Accenture Norway into the double digits. So they say it's not over until Team Accenture Norway says it's over.
I think they know that we are watching.
Potentially. They just wanted the attention, let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think also judging by past experience from Accenture Norway, especially when it comes to Inferno, and I hope I'm not stepping onto Fly So High's toes right here if I'm saying this, but I think especially when it comes to Inferno, we've seen in the past that CT is their favorite side. That usually they have a bit of struggles when it comes to T side, but can bring it home when it comes to CT side because they have a strategy of defending their sides well. As we see an eco on Clan from Sky now trying to push through, as Victor now using the upper hand, outright demolishing the team of Clan from Sky as it's up for the GOAT, great name, against Fly So High and Manthe to try and defend the site. They have the bomb, but Fly So High getting the upper hand, getting another much needed point in this matchup. And yeah, as I try to finish the train of thought, that is what the cool part is that can happen in these tournaments. We don't know the teams that are registering. We know some of them like that Suknix, like Accenture Norway, some of the reoccurring teams that we know of. But there's also a lot of points that we don't account for. So these teams, we don't know them at the start. And we don't know how they would fare against teams that we have seen in past tournaments as well. And that is the crucial point to see. See Raccoon and Troll now being able to take out Victor early out of the matchup. And Raccoon now taking out Manthe as well, getting the early entry frags. That might just be the point of pushing towards A side, of opening up A side for the respective team of Clan from Sky. And maybe the much needed point they need, the much needed boost to get that match point in. And putting a lot of pressure on Accenture Norway. As we have Fly So High hiding in Graveyard and taking out 2 players, Raccoon and Troll, respectively, making good work of that op. Sublis now trying to win the duel against Fly So High. Fly So High being low, but so is Sublis. Now with a flash, a very nice placed flash, but now getting ambushed from the side and getting killed by the nade as Goat takes out Annual from the back as well. And that is the match point for Clan from Sky. Very, very well played, and that now, of course, a lot of pressure on the team of Accenture Norway as they have to win the next 4 rounds only to stay alive in this matchup. They cannot slip up a single time, because if they do, it is game over for them and they move to the losers bracket to face off against, I think, the Chicken Chasers. Now we have Goat from Garden, the only one trying to make some noise on A side. As we have a slow and steady move towards up Banana towards B side. Now I have my words back. And Victor with a very silent rotate. Yeah, it takes a while for me, I know. Sometimes I'm like a hard drive, sometimes I get stuck, but usually I come back at some point. And a very nice nade through the smoke, taking a lot of damage on Victor. As Flyside getting killed by Goat from Garden. That's a very important player to take out early in the matchup. And that might just be the point they need to open up the side, as we see the rotate to A side, as I think only Troll trying to stay back to make some noise. And now they have the side taken, can plant the bomb, and now the pressure is fully on. They have to retake the side, or else Accenture Norway moves into the losers bracket. And they have to defeat 4 players from the team of Clan from Sky. I think the bomb very well planted for Balcony, where Raccoon is also having a very short runway to go to if needed. So let's see if they can bring it home. Goat now trying to stay in Banana, trying to get a smoke out, trying to make sure that they keep Accenture Norway at bay, playing it for time. And Goat from Garden taking out 2 players, 4 players overall in the end of this matchup, and securing their spot in the second half. And Accenture Norway with that moving into the losers bracket. Something I would have never expected, I'm not gonna lie.
Nope, same here. I'm very much surprised. Well, which game are we looking now? Are we jumping back to Accenture Norway versus Chicken Chasers, or shall we have a look at the second round?
I think let's look at the. Yeah, I'll give it to the chat. I have my tendency where I would go normally, but I think let's leave it up to chat. We have 50 people here in the chat. Guys, what do you want to see? Do you want to see the game of Accenture Norway versus Chicken Chasers? I can also put up the bracket for you, so you don't have to remember it. Accenture Norway versus the Chicken Chasers, SJYBT Esport versus the Veteran Noobs, or Team Datsuknix versus Team Vartica, Clan from Sky versus VCS, as they're still building up for the moment. We will look at that one at a later point in time. But as a first point, let's make sure we first get a vote from you guys which you want to see. We have 1 vote for Datsuknix, we have 1 vote for Chicken Chasers, and I love the voices also in the chat saying GG to Clan from Sky. They played it very well. I just think we have a lot of voices going towards Chicken Chasers versus Norway. Now some people coming back for Team Vartica as well. But I think the tendency being clear that people want to see the Chicken Chasers.
Yep.
So we're going to get started, and I'll keep an eye out for any other matches, and we might potentially move over to another match if we need to. I actually just realized the Chicken Chasers don't make much sense for the moment, sorry. The reason behind it is Accenture Norway just lost, they need some time to get prepared. So let's in the meantime look into the second most voted one, which I think was Datsuknix. VCS having the same issue for their matchup, as we also have to wait for their team to start, because they just finished up their first matchup. And then we will jump to the Chicken Chasers as soon as we have a chance. So I will not let you down, and I have it in mind. We will show VCS at the moment, but keep in mind VCS, as their opponents, Clan from Sky, just finished their matchup. Their match is not yet loaded, so we cannot jump into VCS for the moment. I apologize for that one, I'm sorry, but we will show VCS at a later point for sure, as we're now jumping for the starting point straight into Team Vartica versus Datsuknix, and we'll jump to the respective other teams as said as we go along. And here we have Datsuknix so far with a 3-point lead against Team Vartica. So far, not being able to get a foot in the door. But as said, for the respective teams, Chicken Chasers and VCS team, we still have to wait for their matches to get ready, as the match of Accenture Norway versus Clan from Sky, both of the respective opponents, still ending up or finishing up for the moment. So we will jump to those matches later, I promise. It's not forgotten.
After's heart is bleeding.
After started bleeding, I can't expect it, but as said, nothing is lost yet. We're still early in the matchup, so don't you worry. There's still a lot more coming. As we see, I think what looks to be... it will be a full buy on both teams' sides. In the meantime, giving 2 quick shoutouts. One is to the platform that makes everything here possible in the background, which is Master Blaster. A huge thank you for them for once again allowing us to use their platform. it makes tournaments a lot easier. So I'll make a proper shout out in the meantime, but I wanted to make one at first. And that's just as a quick point of housekeeping in the meantime. As we see Lerox now getting the early kills on both Solid Yuho and Cybones. Duffman can take out Shoot At Me, but E-Joker being taken out as well. And I think that might be the opening side they need to open up A side. Well, but they're not done yet as Radlow takes out Jinx, and with that securing an alright dominating victory in this second half as well. And also for those of you curious about the streams, both my own stream channel as well as the channels that we are usually having in this community, feel free to check out the respective channels. I'm Biyoshi, so that's my channel, but the other channels are also people that are playing a lot, streaming a lot on this channel as well, or supporting the community quite heavily, so feel free to check them out, give them some love. If you like what I'm doing on the commentary, give my channel some love as well. So, yeah. Just as a quick point. As we see Solid Yuho and Jinx taking out Radlow and Lerox. Cine being able to get the trade on Jinx, but Duffman can take out Cine. As Grave and Shoot At Me take out Solid Yuho and E-Joker, now leaving it up to Duffman against two other players. So let's see if they can actually capitalize on this one, as we see Shoot At Me now. Now getting the bomb planted for their respective team, and Shoot At Me and Grave being able to defend their side from the oncoming team members. As I heard, the Chicken Chasers have started, so we'll definitely jump to them in a few rounds, don't worry. And a very nice placement on the well, being able to take out Duffman as they try to get some sort of entry for B side. Very well done. Highly appreciated it. So I'll wait until the first third of this match is over, and then we'll jump to the Chicken Chasers. I think that's a good, that's a fair, let's say, a fair trade-off. Wouldn't you guys say? So we'll wait 3 more rounds to see it, and then we will go to the Chicken Chasers as they have been highly requested in the chat. And afterwards we will jump to the VCS game if that one is still ongoing. As Lerox and Shoot At Me now pushing all the way through apps. An outright dominating performance, as before I'm even finished to start with that. Therefore, they take out the team in a record time for the moment. So very, very fast done.
You can't even start commentating and the round is already over.
Exactly. By the time I'm starting to count the first kills, Team Datsuknix is already over and over with the next round as well. They show that.
Just be like, and yes, another round.
Yeah, and I think that, of course, important for the team of Team Vartica. They definitely shouldn't be discouraged by this one, because the point is they still have the losers bracket as, let's say, their security net. As Radlow now takes out E-Joker by the flash from their respective teammate, and Solid Yuho and Lerox and the respective teammates making sure they secure A side. They don't even need the bomb, as it's up to Torge. Sorry for him. I've seen the messages in the chat. Against the entire team of Team Datsuknix alone. Can he do it? As I jinxed it. Sadly, no. As we will watch one more round of this, and then I'll move to the Chicken Chasers respectively. I heard your voices. We will jump to them. Don't you worry. But let's see if Team Datsuknix can take home the 9th round, because I think then it's already a decisive factor, as we see the economy from Team Datsuknix. I've never seen such a loaded team. So, yeah. I believe that for Team Datsuknix this will be the potential 16-0. As we see a trade on E-Joker and Grave, even through the flashbang, still taking out the respective team members, getting the plant on B side, with Solid Yuho trying to rotate back. Can they win the duel against Grave? I'm not sure if they can. And with that, it is decided that we will move to the Chicken Chasers. For them, nothing is decided. Team Vartica might still have a comeback, but I think so far we've seen quite the tendency. So let's move on to a game that is hopefully a bit more challenging, a bit more back and forth, as we'll move for the first time in this tournament into the dreaded losers bracket. And now it's time, the moment you've all been waiting for, and I want to see you guys get loud. I mean, we don't have audio, but I want to see you guys get loud visually in the chat. for your team, the Chicken Chasers, or for Accenture Norway, depending on which team you actually push for, as I want to see that happen right here, right now. I see a lot of karma in the chat. I'm not sure what the karma is all about, as Kate just basically disappeared. I think Kate potentially having muted herself, not sure, but I will move over to the game. Not sure if Kate has been saying something, but let's see. Hashtag lost Kate. Alright, see, as we still see them in the warm-up. What the hell have I joined into here? Okay, we see both players ready, so we're starting fresh with Accenture Norway versus Team Chicken Chasers. And what the hell are we looking at right now? What the hell is this? What am I watching? What has happened here? This is a mess. Okay, but we have the knife round happening for the decisive point. Kate's internet has died. Okay, that's good to know. We've had just a quick point of Kate disappearing on us, but now we know why. The knife is already done. Not on the stream, as we have, I think, a bit of a delay. No, never mind. Oh shit, we do. Commentator doesn't know what they're talking about. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for highlighting it to me. We're in the first round, and Accenture Norway has decided on this one. Since everybody in the knife out, and the Negev spam before has kind of had me discombobulated. The chicken nuggets are here. The Chicken Chasers will want your answer. As Fly So High takes out Fire Rush and Diese Andy. Nice name, I like it. But Bongo Burn and Askum can take out. Why do I always have so weird names? Can take out the people on short, but might have to go to A side, as that one is the least defended one. So let's see. As we see Bongo Burn now trying to regroup with their respective team, but I think Accenture Norway's sniffing out what the Chicken Chasers are doing, as we see one player now rotating. Now the second one also rotating from B side. One staying behind. As we have Victor taking out Yoshi Y. And it's up to Bongo Bird and AZ to try and make sure to win this round and win the opening round for the respective team. As now we see a bit of a duel. Wizardman and Magmante can take out Bongo Bird, and oh god, that name. That person will be able to now try to capitalize from the situation, but getting killed by Annual. Securing the first point for Accenture Norway. I'll find a way to pronounce them right, don't worry. It'll only take me a couple of rounds, as always, and then we're good to go. Now we see both teams still a bit cautious with their economy. What seems to be a half buy on Accenture Norway's side. Kind of unusual, but I guess it works in their favor. As you see, the full commitment to be a B rush all the way through the molly. But they might just run into the scope of Wizardman, taking out 3 players right there, as Fly So High can take out Yoshi Y. And now Bongo Burn King taken out. That is a quick rundown. The eco not working in favor of the Chicken Chasers. I mean, it was an eco, so it's not much to be let's say, to put too much on like the silver platter, but nonetheless, of course, unfortunate for them, as they basically got, I think, not a single kill in that particular round. And that is what it's all about in the ecos, trying to get at least a few kills a round when usually you're not even expecting in this case. As we have 3 players defending B side, 2 players defending A side, 1 even trying to push through connector now, trying to face off in a duel against Diese Andy, and Diese Andy doesn't want to take that duel for themselves, as Wizardman in their favorable spot, trying to get the person from Monster. And to quickly highlight it, this is a losers bracket match, so whoever loses this match is out of the tournament for good. There are no take backsies in this one at all. We have Wizardman trying to face off in a duel against Fire Rush. So far, not working well in their favor. I mean, they have the disadvantage when it comes to the weapons. So let's see how they're going to face off against it. As Yoshi Y can get the drop on Fly Side, but can't quite execute it as they're trying to get him in connector. And Team Chicken Chasers being very, very cautious in their approach to the respective sides. Not trying to take any risks. And trying to play it off safe. Getting an entry frag somewhere to try and open up the rounds as Fire Rush still in a duel. Now Wizardman being joined by, I think that's Magmante who tried to support them here. as they now trying to support their teammate from the side, but their teammate leaving them alone as they, I think, try to regroup and push towards A side from what I can tell. Yep, Yoshiwai already on the spot. Can take out Victor. They have the bomb. Can they get the plant and put the pressure on the team of Accenture Norway to get their team on the board? As has seen Fly So High before and now expected to rotate through the stairs and connector. And getting the upper hand here, as Wizardman could have gotten the drop on Bongo Bear potentially, but didn't quite follow through with it. And now the respective team trying to face off against Wizardman and Magmante, who will most likely try not to take this battle and instead trying to save their weapons, as it seems, because trying to face off against 5 team members is challenging. They are very low, but I think the main point for them will be to go for exit frags as much as possible. So let's see. As we now see Accenture Norway with the first loss of this matchup, but of course their economy still looking rather fine, so nothing to worry about. As Kate is back. Thank you very much for letting me know. Glad to hear that. Hope your nuggets didn't burn your PC to a crisp. But the chicken chasers still want to have a word with you at the end of this. I see Fire Rush getting taken out by Wizardman at Magmante being able to take care of ASMQ and stopping a bit the momentum on the early push, and now trying to spray through the metal right here, but can't quite hit each other. Very unfortunate. That Tsuknix won already, so I guess an alright blowout. So we know that Tsuknix is the first semi-finalist in the matchup. So in the tournament, sorry. So the first semi-finalist in the winner's bracket. Let's see who will join them as Victor gets the kill on Diza Andy. As it's up to Yoshiwai, who now gets pincered from the side by Magmante. So it's only up to Bongo Bird, who has the bomb, so that's good for them. But having to face off against 4 players from Accenture Norway to try and somehow turn this round around for their own team and getting that much needed draw for the Chicken Chasers. Not sure if they will be able to execute that one, but let's see. You see a very cautious approach. Going via long is what Bongo Burn is currently doing. Trying to be very cautious, very sneaky, not taking any unnecessary risks. Now rotating back to toilets as the team of Accenture Norway starting to get a bit nervous. Not sure where the team member is. And I think we might see a save from Bongo Burn looking at the time, as I don't think they will try to push through. They only have 10 seconds. They won't make it in time. But they're still very aggressively maybe trying to get exit frags, but there's nobody who will probably exit here. So unless they try to aggressively go for you, where there's no chance, they won't have any chance for an exit frag, as we've seen them saving their weapon into the next round. But nonetheless, the round win for the team of Accenture Norway, stopping the initial push on B and then securing the sites long enough for Team Chicken Chasers to basically give the round to Accenture Norway and make sure not to risk anything. See now 2 players once again pushing towards B side. A very divided setup, once again trying to go for entry frags. And Wizardman can get the kill on Yoshiwai. Very unfortunate. They placed themselves very far behind, but the angle of Wizardman was just a slight bit better. As we see the duel of Bongo Burn can take out Victor, respectively, on toilets. A very unfortunate way to be taken out and a very unfortunate spot to be taken out. As Askew gets at Magmante, but Wizard trades, respectively. I see the duel between Flysaw and Andy, a reoccurring duel happening here as he takes out Bongo Burn, seeing them just out of the corner of their eyes. Very unfortunate for Bongo Burn that they turned just in time, as it's now up to Fire Rush with a very cute profile picture. I have to admit that one. To somehow try and turn this around for their team, or perhaps trying to save, but looking at the economy of the respective team members, not sure if a save will do them too much good, as they will only have 1 good weapon, and they have to somehow defend it for 50 more seconds trying to hide from the opposing team members. And was it a Fire Rush, I think, potentially having the chance to take this match around for themselves. They have the bomb, so if they want to try something, They have a chance for it, but looking at them trying to slowly go back to T-spawn, I think it's safe to say they will save their weapon and try to use it in the round to come. Can't blame them. I can fully see that one as well. As we are awaiting this round to be over, which will be the 3-point lead for Accenture Norway early on in this matchup, but nothing is lost, as the Chicken Chasers still have the chance to make a comeback, but I think they have to start strategizing and have to start solving problems, because so far the aggressive strategies that they had wasn't working. The placements they had when being a bit in the backside, being a bit on the defense, on the careful side, wasn't working too well in their favor this time. So maybe a couple of, well, re-strategizing points needed for the team of the Chicken Chasers. As we see an eco, Bongo Baron still having his weapon from the previous round, but mostly an eco for the respective team of the Chicken Chasers. So let's see if they can make the most of this one. A very cautious approach, mostly going towards A and Connector. And getting dropped on by Victor and Fly So High. As I said, they were doing a cautious approach, pushing through right into the sights of Fly So High and Victor. Now taking out the entire team, and Bongo Baron once again left alone without so much as a little bit of damage, outright running over the respective team as Bongo Baron tries to sneak in, but Victor and Fly So High are just waiting to greet him there. And that is the 5th point for Accenture Norway, extending their very, very early lead, and that might just be what they need in order to capitalize on the situation and potentially put themselves into the favorable spot to take this one home and stay alive in this tournament. As again, the reminder, we are looking at the losers bracket right now. So whoever is going to lose here is out for good. As Bongo Baron can't take out Wizardman, as Q takes Magmante. A push onto B-side working very well in favor of the Chicken Chasers. As Flyside now in the duel against AsMQ, a very nice placement, carefully taking out AsMQ right here. But the bomb is planted and the pressure is on Flyside and Victor. As Flyside with a very nice nade taking out Andy, as Yoshi Y is taken out by Victor, and Bongo Baron gets the respective trade for their team member as well. So let's see if Fly So High can turn this around for their respective team. They have the skills, but that op has a very good angle for them. And as I say it, Bongo Baron securing the round win for their respective team. Are we changing to the VCS game soon? I'll leave it up to the chat. So I would say until the half point the halftime, we are going to watch the Chicken Chasers versus Accenture Norway. If you want, and that is up to the chat, I'm offering to switch to VCS in the halftime of this matchup. But that is up to the respective chats. I'm leaving that one up to you guys if you want to see that one or if you want to stay with the Chasers. As we see now a very careful approach towards B-side, trying to get committed. Could potentially try to go for a rotate via connector if needed. As Bongo Baron, very unfortunate, holding an angle for, I'm not sure for what, but Fly So High taking out Bongo Baron right here. Because it's very unusual that a player would push that far back. So maybe expecting a rotate and therefore trying to get the upper hand, but Fly So High, well, returning the favor and taking out Bongo Baron, and with that taking out an op early out in this matchup. Very unfortunate for the Chickens. As Flyside taking out Fire Rush as well, and now cleaning up the field from behind. As AsmQ can get Flyside out of the matchup, and Annual as well. Maybe perhaps trying to even out the score. As it's up to Andy and AsmQ to somehow regroup, re-strategize. AsmQ now being taken out, so it's up to Andy alone against 3 players of Team Accenture Norway. Now having spotted Magmanthe, trying to get them, can't quite get the dual kill right here, and Magmanthe takes them out, winning the duel for them and the respective round as well. Very well done. As we see another eco approaching on the Chicken Chasers side. A full buy on the side of Accenture Norway. I mean, their economy is looking very, very comfortable for the moment, so I can see no issue with that. And that, of course, might be the extended point again for the team of Accenture Norway. I'm wondering, the B rush last time didn't work out in favor of the Chicken Chasers. This time trying to push towards A side in the eco. So let's see if that one works out a bit better in their favor. As Bongobrand and the respective team can take out Victor, but FlySci returning the favor, trading Andy and getting Fire Rush as a kill in the process as well. But ASMQ being able to take out FlySci respectively. Now, of course, potentially going for a duel that we will see from Connector. There's one person pushing up that might just await it. And Wizardman can take up Bongoband as I speak it. Bongoman. And now it's up to ASMQ to somehow, they have the bomb, but they have to make a decision here soon. Because they shouldn't get the team of Extension Norway get ahead too far. And as I speak it, Wizardman can take him out, securing the 5-point lead for Extension Norway very early on in this matchup. And that, of course, a very difficult point to come back for the Chicken Chasers right here. That might be an early decision we see here. As now the Chicken Chasers having to find some sort of strategy to open up any of the sites and making sure to get that push, as FlySci once again winning the duel against Diza Andy on Connector. Very unfortunate for Diza Andy. Maybe they should try switching out with another player here, as Yoshi Y can take out Annual off of that smoke before getting smoked off themselves, but that, of course, giving enough time. And with the spray through the smoke, taking out Fire Rush right here. Very lucky by Fly So High, as Victor takes out Bongobrand and Magmantha takes out Yoshi Y. And now it's up to ASMQ once again against 4 players. That might be a save-worthy round, but not sure. They again have the bomb, so at least the bomb placement working in favor of the Chicken Chasers, not losing that one too far in enemy hands. But nonetheless, so far a dominant performance by the team of Accenture Norway, not leaving the Chicken Chasers any room at any point to really capitalize on the situation. So might be a decisive point as Wizardman takes out ASMQ, getting the 8th point for Accenture Norway here. Very early on. Very well done. And I think if the match keeps going like this, we will switch for the VCS fans right here in the chat at halftime to the VCS versus Clan from somewhere. I don't quite remember their full name, I'm sorry. I don't have any notes for me to check on. I'm doing this on the fly here. And we will see. But the Chickens will have to find a way to come back in this matchup, because so far as Accenture Norway holds down tight. But ASMQ now, as I said, they might have switched out the player as they did. ASMQ now facing the player in Connector and taking out FlySci, as Yoshiwai takes out Magmantha, getting the early kills, which are much needed to open up any type of site for the Chicken Chasers respectively. And that might just be the point they need to get back in this matchup and getting some sort of upper hand. And a very nice shot by Bongoburn, taking out Victor here. And that might be another point for the Chicken Chasers, as Weirdman now being taken out as well. So, clutch, or, well, round loss, I guess, not really kick, for Annual here, as they will have to basically ace it up entirely. But getting dropped on by Yoshiwai, and with that, securing another point for the Chicken Chasers. And I see it in the chat, Clan from Sky is the team that I was looking for. Thank you again for reminding me. As we see a full buy on both teams' sides. Annual, not, well, mostly a full buy. Annual being a bit of an exception here. But I think it's okay with the respective team. I think they can still bring this one home. As ASMQ now, again, I think they really made sure to switch up the placements here, making sure that ASMQ is the one to try and have the upper hand in Connector, as Yoshi Y takes out Magmantha and Victor takes out Bernd here near Playgrounds. And FlySci this time winning the duel on Connector. It's always a highlight for these respective rounds, the duel in Connector. This time going to Fly So High respectively, as Wizardman Once again, is a favorable spot. You can really see the positions that the team of Accenture Norway has pointed out for them. Everyone has their designated position, has their designated places early on in the matches, and it works really well in their favor as time goes on. As now the team of Chicken Chasers having to regroup, getting dropped on is Diza Andy by the flashbang also from Fly So High, and now Wizardman takes out Yoshiwai, and with that, again another point.
Felix.
Hello, I can hear you. You're back.
You muted me in OBS Ninja.
I didn't. I muted you in OBS Ninja because I hear your voices from the Discord.
Okay. So, I thought I couldn't speak because earlier when I said something, I think.
No, we didn't hear you so far.
Muted.
Yeah, we didn't hear you so far. Welcome back, Kate. You're joining just in time for Accenture Norway versus the Chicken Chasers, but in 2 rounds we might switch to VCS, to the upper bracket match. As Yoshiwai takes out Magmante on short, we see once again the duel happening in connector right here, and well, ASMQ might just get some support from their respective team member coming from water right here. As we see a regrouping on the side of the Chicken Chasers, potentially committing to A side in this case, with Yoshiwai still being the remnant on B side, close to B short. So let's see if that's actually going to if they're going to be able to turn this one around, Accenture Norway, or if the Chicken Chasers can secure their 4th win as FlySai wins a duel against Yoshiwai. And of course, giving a bit of breathing room as they now can't get the drop on from behind. But we have one more potential duel happening in toilets right now as Diza Andy gets the plant on A side, and now of course the retake having to take place from the Accenture Norway team. Let's see how well Chicken Chasers can defend their sides. As ASMQ, I think, heard someone here now trying to win the duel against Victor, and they do! Taking out Victor, and that of course a very important kill. As Annual now trying to take it around for their respective team, can win the duel against Fire Rush, but having to reload here. And with very low HP and very low time, not sure if they can take this one home. As these Andy with a very nice placement, very calmly taking out Annual here and securing the 4th point for the Chicken Chasers. And once again the question to the chat, should we stay here or should we move to VCS? I'm leaving it up to you. I've seen a lot of people voting for VCS, I've seen a lot of people voting for Chickens. So give me your voices in the chat and I will listen. You see the Chickens now scattering, a bit well defended as Bongobrand wins the duel against Victor, and Yoshiwai can take out Magmante on short. 2 very early kills, and Fly So High now not winning the duel against Bongobrand, being taken out here as well. And that might be the potential comeback that the Chickens needed. Maybe they just needed some time to get, well, acclimated to, what's it called? Getting acclimated to the overpass map, and now have found their groove, as it seems. As I think they're closing in on the 3-round win streak. Yoshiwai taking out Wizardman here in heaven. Bongo with the AWP is unstoppable, it sure seems like that. As we see, still the full team of Chicken Chasers, and once again Annual in the unfortunate spot of having to either ace it or losing this matchup. They got Yoshiwai as the remnant on B side again. Will they go for the retake or will they try to save? I think looking at the economy, not sure if it's worth saving because the team members will have a low economy nonetheless. But looking at their movement pattern, as I said it, Annual will go for the save, as I think Bongoburn is trying to hunt him down and trying to make sure that they don't save any type of weapon into the next matchup. But let's see if Annual will hear them step, if Bongoburn is a bit less cautious, and I think that's where they just heard it. An unfortunate nade toss here, but can nonetheless take out Bongoburn respectively. That might have just backfired for a brief moment, but with that can save the respective weapon. And the Chicken Chasers slowly making a comeback here, as it seems, as we're approaching the last round of the first half. And with that, we might just close the gap. And if the Chicken Chasers are comfortable with CT side on overpass, they might actually turn this match around. Not sure how you see it, Kate, but potentially they are.
Yeah, I'm thinking right now. I mean, if Accenture Norway is quite pushy and dominant, they can actually win it. It also depends on how strong the defense is from chicken chasers. And yes, the chickens were delicious. But yeah, let's see. I mean, these games are always full of surprises.
Definitely. As we see Yoshiwai taking out Annual and Magmante, only being stopped by Wizardman right here. Making sure that Gandalf's quote is right, that a wizard only arrives exactly when they need to. And that was just the case right here.
Maybe a quick update for all of us. SJYBT made it one round further. Veteran noobs are completely out right now. And for the other team, let's see if it's gonna be ES playing against that's next later.
Okay, I was expecting like another match result. It sounded like it was another one, but the Chicken Chasers winning that last round to quickly catch up on what happened, and now going with 6 points into the second half here. And I think looking at the voting, most of you voted to stay on the chickens, so we will stay on the chickens. And Kate, I have to say, I think you getting those chicken nuggets is what aggravated the chickens enough to try and avenge their fallen friends.
Oh, no, guys, come on, you can do it.
As you see a full expectation, and that's an interesting strategy. It's commonly known that for at least for Overpass, usually the first round in the pistol round will be a B rush, and we see a full expectation from the Chicken Chasers having 4 people on B, but Accenture Norway knows that and goes actually for A side. And now, as we have the rotate, that might just be enough time for Accenture Norway to plant the bomb and put the pressure on the team of the Chicken Chasers, as Flyside takes out takes out Yoshiwai and Andy, and Wizardman can take out Fire Rush respectively, as it's up to Bongo Baron to try and retake the side alone against his team, and that secures the first round and the double digits for Accenture Norway.
Well, it's not entirely true. I actually once was playing with SJYBT, and actually we were losing 12-3 or something like that. And all of a sudden we switched sides and we were dominating like crazy, and we won the game in the end. So never know what happens. But generally you are true. But
Oh, apparently my voice got muted in the chat as I was drinking something. Very unfortunate, sorry. So not quite a toilet break, it was in fact a drinking break. That was a mistake on my side. As I'm also, if you didn't know, I am taking care of everything in terms of the stream as well on the side, so excuse me for that matter. But as I said, and Chicken Chasers immediately proved me wrong, what I was saying while I was muted was Accenture Norway having the chance to close the bag early, and probably wanting to close the bag early, making sure the Chicken Chasers don't get a foot in the door. But as I said it, the Chicken Chasers immediately got their first round win of the second half, and that potentially being the morale boost they needed to continue their comeback that they started in the first half. As we see now, 3 players of Accenture Norway on party right here, trying to make sure to get an opening here, trying to molly off a connector for any, well, unsuspecting surprises right here. And Bongo Burn with a very sharp angle. Might it work in their favor? Flyside might just walk into that one. Let's see if it actually works in their favor. Let's see if it's going to happen. I'm curious to see what happened, but I think Bongoburn already abandoning that angle now for the moment. As we see what seems to be a commitment to A side for the entire team. And Victor getting the kill on Fire Rush with that op. I think we've seen the entire team of Accenture Norway. Everyone with that is very dangerous with the op. As with the scout, can take out Magmanthe, who can take out Bongoburn, as Wizardman is taken out by Andy from the smoke. But as soon as the smoke dissipates, as you can see, the team just trying to spray through, getting some kills, getting at least some dinks as well. And Magmanthe getting the kill on ASMQ, who tried to come from bank. Very unfortunate for them. As Yoshi Y now cleaning house with the respective team members. And Diza Andy getting a nice angle, turning this one around. I didn't expect it. And now it's up to the 1v1. Annual versus Yoshi Y. Can Yoshi Y win this? Or will they just play time? Because they have the bomb, and Accenture Norway only has 10 seconds left before, well, the time is running out. And Annual tries to get the bomb, but gets killed by Yoshi Y, who was patient and can get the hands on against Accenture Norway, closing the gap slowly and steadily by another point as well. Also, thanks for the compliments in the chat as well. I'll cast more tournaments here as well, so the night's not over by a long shot. I think this game getting closer and closer. I think a lot closer than we initially expected this one to be, let's be honest. As we see an eco on the side of Accenture Norway now with the full rush on B side. Can the Chicken Chasers take them out? They can, actually, making sure that in 20 seconds they stopped that B rush and making sure to close the gap by only 2 points now. This one is going to be a tough one.
They do have a chance.
Yeah, and I think
Chicken Chasers, they absolutely have a chance.
I think now
Maybe
the crucial
they found themselves a bit better in the game, understood how Accenture Norway is playing on T side, and positioned themselves.
Yeah, most likely. And I think the crucial part now is, will Accenture Norway be able to use that money gathered from that economy, or will that money from that economy, the money from that eco round, or will they otherwise have to, well, go for potentially another eco, and that opens the door for the Chicken Chasers. So this one might be the deciding round that the Chicken Chasers need to win in order to tie the score and get a foothold here. As we see potentially a commitment towards A side once again by the team of Accenture Norway. So far we've seen that quite a lot, and it hasn't worked out too well in their favor. So maybe also an idea for Accenture Norway to try and switch up strategies. As we see Bongo Bernd with the dreaded AWP. We've heard a lot about it from Steve in the chat, so let's see if Bongo Bernd can actually, well, make true what we've heard and defend the side solo. No, I'm kidding. Let's see what seems to be an execute by the team of Accenture Norway. Pushing their util, now trying to get onto the side. Will they be able to make the most of this one? As we see Fire Rush with a very nice angle. Bongo Bernd taking out Annual, but getting traded by Victor as Fire Rush takes out Fly So High, who now gets avenged by Wizardman. So not working too well in their favor. Diza Andy can get an initial dink on Victor, but lining up is Andy and ASMQ for Victor, who capitalizes on it as it's up to Yoshi Y to take out Magmanthe and Victor, and I'm not sure if they'll be able to do this one. Yoshi Y being the strongest player from the Chicken Chasers, but they are in the middle between two players, and with that, Accenture Norway making the most of their eco. And with that, also staying both alive in this matchup with their lead, not allowing the Chicken Chasers any chance to close the gap too far. But it's not over until the chickens sing. I know that's not the quote, but it's the more family-friendly quote. What should they sing? It's the final countdown. It's the chickens KFC theme song. Okay, I'm kidding.
Oh, yes. More chicken nuggets.
I mean, I'm waiting for the team member Colonel Sanders on the Chicken Chasers side. But let's see. As we see again the commitment to A side. I think Accenture Norway has taken my comments of them not working out too well on A side a bit too hard, and making sure to prove me wrong right here. For the record, they don't hear me right now, at least I don't think so. But still, just to highlight it as well. I see a very cautious approach, not trying to lose any team members through some unnecessary peeks and pushes. So trying to play it safe, play it careful, and I think that is what will work in the end for Accenture Norway, as the aggressive pushes never have worked out too well in their favor in this matchup so far. As they now have to face Bongobrand with that scout on long, but gets Pincer attacked by Fly So High, who can also take him out right here, and I think that the information that they need. But Fire Rush, Yoshi Y is actually coming from behind for Accenture Norway. The question is, can they capitalize on this placement? They can by taking out Victor, making sure the bomb is not planted, and can take out Wizardman before Andy will actually trades and secures now the bomb plant. As now Andy gets Annual and Fly So High out of the match, but the bomb is down, and McManthe knows where the chicken chasers are coming from and has the gun advantage, but a very quick push trying to go through. Can they win the duel? They can, but it was a close one actually. Very well played by Andy, trying to come back, but McManthe had the upper hand. As we only need 3 points for Accenture Norway to advance. That would mean, to highlight it once again as we're ending, closing in on the end of this round, of this matchup. If Accenture Norway wins, the Chicken Chasers are out completely. So the fan favorite then probably having to join us here in the chat, as they will, well, basically be out of the tournament as we are once again in the losers bracket. And a very nice shot by McManthe taking out ASMQ very early in the matchup. As we see another eco on the side of the Chicken Chasers. They're trying to go all out, I guess, to make sure that the eco is more comfortable for them, as Bongobrand can take out Fly So High, but Annual gets the trade respectively. Very unfortunate. And now can take out Fire Rush as well, as it's up to Yoshi and Andy to try and turn this one around in that eco. But I think it's safe to say that this eco round will be a win for Accenture Norway. The question is, will it be enough for the Chicken Chasers with this eco to be able to turn it around for, well, for their matchup against Accenture Norway and stay alive in this tournament? As Andy with that placement, always by the truck, making sure they get at least one kill, but Victor gets the trade against Andy. As up to Yoshi Y against 3 players, once again with the favored spot from Toilets. But an interesting strategy by Accenture Norway. They're not trying to plant on A side, what seems to be, but instead trying to go more towards B side, rotating all the way through, and getting the plant also on B side, as I think Wizardman trying to get off the fight off the stragglers, and can do it, getting them one step closer to that crucial match point, which will put a lot of pressure on the Chicken Chasers. I mean, there's anyways a lot of pressure already on them, but if they win this next round, the pressure is on for good, because then their economy is also not looking too good overall. Whereas the eco that I said before in, I think, round 11, or when it was 11 to 8 for, no, 11 to 9 for Accenture Norway, working very, very well in their favor, as ever since then they've been without a single loss. So a very well placed eco on the side of Accenture Norway to then close the bag, potentially for good in this case, as Fly So High wins the duel against Fire Rush, but gets traded by ASMQ, hiding in the trees in the back. And now can take out Annual as well. Let's see if they try to rethink their strategies and potentially going to a different direction, or if they will try to face ASMQ once again, which might not be the upper hand as well. But now long seems to be clear for them, at least for the short moment. As ASMQ, a very dangerous player here, but Wizardman might be able to get the drop on ASMQ right here, getting him out of the matchup, and they can, off the distraction from Victor and McManthe on long, being able to take out ASMQ. And now they rotate from 2 players onto A side, and that might be, and I think I'm reading this right, this is actually a fake. They put a lot of util onto A side and then rotated, and I think Yoshi Y along with the team now expecting that to happen, and therefore trying to turn the tides again. We have Heaven smoked off, so they have the upper hand potentially, as Wizardman can take out Yoshi here in APC. The second player, Andy, also being taken out, and that might be the match point for Accenture Norway, making sure they stay alive in this tournament, because if they win this round now for good, if Bongobrand can turn it around, the Chicken Chasers will have to win every single round in order to come back, as we see the backstab by Bongobrand against Wizardman, and now trying to win the duel against Victor, and he cannot, and that makes Accenture Norway score that one crucial match point against the Chicken Chasers, who will now have to win all 6 remaining rounds in order to somehow stay alive in this tournament. It's not looking good for the Chickens. They might all be on a one-way trip to KFC. Sorry to say it.
Don't worry, chickens, but you were delicious. I'm sorry.
So maybe the duel of Kate versus the Chicken Nuggets a deciding factor. The Oracle happening before that one.
We're like fighting here in the background. Yeah, I was just about to say that VCS won, so VCS is one further, playing against Datsuk next then. But
very nice. So I think we also have our next matchup on the horizon, which will be VCS versus Datsukniks, which we're gonna watch next. A very unfortunate molly happening here by the Wizard Man. As I also get, I think that seems to be a scout shot on Wizard Man as Flyside takes out Yoshi Y, an important player to take out early on. As the team of Accenture Norway getting the plant on B side, and now the pressure is on. They have to retake the site. If they don't, this is the end game for the Chicken Chasers. Flyside being able to trade as MQ right here, and both players now staying on ABC, trying to push to side. Bongo Baron taking out Annual and takes out Wizardman. Can they take out also Flyside and McMante? Can't get the drop, but can't quite execute it. Very unfortunate. Now being able to capitalize nonetheless. And Fly So High. It's now Fly So High versus Andy, and Fly So High keeps their team alive. That is it for Accenture Gaming Norway. As they move on into the second half, and respectively, we have to say thank you, but goodbye to the Chicken Chasers for a very nice matchup, but nonetheless, they are now, as it was part of the losers bracket, out of the match for good. Sorry, Chickens, but nonetheless, stay here and maybe see if the people who grilled you will then be, will be at least the ones who won the tournament. So stay here, stay tuned. Huh?
Who grilled too? I think I have another round of chicken nuggets now.
Wow.
No, but thanks a lot, guys, for playing. Keep it up. Practice for the winter tournament, and see you guys there.
Yep, and I have to say also, we see it here in the chat, and I also see some players, Diza Andy for example, in the chat. Very well done, a very nice close game, at least for the first half. So it was very interesting to see. So with that, thank you everybody from the Chicken Chasers for participating in this one. And well, it's not over. We'll still have more tournaments here. We hope to see you guys again. And we also hope to see you guys here in the chat to support other players as well. With that, maybe a bit of housekeeping as we're just waiting a little bit. Let me also put up some music in the background just to not make it so silent. As we now have coming up Datsukniks versus VCS, the promised match of VCS that I think a lot of people want to see in the chat. I mean, Datsukniks having proven their worth once again in this tournament so far with 2, well, dominant victories. But maybe let's take a quick look at the matches that VCS has had. I'll just take a look on the side as I'll just quickly jump to the bracket scene for you guys to see. And we have here already, you can see the team of VCS versus, that was VCS versus Clan from Sky with a 16-7 on Inferno. And similarly, let's look at their previous round win against the Chicken Chasers, which was a 16-0 all out against the Chicken Chasers. So a lot of potential for VCS to take it home against, well, against the team of Datsukniks, who are about to start, so I'll move into that one in a moment. And just to highlight again, we will see Team Vartica versus Accenture Norway in round 2 now, while also having Clan from Sky face off against SJYBT, I now know how to pronounce it, SJYBT Esport in the second loser bracket. So let's see who will be the potential person to face off the loser from the first best of 3 that we will have here.
By the way, Felix,
yes,
who do you think from the losers bracket in round 2, which teams will make it to round 3? What's your bet?
Which teams will make it to round 3? That is a good question. I think Accenture Norway is hungry. We've seen Team Vartica being very strong against the veteran noobs, but nonetheless, I think Accenture Norway, we've known them before in past tournaments, especially when they lose the initial round. They get even more hungry. They want to turn this around. They want to make sure to get there, to use their second chance for good. And I think with that, we will see Accenture Norway advancing in that one. At least my money's on them for the moment. When it comes to Clan from Sky versus SJYBT, I haven't seen Clan from Sky play too much, sadly. But with that one, I think it's an open game. I wouldn't be able to decide which one might win this one. I wouldn't have any upper hand for that one, at least. But what would you think?
I think Accenture Norway, they're hungry to win. You can tell. So I also think they will make it to the next round. But I think that SJYBT will make it further as well. I think it will be a matchup between Accenture Norway and SJYBT.
Which would definitely be an interesting matchup, and it will be also, to just highlight it, the last best of one. Not sure if we'll see it, as we'll see a first best of 3 right here, but that match, whoever wins in the 2 loser bracket rounds, that match of those 2 winners will be the last best of 1, because semifinals and finals are best of 3, so you get all the CS content here tonight for you guys. And
by the way, Felix,
yes,
thanks to Vivi, we have 2 kill records during the tournament so far. So Fly So High made 33 kills so far, and Duffman made 27, if I'm not wrong. I need to check it again.
Yeah, I think Fly So High now took the lead in that matchup.
Yes,
before it was Duffman, but now Fly So High. But the interesting part is those 2 players, Duffman and Fly So High, will now face off against each other, because Duffman is from Team Vartica. So let's see how it's going to happen, how it's going to go down between those 2 kill leaders. But once again, a quick point of housekeeping before we jump into it. Once again, the shout out to Master Blaster. Thank you for allowing us to use their platform. It's a very nice platform for tournaments, where basically I'd only have to take care of the stream. The tournament platform does all of the rest in the background. So that's just amazing, and I can only highlight it I cannot highlight it often enough, to be honest. And similarly, once again, the shout out to our respective channels. If you like what I'm doing, make sure to also check out my channel for some more content. Make sure to check out the other channels of Wabi or of other people that are usually streaming on this channel here as well. And of course, if you've already found us here via this tournament, make sure to stick around for other streams. We will have another stream on Sunday here on this channel as well with some Alien Isolation. So there's a lot more content happening here on this channel as well on a weekly basis. So if you're here, if you found us via the CS tournament, feel free to stay around for some extra content as well as time goes on.
And
but I
not
think,
only that,
yes,
if you want to play more with us, we regularly have our virtual game occasions. We play Counter-Strike regularly together, or League of Legends, whatever it is. Feel free to check out our Discord, where you will find all the latest news about our activities.
Yeah, definitely.
With that said,
with that said,
I'm so hyped for the games. I don't know why what's happening today.
I'm loading it up in the background as well already. So I'm loading it up right now to see where we are. If we're still in the warm up, we're gonna watch the first best of 3 between VCS, which I think, correct me if I'm wrong, dear fans of VCS in the chat, was the Voice Crack Squad, great name, against your favorite Datsuknix. So it's gonna be exciting to see.
By the way, VCS is a Finnish team.
VCS is a Finnish team. Ooh.
Yeah, majority of them are Finnish. I don't know if the entire team is Finnish. I assume so, but majority of them are Finnish.
Now here is the question: with Accenture Norway trying to come back in the losers bracket, will this be the time when we see? Because Accenture Norway has faced off against Datsuknix before. They are they're known rivals as well in our tournaments. And I know that especially Accenture Norway is hungry to finally, let's say, get one up on Datsuknix and win, let's say, an encounter against them. Because I think so far they had the lower hand against them. But assuming that happens, we would have the Scandinavian duel in the finale between the team from Finland and the team from Norway. That would be something.
That sounded quite eindeutig 2-eindeutig.
How?
Sometimes.
I mean, I'm known for that. I'm fully known for that.
And you know that I pick on it. These streams are dangerous.
I do too. I do too. I mean, it's something that you basically need to do. I mean, it wouldn't be fun without it.
Yes, we are actually missing Sweden, and I'm missing Kalle. I don't know where he is. And I'm also missing our French team, Majax. He actually wanted to come, but he didn't in the end.
Yeah.
I'm quite annoyed, but maybe both of them will make it during our winter tournament.
Yeah, I hope so as well, because I think for the winter tournament it's going to be very exciting. We're going to have a lot of interesting matchups there as well. A lot of teams that, well, are not to be underestimated, at least from what we can tell already. From, let's see, who are currently on the horizon for that. And yeah, I'd be excited to see that one.
Also, the Norway bashing Sweden already.
I was kind of
we'll
expecting
see.
that one.
We'll see next time.
I mean, I was already surprised because I have not seen a duck from Kaken in the chat at all. So I was expecting a duck in the chat. All right. I think maybe as we're still waiting for both teams to be ready, let's go for a short break. Let's have a 3-minute break while the teams are connecting. Team Datsuknix and Team VCS are still connecting onto the server. That would go into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3 minutes for you for some more CS content. See you there.
See ya.
Alright, and we are back once again. I will quickly mute it so you don't have the double. So no, I won't mute Kate, don't worry. I just have two audio sources for the game, so I don't want you to hear the game double. As we are now in the first best of 3 game of VCS versus Datsukne, and VCS already having the first round win. As we see another eco on the side of Datsuknix, and now VCS of course trying to take care of that those early round wins, getting those early points in. So yeah, definitely an exciting point to see Datsuknix early on in a bit of a peril, let's put it this way. But let's see if that will go beyond the eco rounds, or if we now have the first closer matchup. I mean, Accenture Norway versus the Chicken Chasers already gave us a closer matchup. Let's see if VCS versus Datsuknix will have the same. As we see, I think that one might be a round win for VCS. Yes, there we see it. Kainulainen, I'm hoping I pronounced that right, being able to take care of it. As we have Kainulainen, Morwena, Jansa, Latexi, and Dike on the side of VCS. On Datsuknix, we still have the team of Radlo, Shoot At Me, Lerox, Grave, and Cine from before that we already know and love. So now having the full buy on the side of Datsuknix, whereas VCS still sticking to the weapons that they had from the round mostly, with just a few people buying the weapons back that they've lost. Let's see if they actually get the upper hand on this one. As Kainulainen with that Uzi can take out 2 players once again before Lerox gets the trade. As Morena gets taken out by Cine, but Latexi can take out Lerox to open up B side for the respective team. And Jansa staying behind, getting Radlo, who tried to go from under, as it's up to Grave to retake the side. And that might just be the early 3-point lead for VCS right here. A very unusual position for the team of Datsuknix to be in. As a very careful positioning for the Grave, taking out DK right here. But of course with that, the position being known, pushing through the Molly, which is something I didn't expect as he gets Latexi from the backside. Now Mollying might just take it, actually doesn't, and can take out Jansa. What a performance by Grave right here. And has enough time to defuse the bomb as well in the process. So very well done. Welcome to the clutch. As a nice emote for that one as well. Or a nice spray, sorry. And with that, getting Datsuknix on the board with the first point. A very nice way to return the favor on VCS. So very well played by Grave right here. Let's see if that one can turn around, as we now have the full buy on both sides. Except for DK right now.
One is still sleeping a little bit. I think it's a bit too boring for him.
One's still sleeping? Who's still sleeping?
Radlo was AFK for a bit.
Ah, I see. But this time, Datsuknix stomping the push through Banana right here, pushing very aggressively and working out well in their favor. We've seen these aggressive plays already on the Ancient against others, and tying the score completely. This one only in 27 seconds. And immediately the pause from Kainulainen, maybe trying to rethink strategies as what they had before. Didn't quite work out in their favor, or backfired, let's say, a little bit for the moment. So let's see if VCS can find a new strategy to turn this one around and potentially close the gap, or extend their lead once again by a few points. So far, a very close early matchup. I'm excited to see more of it. And keep in mind, even if any of the teams, as we're now in best of 3, I have to mention that one quickly. As we're in the best of 3, even if VCS or Datsuknix loses this first match, we will still have a second and third match coming up afterwards. Well, a second match for sure, guaranteed. And if we then have a tie, we will then go into a third point as well. So nothing is lost for any team member in this first round. But of course, if you lose this first match, the pressure is on your team. As Shoot At Me takes out Kainulainen, DK, and Latexi, as Radlo can take out Morwena here. And an outright devastating performance by Datsuknix, taking out the entire team in less than, I think, like 10 seconds here after the initial engage. So Datsuknix making sure to leave their mark. And I guess, similarly to how we've seen it before, needing to wake up just a little bit at the start as always. But let's see how VCS can strategize from it and being able to capitalize on the situation, making sure to turn this one around, not letting Datsukniks get too far ahead of themselves. As we have a full buy on both teams and a lot of util, as always, on Banana. This time actually shoot at me with a very nice positioning. Can get the drop on Latexi, but getting traded by Morwenna in the process. As Cine with the spray through the smoke, getting Kainu line, and very unfortunate for them. But of course a very nice smoke here as DK gets Grave, who pushed through the smoke, getting their weapon as well in the process. Of course being perhaps a bit more well-versed when it comes to the AK. And let's see, evening out the score a little bit as Radlo can take out Morwenna, but Jansa takes out Lerox here right there in mid. And Radlo being very, very low. So currently a bit of an advantage on the side of VCS if they can make the most of it, as they seem to be committing to B side very slowly. And the team of Tatsukniks is separated, but we know Cine is a strong player, so they first have to get past them on B side and then have to defend from an oncoming Radlo, who will try to retake the side. Both not too easy tasks. We see CT being smoked off from a potential rotate. That, of course, information immediately relayed to Radlo, and now time is of the essence as DK gets taken out by Cine. But the trade from Jansa, as it's up to Jansa versus Radlo. Can Jansa defend the bomb planted and tie the score up again? Or will Radlo be able, with 5 HP, to retake the site? As Jansa now hiding in dark, trying to get the drop on Radlo, and especially limiting any oncoming factors that they might have. And here faking the defuse, expecting them to be near the church, but actually not seeing them right behind them. Now trying to stick it, but Jansa very cautiously playing, getting the bomb diffuser down and tying up the score once again. That was a close one.
Seems to be a balanced match.
For the moment, but you know, commentators curse. We've said this before. I'm cautious with those statements.
They have 3 orbs. I mean, are they insane now or what?
I want them to be all stacked on mid. No, I'm kidding. I want a tower of ops. I think we'll see the duel in mid. Now we don't actually. Cine with the op on Banana. We've seen that one in past tournaments. A very dangerous combination. But can only get kind of lined out of the match before now having to retreat back just a little bit. As Morwenna wins the duel in apps against Shoot At Me. Evening out the score a bit. And Cine only being able to take out kind of line, and so far maybe I've expected something a bit too more. But it's not over just yet.
Will Radlo notice it, that they might be coming from balcony? Yeah, okay, he's moving now.
I think for the moment they both have pressure on both sides, so not yet decisive, but a very nice op shot getting DK out of the matchup. And that might trigger the rotate. Yeah, it does for the respective team, but that of course being an issue for them, as now they have Cine and Grave coming from the back, taking them out, as we see it right here, Jansa, and even going to second mid and potentially trying to storm apps.
Oh, with the timing on balcony!
Ah.
Oh, will he get backstab now?
I think they just missed each other, but I think Morwenna, I think it's not Morwenna, it's Latexi trying to be cautious, as now Morwenna being taken out, and that of course very scary information for Latexi, who now knows that there's another player, but can take out Grave at least. The second player from behind also being very low, but Radlo pushing through, taking out Latexi, and getting them in a 1-point lead once again. As we see,
3-op strategy worked out.
it seemed to be the case for the moment. As we see 2 ops now, Grave now no longer joining the op squad, and an eco on VCS side. Let's see what they'll make out of this one. As we see also fans from Cine right here in the chat, and a very unfortunate point for Latexi getting taken out by the nades, by the util. As now the question is, will they push to any side? I mean, they have to stay as one cohesive unit if they want to have a shot in this eco. As Jansa with a very nice deagle shot, taking out Grave all the way on top of mid. And now the duel of Radlo against, I didn't quite see who it was. I think it was Jansa between balcony, and now getting another shot. Very dangerous positioning for Kainulainen, and you see Cine just waiting here waiting for that person from A-Ramp from T-Ramp trying to push on through with their op. As Shoot At Me can take out DK and might potentially win the duel. He does against Morwena as Trigger now City pulls the trigger now on Jansa and on Kainulainen, getting the 2-point lead for that Suknix. And see, we see another eco on VCS side. So trying to save up some money to hopefully start a comeback then at a later point in time. But we know it that Suknix, once they have a lead, they rarely give it out of their hand. And that, of course, being a crucial factor that will play into this matchup. As Kainulainen just peeking out and getting immediately killed by Cine. As now Jansa also getting a shot from Cine as well. Not trying to take too many risks here, but that arm was too far out as Latexi gets taken up by Cine as well, and Jansa as well. Cine cleaning house on Banana, as it is up to Morwena against Radlow, who doesn't win the duel, and securing the 3-point lead for Datsuknix early on in this matchup. As we're approaching the end of the first third, and so far Datsuknix, after some initial starting issues, now having the upper hand in this matchup. In, again to mention it, the first semi-final that we will see here tonight. Cine with the op shot, taking care of DK right here. Not faced by the U-turn. Radler with the double kill outside of Apps. A good idea to try and push as a unit, but Radler with the 2 quick headshots, stomping them in their path with another quick, with another quick win.
What is happening to Larox? Only 2 kills.
I guess Larox once again spilled coffee over his keyboard and now needs to exchange it once again.
That explains the technical timeout.
Exactly. Typical consultant issues. We always have coffee and that's always the issue. And Morena now taking out Grave, as we see 2 people with... it's actually, they retake the weapon, so I guess 2 people with not that many weapons. But Radler with the drop on the entire team of VCS. Can't quite see Morena, but the damage is done. 3 players being taken out already, and Larox now just waiting with that op right here. And now takes out DK as well. I think he heard you right there. And now doubling his kill score from before. And now with the 5-point lead, that's Suknix trying to rush away, leaving VCS a bit in the dust on this one. But again, for all the VCS fans in the chat, this is not over. We know that Suknix is very comfortable on Inferno. We also have to mention that. And there still is time, since this is a best of 3, so they still have a second chance of trying to come back. Engage here on mid, the scout versus the op being lost by DK, and Larox taking out Kainulainen as well. Can he take out Latexi as well in the secondary duel? Now trying to retreat from it, but Shoot At Me now taking out Latexi in the process, but through the wood! Jansa taking out Cine with that deagle shot, a very nice shot, potentially opening up the door for a push towards Banana, but they're being swarmed by the team of Datsuknix, but since they're stepping, that might be the upper hand they need. Shoot At Me takes out Jansa. Morena can't capitalize on the information of Grave, and with that, their position is known, and now the players of Datsuknix swarming to get them. Can't take out Shoot At Me, and the 2 remaining players only having 2 HP. They only have to look at them in a wrong way, and both Grave and Larox will fall over. Will they make it happen? Will they clutch it up? Or will Datsuknix take home another win? And, as I said it, Datsuknix with a nice placement. I mean, Morena had to choose one side to go out on. One side was Larox, the other side was Grave, and Grave holding the angle down, making sure to defeat the remaining player of VCS, securing that another point, getting them one step closer to the double digits.
You should bind this somehow.
I will. Who says that I don't? What kind of English was that? Who says that I doesn't? Oh, jeez. It's already that time of the year. Jesus Christ.
It's time for the coffee club.
Well, I already have pizza here. I need coffee in the next break, for sure. I need to get some coffee. As you see, the team with that Suknix having only one player defending B, a very rare sight. But Cine can take that one alone. They've proven it in the past. As we have the 4 stack on A. Now Radlow getting boosted by Grave and getting traded, unfortunately, by the taxi. But Grave trying to capitalize on it. Jansa with the trade, getting both Grave and Shoot At Me out of the game. And that might be the opening door that they need to somehow get a foothold back in this matchup and securing another win for the team of VCS. Let's see if they can make it happen.
To the 2 oppers. What will they do?
The 2 oppers versus an op and 2 AKs. As Lerox on a box, trying to defend the side. Very nice placement. So far not being seen by Dika. And then waiting for him to turn around to get shot in the face. That's funny to look at. As Cine now joining Lerox on A, taking out Jansa. As we have the dual kind of line versus Cine. Who will take it home? A nice nade might be the upper hand that they need, and they do off the nade, getting the kill on Cine. As I'm getting some hiccups, I apologize. And getting another foothold for VCS in this matchup.
Felix, we have an issue. Apparently I'm too quiet.
I don't know why, because I already ramped you up almost to the max that I have. So maybe you can change something in your settings as well. I'll ramp you up just a little bit more. But that is about the most I can do. So I hope that will be enough now in the chat, because otherwise I can't change it.
I just need to shout more. It will come soon.
Yeah. As we have the duel of Radlow taking out the taxi, but getting traded by Rowena here in apps. As Lerox and Radlow already being taken out of the match early on, as I was trying to fix some technical difficulties. As we now have what seems to be not yet a truly committed side for the moment. B is clear for the moment. Let's see if the team of VCS will actually push towards that side, or if instead they will stick to A. As Jansa takes out Grave, it's an important kill right here, as we have Cine and Shoot At Me trying to defend A side. And that might be the commitment to A side, not knowing that the players from B have already rotated over and are waiting for them. Smoking off long right here, but Cine takes out Jansa right here. And Cine and Shoot At Me both with the pincer attack, being able to take them out and getting into the double digits for real. Very well done. That seemed like an upper hand for VCS, but that Suknix turning it around really, really quick. Making sure to get the upper hand and getting one step closer to winning the first of the best of 3 here.
I have a feeling Cine is having his time of his life in this game.
I think so as well. I'm excited to see if similar performances we'll see. Oh my god, the nade kill on Jansa by Grave. Sorry to jump into that one real quick. I'll pick up the point that I have later on as well. As you see Grave now taking out Morwena as well. And Latexi. Could this be an ace for Grave? Not sure if they're going to let him. Radlow locking them one out. And now Cine taking out Dike. And that is the first half done with an 11-4. So far, again, another, well, sweeping performance by that Suknix. Let's see if VCS can somehow capitalize on it in the second half and take this one, turn this one around, or otherwise turn around the best of 3 in, well, another matchup. Because I think the maps I have to check are already known. So let's see if VCS already has their mind in the next game, saying, okay, this one is lost, but we still have 2 more games potentially to turn it around, and now trying to use that one for Serapand in the pistol round. As we see, well, so far the push towards A side as Radlow and Shoot At Me taking out most of the team from VCS, securing that pistol round potentially for themselves as well. They will get the plant, as I think DK is trying to see how to rotate back and capitalize on the situation, trying to make sure to get any sort of foothold for his team back in this matchup. But I think this round being lost will lead to another eco for VCS, and then turning this one around for good is their last chance, I think, because if that Suknix wins 2 more rounds and is at the 14 points, I think they won't let this one get out of their hands.
By the way, Felix,
Yes.
shall we ask the chat if after this match here, if we should switch back to the losers bracket and watch a game there?
Well, after this match, we only have the choice to jump into the losers bracket, but from the 2 running matches, we don't have anyone to pick from actually, so we only can jump to the losers bracket. And oh my god, the unfortunate team kill right here.
Oh, yeah.
They tried to do the Astralis strat, but Radlow taking out the team mostly by himself. And very unfortunate getting shot in the back here. So we will switch to the losers bracket afterwards. As Accenture Norway has won already, we will have the chance of seeing Accenture Norway against whoever loses this one. So yeah, I think we can switch either for this. We can stay here either for the second in the best of 3 series and just follow through with that one, or jump to the losers bracket. It's up to you guys. So let's see. As we see 4 people from that Suknix pushing towards A side. Once again, the very aggressive strategies when they're on T side so far working out very, very well in their favor. As Marwena now trying to get the kill on Grave, getting supported by Jansa from the back, making sure to defend their side. But Cine now with the drop on both Marwena and Jansa, securing the side for their team, allowing Radlow to potentially get the bomb plant right here, and then putting another point of pressure on the team of VCS. And looking at their economy, if VCS loses this one, where DK has to clutch this one up, if they lose this one, we will have potentially a deciding point right here, as they have to go for another Eco and would then have to basically win every single matchup in order to turn this one around. But let's see, DK now against Lerox. The 1v1, will he be able to take it home? Lerox with the nice placement can take him out, and that is the 14-4. We have the early GG by Cine in the chat. Let's see if they can bring it home, or if that is enough to trigger VCS, who I think will already be in the second game of the best of 3 right here. But that's at least just my thinking. I think they're already with the mind in the second game, looking how they can capitalize on it, how they can return from this initial blowout that they have right here. Because we know that Suknix is strong on Inferno, but we don't know yet where VCS is strong. And that one, I think, will be the deciding factor as well, as Grave from the boosted position can take out DK right here, opening up Banana potentially by himself, as Radlow takes out Latexi together with the remaining team pushing towards A side. Off the distraction from the push towards B side, and Shoot At Me and Lerox taking out both team members on A side, as now Kainolainen has to defend the bomb from 3 oncoming attackers, and Shoot At Me just takes that, and that is the match point for that Suknix in this matchup as well. And also good night, Flo. Thank you for joining in. Hopefully watch the VOD for the remaining games then as well. Just as a heads up, this will be available for I think 1 or 2 weeks on this Twitch channel as well, and soon on the YouTube as well. So if you want to rewatch the tournament or also past tournaments, make sure to look for there. We have 3 players on A, 2 players on B, a classic strategy for Team Datsuknix, not taking any risks on this one, not an aggressive, for Team VCS, not trying to take any risks here. As Jansa now takes out Cine early on in the matchup. And I think now I have to quickly fix the auto director again. One moment. There we go. As we see DK once again alone. The angle of the dead body. As you see now, Grave having the bomb, putting it to A side. Shoot At Me and Lerox now trying to hunt down the remaining player, and I think that's game for the first best of 3 as I was speaking it. Nothing is lost yet. The next map is Overpass. Probably, judging by the normal map picking rules, now the favorite map from VCS. Now the question is, we know that Suknix is also good on Overpass. Will VCS be able to turn this one around, or will this be the home field advantage for Suknix taking this one out for good, or taking this one home and being the first team to be in the finale. Now I got my words straight. Alright, I will quickly jump back into the host camera. Sorry. Live footage.
Thank you, Felix.
I should have warned you, I'll be honest. But we see now
Those were the chicken chasers.
I was about to say we see
we
see the remnants of the chicken chases right here. We're sorry. Leaked footage. But what I quickly wanted to do, which is why I jumped in here before we're looking for the loading time, is let's take a very, very quick look at the brackets. Just to quickly see where we are now. So looking a bit back, Team Vartica, after a really nice performance in round 1, having lost in round 2 of the winners bracket, and now also lost against Team Accenture Norway, leading to Accenture Norway being the first one to await round 3 of the losers bracket. As we're still waiting the players from Clan from Sky versus SJYBT Esports. And yes, what is it?
And I think I was wrong.
What do you mean?
It's currently 11-3 for Cloud from Sky. That will be a very difficult turnaround, I think.
It's 11-3 for Clan from Sky. Oh, that might be then Clan from Sky versus Accenture Norway, which is going to be an exciting match to look into. As you can see, that is the rematch from round 1. So potentially,
Yes.
Accenture Norway has previously lost against Clan from Sky. Will they be able to capitalize on the information that they had before and then turn this around against Clan from Sky in the round 3?
And this is exactly why I love these double eliminations, because sometimes the teams see each other again in the lower bracket.
Yeah. And I mean, especially one interesting point is if Clan from Sky wins, we see yet another rematch, because Clan from Sky versus VCS was the round 2 match. So potentially we have all the rematches lined up for us. And let's see if Clan from Sky has them learned. But let's see. We'll see that in a moment. But quick question, Kate. Are you still in Nugget mode, or can I quickly go back to... Can I quickly go back?
Always in Nugget mode.
Or can I go back to the host scene?
Yes.
Alrighty. Hello. As we're still waiting for the warm-up, but by the way, to quickly just highlight it, to not let you stand there alone, I am not joining the Nugget Club, but the Pizza Club, so...
Well, guys, we have kind of a streaming marathon, and before that we were working and didn't eat that much, so we got a little bit hungry to get the energy back.
Yes, and I mean, just looking at it, to be honest, we've already been streaming for 2.5 hours here, so this
And
has...
that's nothing.
Exactly.
Think back, AGL 1. We were streaming from 6 p.m. until 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, we had like streams that were like 8 hours in length in total, especially for League of Legends. That was like hell for them, I remember that.
Yes.
But what I'm like trying to emphasize with that is, in the time that we've already seen all these matchups, we've had 2.5 hours here, which is, for me personally, like next to nothing. It felt like nothing. It felt like this time just passed so quickly. So I'm excited to see how this tournament is going to go at the end of the day.
Felix, question. Will the tournament be over at around midnight, or do you think it will last until 1 a.m.?
I think we'll be done about around midnight, judging by the current pace we have, actually. I mean, we're already in the semifinals. One semifinals potentially being closed in the next matchup if Datsuknix wins. And I think with that,
So
we
guys,
have a decent
if it
chance.
takes longer, you can blame Datsuknix because they weren't rolling over.
Or you can blame the opposing team for not finding a better way against Datsuknix.
Yeah, exactly.
But, yeah. I also like that my hair has now straightened itself out a little bit over the course of casting. I don't know. Maybe casting does wonders for your hair.
Huh?
Yeah, my hair before, if you look at the start of the stream, it was like pointing in all sorts of directions, but now it's like flattened out a little bit. Some
Just
strands
admit
place
it,
here.
you're an antenna.
I am actually, very much so. I don't cast at all. It's like actually somebody typing into ChatGPT. It's like going via my hair directly into my brain, and I just speak it. That's all I do, basically. That's everything I do here.
You are an alien. We have proof. We have an alien here in our stream.
Oh dear God, yes we do. I mean, judging by the amount of time I spent on Twitch, I might as well be.
By the way, Felix.
Oh God,
when is
yes.
it your turn to participate at the tournament? I already did it. When is your turn?
Well, I'm usually the one who casts here, so I have the lucky way out of being able to cast here and act all tough, making fun of Lerox, while I know how I would fare against him in a 1v1, so yeah.
I felt it. I felt it.
I know. But yeah, I mean, maybe at some point in the future, if we have more casters as well, to quickly jump into such matchups as well. Potentially, who knows? But I see an interesting idea in the chat. If you guys want to see that, I will convince Fafta for a 1v1 stream. Fafta versus Lerox. Let's make that one happen.
Can Fafta have a guardian angel?
No.
Oh, shit.
Fafta has to prove his might against them. Alright.
Yeah. Then I think we should have that one, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, the matches are underway, so let's jump right back into the match. And
Bison coach.
PP Bison coach. Yeah, I mean that's the thing I haven't seen yet in these matchups. And if any of the teams are looking in, I think what they're missing as the upper hand is a Bison. As we see, the second match is underway. We have VCS on CT and Datsuknix on T side, and VCS again scored the first round win. Shades being thrown from the previous tournament, and a very nice boosted position by Latexi from the side, being able to take out most of the team from Datsuknix here, leaving it up to Cine to try and turn this one around, as it's now a 1v1 of Cine versus Morena, but Cine has the bomb and has the decision to go wherever they want to go, basically, and try to turn this one around. And you can see it with the stars above. The first round win of the best of 3 has gone to Datsuknix, with now with now us being in the second round of the best of 3, and of course that being the match point on the side of Datsuknix, as they are, well, if they win, moving into the finale. We're now waiting. Morena trying to be a bit cautious, similarly to Cine. I think Cine trying to make sure that nobody is on A side before planting the bomb now. Nobody can get the drop on them. Will be interesting to see what kind of position they go for. As Morena now, I would assume expecting that the plant will be on A side. And just in time getting the plant, the pressure is on for Morena to try and retake the side against Cine, who is hiding in the smoke, a very interesting position, and potentially can get the drop on Morena in that case. Morena with a flashbang now trying to push onto the site, and not winning the duel against Cine, tying the score right here. Very well done. And that potentially being a deciding factor for the opening round. As I think I'll make the game just a little bit louder for you guys so you can hear it all.
By the way, Felix, why aren't you wearing the jersey?
I can hear the judgmental voice.
No.
Because it is actually in the washing machine still. I've worn it in I think a previous stream. I didn't get a chance to wash it. So that's why it's in the washing machine. I wanted to get it cleaned before, but I didn't quite get the chance to fully do it. That's why.
Get a cleaning lady. You're streaming too much.
No. Alright. But as we're seeing, as we're approaching it, currently again the push onto A side. A side being taken, but the bomb still is all the way back at their start, so probably going for the full team kill to win this round, as it's up to Jansa to try and turn this match around for their respective team. But let's see if they can do it. Now having to face off against Radlow, most likely on long, as it will happen here. Trying to hold an angle, and actually getting the upper hand is Radlow, securing the lead for the team of that Suknix. My priorities are all messed up? I don't think so. The priority of streaming, of entertaining, is, I feel, as long as people enjoy it, as long as people are happy with it, not too much of an evil priority.
As long as you're still able to walk through your apartment, everything is okay.
I'm usually swimming through the clothes, but that's fine. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. You know, like Scrooge McDuck or Dagobert Duck, who swims in money, I swim in clothes, I guess. I see the entire team of that Suknix taking out, which seems to be most of the team players, even with a small team kill on VCS, just rolling over them in this matchup before he even got a chance to start casting this one.
Although Overpass is not the strongest map.
For Team That Suknix, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think with our tournaments, they've been forced enough times into having to play on.
That's so true. I
on
think
Overpass.
these should be their best side.
Yeah, definitely. I see the
Oh my
boosted
God.
position, not quite working too well. Can't capitalize on it right here. But let's see if the answer now can take out Cine as Keinerlein and takes that shoot at me in toilets. Very well done. But Radlow using that information off of those two kills to get the belated trade on Keinerlein. Lerox defending the side from the taxi, trying to push on. As the answer now pushing through long, having to face off against Lerox and can get the upper hand. As it's up to Radlow with 5 HP to try and turn this one around or allow VCS to move one step closer to tying the score again. I also want to quickly highlight the commitment of VCS having their own logo, actually. Not sure if they are an established team that plays more often, but definitely interesting to see their logo that they have as each team member has it for themselves. Very nice to see, for sure.
They're playing, or I'm not sure if they still do that often, but I think in the past they were playing quite regularly. So they didn't do the logo for this tournament, they already had it.
Ah, okay, perfect. But Jansa with the nice placement, taking out Grave and Radlow on long, and that of course halting a bit the aggressive approach from Team Datsuknix, but Cine now trying to trade for both their team members, taking out Keinerlein and Jansa on long, evening the score again a little bit. As Lerox gets the bomb, potentially trying to rotate to A side, but has to be careful from the opposing force coming from Connector, as I said, but getting traded from behind by Shoot At Me. Now the question is, how will they group together? Will Cine be the distraction on A, as Shoot At Me will try to actually plant on B side? I think they will, as they win the duel against DK and now actually go for the plant. Trying to be more cautious, not trying to have an early plant and getting dropped on by another team, as I don't know where the respective team member is coming from. But now having spotted them in ABC, that is crucial information, and I think also with Cine coming from the back, not even needed, as Shoot At Me secures this round win. And yes, Soliduho, we are talking about the Eccentric Gaming jersey. So if you need more information on those, feel free to talk to Kate, and she can let you know. As we see now with the strategies on A not working out too well, we have 3 players now defending A side for VCS. 2 players only. Oh, yeah, 2 players only on B side for VCS. As Radlow gets the entry frag and Shoot At Me, Morona can't capitalize on a very good positioning. Now Cine making sure that the rotators from A can't get the drop on their team, as Jansa now in short trying to take out the team, taking 2 players out before getting traded by Cine, as it's up to DK once again, a reoccurring theme, to try and retake the site, as Radlow I think will now grab the bomb to go for a plant, and putting a lot of pressure on DK, who doesn't have anything to lose, but before the plant actually happens, Shoot At Me already closes it off. Commentator's curse, striking once again.
I think Clan from Sky will be playing against Accenture Norway.
Ooh, so the rematch is on in the losers bracket. Interesting to see. As we see a pretty aggressive positioning from the team of Datsukniks, working in their favor as Radlow gets taken out but gets traded for both players by Grave. And now Lerox getting the drop on both players in toilets. Their positioning now being known as they've had that position, I think, for the last 3-4 rounds. And now Lerox finding the strategy to take over this positioning as Grave takes out Morwena, who's trying to look for stragglers. And with that, securing a 4-point lead early on in this matchup before we even get to the first third of this matchup. And now the pressure is on VCS, because if they cannot turn this match around, they will have the issue of having to somehow, if they can't turn this match around, they will be out. So if they can't turn it around before halftime, they have to do one hell of a comeback in the second half, as we have a very nice kill from Radlow taking out Lataxi on short. Grave now with the duel in connector. So far being a bit more cautious, as Lerox now not finding Kainulainen and Jansa in their favorable spot. So again, a learning point from VCS, immediately seeing what went wrong in the past round and capitalizing on that information. As Radlow has B side cleared and the remaining team members have A side cleared as well. And Kainulainen now getting the drop on Shoot At Me, but Grave with that information takes out Kainulainen, extending the lead once again. We see now different strategies. Cine alone on the push towards A side, whereas the remaining team has an aggressive strategy going towards B. Radlow with the trade on Morwena, as Lerox now trying to push through, getting a lot of damage through the smoke, but actually Radlow being able to get the bomb plant down early. And let's see if they can also defend the side, or if VCS will be able to successfully perform the retake. He's trying to spray through the smoke, nobody home for Grave, only getting a bit of tick damage here. As Cine now gets the drop on Kainulainen, unfortunate for them. Jansa now trying to go from ABC, can get the drop on Grave. Trying to win the duel against Lerox, but I think they're running out of time, as now Cine also joining the fray and takes out both of them as they line up for him. Very unfortunate for VCS, lining up behind each other, and Cine getting the shot immediately, taking out both players, securing another point. Very unfortunate placement from VCS. But that, of course, immediately punished by Datsukniks. See, once again, switching up a bit the strategies, a bit more distributed. But I think with the aggressive pushes so far that Datsukniks has done, working very well in their favor. Shoot At Me now taking out Jansa and Lerox, getting the drop on DK, opening the path on long. Shoot At Me also winning the duel in connector. And I think now it's safe to say that they will push on long, and they might not on A, and might not even have to get a bomb plant down, as Morwena now might get the drop on Lerox. But they'd have to go through all players, basically acing against Datsukniks if they want to win against this matchup. And Cine now avenging their friend and securing the 1 point. Getting them closer to something I will say if they reach it. It's only 1 point away, what I'm trying to say. What it is, you'll hear it in a moment. As we see the economy of VCS looking very, very bad. This round has to go well for VCS, else we will see an eco in the coming rounds. As Radlo takes out the taxi from short, trying to open up B side for them. We see the rotate immediately from VCS players, expecting a push on A side. Whereas Cine now trying to catch them on the rotate, getting Jansa out of the game. Kainulainen now being able to take out Radlo. But Lerox hearing the steps from Morwenna and winning the duel here in as they try to rotate from heaven towards ABC. It's now up to DK and Kainulainen to try and take it home, turning this one around, keeping their team alive. Shoot at me, taking out Kainulainen in this matchup, and now they have the bomb plant down as it's up to DK with an AWP, strong weapon, but still with an AWP, having to retake the site or saving the AWP. But the economy from VCS looking very bad, and now even losing the AWP with a no-scope from Shoot At Me. I mean, a close quarters no-scope, but still. And therefore, having to probably go for an eco in this round. To then, well, turn the tides, and that leaves Datsukniks, I said it before, but now I'll say it again, in the double digits, as always.
VCS, we are bored already. You need to step up the game.
Ouch.
Oh, sorry
Shade.
for being silent, but I was taking care of some jersey requests.
You took care of some nuggets. I know. That's fine, that's fine. Alright. So I'm now winning the duel against Jansa near toilets. DK being able to take out both Radlo and Grave near water. But Shoot At Me avenging their friend immediately, leaving the numbers advantage once again on the side of Team Datsukniks. And I know they want to close this back early, so they have some downtime as well. But to the finale, being able to analyze the gameplay of other teams, being able to capitalize on the information that they see in the losers bracket. Lerox winning the duel against Morwenna, getting the drop on them. I think they didn't expect anybody to be home here. Shoot At Me now being able to push onto A side, putting the bomb down, and now the pressure is on Kainulainen to retake the side. Being able to take out Cine, winning the duel against Lerox again, turning the tides potentially for them. As it's now the 1v1 of Shoot At Me versus Kainulainen, looking also in the wrong direction for the moment. Let's see if Kainulainen can retake the site. The door is open, but Shoot At Me with a very nice placement, taking care of Bank. Noticing that the player wasn't coming from B from that side, therefore expecting them to be in Bank at this point, and that expectation worked out well, securing another point. As you see now, 3 players on A side, 2 players trying to defend B side for Team VCS. Maybe trying to re-strategize a bit in terms of their defense. So far not working too well against the team of Datsukniks, as Radlo gets basically clearing the site by themselves on B, as I tried to say, getting the opening kill.
They're on the way to get the bomb, bringing it to B.
Yeah, bring it to B or A. They once again have security of both sides. Basically being the getting some troll kills as well here on Grave in this case. And basically just turning a bit the tides around. We've seen this a lot, that while VCS is on the CT side, I think the team that spends more time on their sides is actually Datsukniks, so so far not working with their strategies, as Radlo now takes out Morwenna, making them lose that AWP, I think, which is what they had. And not allowing them to save it, as we're approaching the end of the first half with once again another dominant performance. And if we don't see a miracle, Kate, I think we might have our first finale participant right here.
Surprise! No, played. Very well played from them.
Yeah, but let's see. If VCS can turn it around, we can still hope for a miracle. But they have to step up their game, especially on T side otherwise. As Jansa takes out rather than Lerox, Latexi taking out Grave. Shoot At Me being able to take out Kainulainen, trying not to spray through the smoke, nobody home to greet them. As they're now trying to return a bit the favor, rotating over to A side. They still have the bomb in the back, which is now guarded by Shoot At Me. Wait, Shoot At Me has the bomb. Sorry, I'm dumb. Mixed up the teams in the moment. As it's now up to Shoot At Me to take this one home. Getting some crucial information that DK did miss them here as they tried to shoot them in the back. Whereas potentially they can now try to get the drop on them. Hearing those steps from Morwenna and Jansa. But Morwenna now getting the drop on Shoot At Me, being able to at least get one final round win before the round split, which you can see it here. I can't even count how many rounds in a row. 9 rounds, sorry, I can easily count it. 9 rounds in a row by Team Datsuknix, and I think that might be the deciding factor. Unless the team of VCS pulls out some sort of miracle, but since we're in the winner's bracket, VCS has a chance at revenge against Datsuknix later on.
So, if you want to know, Accenture Norway is playing against Clan from Sky right now on Nuke.
Oh dear God.
A map we haven't seen so far today.
Yeah, definitely. And a map that I have mixed feelings towards.
Why?
I always do. Now Grave trying to go for the knife, Cine not allowing him to do it, and you can see immediately the revenge from Grave on Cine for not allowing him to try the knife. The team of Datsuknix having a bit of fun with trolling here. Definitely interesting to see. Once we're done with this match, we'll definitely see the nuke match of Accenture Norway versus Clan from Sky. But let's first see the ending of this match unfold. As the door is still open, Lerox and Shoot At Me now taking care of basically virtually the entire team of VCS. Only Jansa left standing. They have the bomb at least, but they have to go through 4 players of Datsuknix in order to stop them. And Lerox now closing the gap before anything else happens, making sure that Datsuknix is 1 step away from the match point, and with that 2 points away from taking this one home and being our first finalist for this AGC Summer CSGO tournament. Sadly not at a beach location. As you see, a very aggressive CT strategy for Team Datsuknix. Trying to close the bag as fast as possible. Taking out the answer right here, but DK Morwenna and Latexi being able to capitalize on the situation. Taking out most of the players of VCS as it's up to Radlo to turn this one around against 2 players. Very separate from each other, so he can take them in 1v1s. But has to win 2 duels in order to win this one and get the match point for Team Datsuknix. Let's see if they can bring it home, or if otherwise the team of VCS will be able to get the upper hand as they regroup now on A side, so the chance for 2 duels being over. But Radlo has nothing to lose, can potentially also save the weapon if needed. And now actually going all the way through B and actually having the position no Morwenna with the information and can get the sideline off the distraction from Kainulainen to get 1 more point for VCS. And of course every point at this case important, because as long as Datsuknix is not on the 15th point, technically VCS can still win straight away. If Datsuknix gets the 15th point, they can only tie and have to go into overtime. See Jansa taking out Lerox early on in party. Kainulainen and Latexi. Team VCS stepping up their game. As I think it was an eco from Team Datsuknix. Oh well, if I look at the economy it can't be, sorry. But Shoot At Me and Cine trying to turn this one around nonetheless for their respective team. As now Kainulainen and Morwenna trying to regroup at the bomb, trying to see which opening they can take. Shoot At Me being very low, but nonetheless A player not to be underestimated, as all it takes is one headshot and you're done.
But
Now,
Zinni,
both of them, actually the entire team of Datsukniks, to be honest.
yeah, that's true.
Now Cine being forced to push out, but expecting someone can't quite get the drop on Morwenna. Unfortunately missing a couple of shots here, but now being able to take them out as it's up to Kainolainen and Taxi to defend the side from both players from Datsukniks, who are both very low. And Latexi might take this one home. Takes out Cine right here. Can they take out Shoot At Me as well? They can. Securing the second point in a row. Is that the comeback time? Is Datsukniks dwindling? Too high on their horse, too high and mighty. Now the return from VCS, who knows? Stay tuned to see it.
Unless that Datsukniks is not trolling too much.
Well, maybe Lerox went with a few cups of
comeback.
coffee to his teammates as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And now they're playing on Wii Mario Kart controllers. As Jansa taking out 3 players so far of the opposing team, but gets a drop on from Lerox. That might become an ace for Jansa right here.
What's he doing there in the corner? Was hiding there.
I think they were going for an eco, which is why they were hiding there and trying to at least get a drop on them, getting a few kills, but a clear-cut chase from VCS using that eco to get one more point in. But now, of course, with that eco, allowing Datsukniks to get some more decent weapons and potentially securing the ending point or the match point for this encounter right here. Let's see. Larry's potentially having to watch out for his behind as someone is in playground and potentially could get the drop on him, but he's trying to push all the way through to get to T-spawn and potentially getting the drop on the respective players, as both Kainolainen and Latexi already being taken out initially, and Morwenna being taken out by Lerox from the very cautious play who was in T-spawn right here. Shoot At Me now seeing Cine being taken out by DK and using that information as DK was expecting someone to come from behind. Hearing the steps from the remaining team members of Datsukniks, as Jansa cannot capitalize on the situation, and with that, the team Datsukniks has the match point and has the chance to take this one home for good. A full buy on both sides. That is potential last round right here. See one op on the side of VCS. Lerox being able to take out both Jansa and Morwenna near playgrounds right here. As Shoot At Me winning the duel against Atexi here as Cine taking out Kainolainen in connector, and now it's up to Deacon. I think that is the deciding point. And there we have our first finalist of the AGC Summer Tournament, which is the team of, I'm going back to the host scene, yes. Which is the team of Datsukniks. Whereas VCS, for everyone who's a fan, still has nothing lost. They can still come back, but they have to go into the losers bracket now and have to win against the winner from Clan from Sky versus Accenture Norway. So let's see.
But we need to say one thing. ECS is the first team of today that won the most rounds against Datsukniks.
Oh, so you're keeping track on your side,
So, like, congratulations.
Yeah, very nice.
I
So,
mean, this is so sad. Guys, community, come on, practice now every day, and in the winter tournament, you will give them some backfire.
Yeah.
Can we agree on that?
that will be the theme of you just gave me the entire storyline of how to promote this entire event.
Yeah,
That will be the
let's
theme
go.
of winter. Who can take on the team of Datsukniks? I want to see someone dethrone them for good. I mean, we shouldn't call it off before the day is over. We still have the chance of people winning. They are in the finale. But Accenture Norway, team Clan from Sky, and VCS all have a chance to come back and dethrone them in this matchup overall. But it's going to be difficult, I'll be honest. I'm not trying to sound too optimistic here, I'll be honest. But let's see. As I think we can jump into the matchup between Team Accenture Norway and Clan from Sky. So let me just quickly jump over to that.
Wait, no. Before we jump over.
Are you gonna interview your Larox?
No. Chat, it's gonna, like, we are still streaming for a while and I need some energy and some sugar. What shall I order? Shall I order some gummy bears? Shall I order cookies? Shall I just order Coke? The Coca-Cola? What shall I order?
Well, I still need coffee for the moment. I'm for cola, actually. That's what I do for the moment. Ice cream. I think at ice cream you're gonna be tired after that one. Not gonna lie. Hot water.
Plain
Aw.
rice, Fafta. Let's go. There's an inside joke between me and Fafta about plain rice.
Okay.
Cookies.
Alright, let me quickly... Team Plain Rice. Yeah, that should be your team name for the team that will take care of Team Datsuknix. I want to see that happen, Fafta. Everyday training from now on. But yeah, I definitely have to get some sleep, I realize. I have some eye rings here.
You're just getting old.
Yeah, that too. I'm getting way too old for my own good. Alright, but let's see how the teams of Accenture Norway versus Clan from Sky are looking. What do you expect? Don't cheat. What do you think are we looking at right now from a score?
Are you asking me
Yes.
or the chat?
I'm asking you.
I swear to God, I haven't checked it right now. When I looked at it, it was 0-0, so they just started.
I can tell you that one. We're 6 rounds
4-2?
in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. 4-2? For
Well.
Norway?
It's actually 3-3.
Oh,
So it's actually
cool.
quite close in this case. Wait, let me
Then
quick.
I think it's time to jump to that match.
Yeah, let me quickly jump back for one quick moment as I turn off the music. And now let's jump into the match for good. There we go. As we're now seeing Nuke for the first time at all. And yeah.
And yeah, your most loved map.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I
But
already...
now tell us, Felix, why don't you like that map so
Well, from a
much?
casting perspective, the reason why, and I can tell you that right away, the reason why is a lot of my casting for scenes that I don't see, encounters that I don't see, relies on the map. Now look at this map. It's all in one damn spot. How should I know where they are? Like, if I look only at the map, like, other maps are so much more comfortable if you look at that. Which is why, at least from a casting perspective, Nuke is a bit of a nightmare for me. But it's fine. We'll manage. As you see, both teams, we've seen them before. Clan from Sky having the upper hand just slightly. But let's see if Clan from Sky can actually capitalize on this 1 point lead extended for a while and hopefully, well, go for their rematch. They still have a score to settle with VCS. Or if Accenture Norway will make the Scandinavian duel happen. We'll see. We'll see it in a moment.
That would be cool, actually.
And I think both matches have a nice story to tell, so I'm excited to see both of them. Nonetheless, they first have to try and get the upper hand. As we see the remaining two players, Niels and Troll, trying to get, I think, to B side. Being very cautious as the team of Accenture Norway mostly on A side. One player here defending B side here with Victor. Now having the information known, that being translated directly to respective team members as well, as he can take out Niels. But Annual now trying to get the Troll from Bridge as well, and can take him. The plan's still done, but nonetheless, well, we'll see another tie for the team of Accenture Norway. I see the message. The clan from Sky is from Denmark, so the Scandinavian duel is already underway, and the second one, round 2, will then happen in the semifinals of the losers bracket. And now having it tied up, one eco on the side of clan from Sky after this loss. Whereas for Accenture Norway, being able to go for the full buy, let's see if they can capitalize on it, or if we can have the upset win from Clan from Sky in their eco, as Victor takes out both Raccoon and Soupless, but gets traded by Troll, who then gets traded by Annual, who also takes out Goat. As up to Mantha to try and take out Niels here, and they do, getting the lead for Accenture Norway in this matchup, or retaking the lead for them. This is a close one. This might be a potential candidate for an overtime. We'll see. We'll see.
Overtime. For real. That's your prediction.
Well, looking at how it's currently unfolding, I think so. I think we'll see an overtime here.
I think it's gonna be a very close game. 16-15.
16-15 doesn't work.
Sorry, I'm telling you, I need some coffee stuff.
Yeah, I was actually about to go make some coffee actually.
I mean, go ahead. Make some coffee.
All right, then I would quickly hand over the casting to you, Kate. You can see everything here, and I will be back in a moment
Guys,
with a fresh cup of coffee.
I'm definitely not a competitor to Felix. And there goes the next winning round to Accenture Norway. I still believe Felix is wrong with his overtime. I think it's going to be a very close match. But let's see. But also to you, chat, let us know. Who do you think is winning the lower bracket? And who do you think will win the final of this tournament? So let us know in the chat and we'll see who's right in the end. Entry at ramp. Storming down to B side now, but the bomb is still a little bit behind. Coming now, bomb plant on B side. Can they defend it? They can. 5 versus 2. One more down at ramp. Flies trying to sneak up. In vent. Made one kill. But of course, saving now. Waiting for the next round. Very close game. Very balanced teams, I would say. But Accenture Norway is hungry for the win. They want to come back to the grand finals and play against the Tsukniks. As I said, they often enough played on B2B tournaments for Accenture. They don't want to give that away so easily. Going down secret to B, trying to get the bomb plant on B, but Fly So High already waiting for them. Will the nade kill somebody? No. But there is Wizardman. Goat from garden sneaking up, but Couldn't find anyone there, but he knows. He knows. And gets the kill. 1v2, he's rushing up to A side, trying to get the bomb plant there. Now the question is, will he be able to defend the side alone? Let's see. Someone having issues to get out from vent. And he makes it! 1v2. That brings them back to a tie at the moment. 6-6. So let's see how it continues. It's a very close match. Maybe Felix is right in the end and it's gonna be an overtime. But still, I don't think so. Back to the next round. See what Clan for Sky decides to do. Now they're trying to get a peek on ramp probably. And trying to push up ramp. And they're about to have the entry. Yes, the first two are down. Fly so high, still expecting somebody to come from heaven, but that's not the case. They want to go down to B. But one is still outside trying to flank. Trying to do. And there goes down Wizardman. What is Fly so high doing now? Will he make another kill? Nope. Clan from Sky. Having a stronger round there. Getting now into the lead of this game.
I'm back.
Ooh.
I'm back with coffee, with energy, with everything. The full caffeine bomb. No, I'm kidding.
Quickly take over until our viewers are falling asleep here.
All right. I'm back here. I see we're still in a tied up match. Clan from Sky now having the lead from that last matchup. Forcing Accenture Norway into an eco. But let's see if Accenture Norway can capitalize still on that one. Maybe by a good strategy of sticking together. Or if Clan from Sky can extend the lead by 1 point, which I think is the first time that we'll see a team having a 2-point lead. Troll now winning the duel against Victor, and I think the push is clear to go towards A side. With Raccoon also from the outside trying to push towards Wizardman. Actually gets the drop on him, surprising him a bit that he's already this close. Now has to be careful for Mantha. Actually hears him already, uses that information to his advantage as the bomb is planted on A side. And Suplis doesn't even have to take care of anything as Niels takes out Fly So High and Suplis finishing it off by taking out Annual. And that is the first time that we see a team in this matchup having a 2-point lead, I think.
And you need to consider, right, Nuke is more of a CT-sided map. So unless Accenture Norway is having like a super strong play on T side, they really need to win more rounds now.
Yep, they have to make sure that Clan from Sky doesn't get that boost of energy, doesn't get that motivation, that it doesn't get into that flow that you normally have in CS. When you win a couple of rounds, they sometimes just magically happen by themselves. You just get the strategies, you know how to play against the opposing team, and that's the momentum that Accenture Norway has to stomp before it gets too far out of hand. As you see, oh, the team kill, that almost team kill here on Fly So High, damaging his teammate, and now Fly So High getting ambushed from behind by Goat from Garden. Very unfortunate from the team of Accenture Norway. And now the question is, will they jump into Wizardman's gaze, or will they not? We see a nade that doesn't quite hit home, but Niels actually gets the drop on Annual here, as it's up to Wizardman against 3 players. trying to defend it. Can actually see it from outside, but that, of course, crucial information. He can get Raccoon from Trash, but that is crucial information for the team of Clan from Sky to know where exactly they are from. And now expecting Wizardman to basically having the time, not expecting them to go from anywhere, but having the time to jump down, planting that bomb, putting the pressure on Wizardman, who now has to capitalize and come back. As they hold down both angles very well, one on Heaven, one outside in the connecting point. And I think with that, off the distraction from Goat from Garden actually being able to capitalize and having the 3-point lead before going to the CT side, they had a 4-round victory. And that with that, I see that I was lying, because before that, the team of Accenture Norway must have had the upper hand as well. Of a 2-point lead, I mean. But a 3-point lead for Clan from Sky going into CT side, that is going to be difficult to catch up for Accenture Norway. But let's see how Clan from Sky is going to strategize when it comes to defending the sites against Accenture Norway. And maybe we're underestimating them, and maybe Accenture Norway is just better on T side on that one. Having a bit of a surprise momentum here. But let's see. It's not over by a long shot. Fly so high, making sure the nade does the same as his name entitles. Making sure to drop the util for his teammates to join in, but can get the kill on Annual, but Niels and Raccoon from Trash being able to stop a bit of the momentum here. As now Wizardman being able to take out Niels, allowing for Flyside to plant the bomb in this case. As it is now up to Soupless and Goat to try and retake the site. Soupless with a very nice shot, getting rid of Annual right here. And now Goat winning the duel against Wizardman, and against Fly So High, and Wizardman getting taken out by Soupless. That is the double digits for Clan from Sky.
Is that the decider now, Felix?
Yeah,
or will Accenture Norway get back into the game and turn around the match?
Well, if they have to get back into the game, or if they want to get back into the game, they have to come up with a very good strategy, because so far it is not working in their favor. Whatever they're doing, they seem to need more of a cohesive plan as a team, I feel. Because the plans that they so far have, I'm not saying that they don't have teamwork, I'm just saying the plans they so far have aren't working, but I'm missing a bit the switch, let's say, the point of realizing what Clan from Sky is doing right now. What have they changed in between those last rounds that allowed for them to capitalize on it? Whereas Accenture Norway initially in the match had that connection, had that position to quickly react, which is why we had these ties early on. But having lost that a little bit, and now having to make sure that they're not intimidated by this, this 4-point loss right here. As Niels and Troll being able to take out the team members, but Annual trading, making sure to take out both team members, trying to make his to allow for his team to plant the bomb. And now the cover from Raccoon from Trash actually being blown away, having to retreat now. As I think the bomb plant will happen very, very soon on B. But Raccoon from Trash actually pushing through on Annual. Victor trading for his teammate, as it's up to Niels against Victor and McMahon to try and somehow take it back. Or will this be the first round win in the second half for Accenture Norway, giving them some foothold back in this matchup and some much needed motivation?
Can't see him, but we can.
I think they know roughly where they are, but trying to play for time, trying to make sure that Niels is not trying to push through, as Niels very cautiously trying to rotate. Can get the drop on Victor now, and can he win the duel against McMante? Unfortunately not, but a very nice play. And McMante, though, being able to get a foothold back into the match for Accenture Norway. But a very sneaky play by Niels right here, as we see the eco on the side of Clan from Sky. Apologies. Now Annual and Flyside taking out 2 players. Siblis being able to trade, but Annual closing in on a 4-kill in this matchup, as it's up to Niels against the entire team. And Victor cleaning it off, as now the eco not working in their favor, or not being able to get the surprise upset from the eco. But now the question is, will Clan from Sky, I think, will go for another eco now, judging by that, and try to then capitalize. They have the points to be able to, well, to be able to allow for such another eco. But that, of course, closes the gap again for Accenture Norway. So I guess what I've been criticizing before, Accenture Norway has immediately proven me wrong. As Goat takes out Victor, Soupless taking out Magmante, but Wizardman being able to trade for Victor. As it is up to the remaining 3 players of Accenture Norway to try and find an opening. I think they're going to go through main, trying to get that push, but there is a Raccoon waiting for him. The Raccoon not having the chance to capitalize on the potential surprise, evening the odds for Accenture Norway. There's now the bomb plant on A happening. Niels can get annual. Wizardman taking out Troll from the bridge, and Niels as well, as it's up to Soupless to try and retake the side. They don't have a weapon that they necessarily need to keep, so a save is unlikely. And Accenture Norway closing the gap one more time, with a 1 point difference between Clan from Sky and Accenture Norway. A grueling match between the two, making sure that they close the gap as fast as possible. So maybe T side is Accenture Norway's favorite side. Who knows? As we now have the full buy on both team sides. The AWP from Troll from on the bridge. Let's see if Troll will make the most of that AWP, because in this phase can be very scary. But Victor getting the drop on Goat as he was trying to go down to the B spawn stairs, B side stairs, and very unfortunate for him, but a very nice shot by Victor for sure. As we see Wizardman picking up the bomb again. Niels now trying to defend A side, mostly by himself, at least from that angle. Let's see if their teammates can get the drop on the respective team members. You see one player trying to sneak from the side, and Soupless actually gets it done by taking out Annual here. Victor being able to take out Niels out of the game, but they have a player getting the drop on them from behind. So the question is, what will the strategy be to try and retake that one? Well, from on the bridge, getting Wizardman out of the game and trying to get Victor as well. And he can, extending the lead for a Clan from Sky again by 1 more point. I see the question of how many games are left. We actually have 2 more best of 3s coming up after this matchup. So potentially 6 games could be left. Just to mention
Exactly. Let's see.
it. I think my midnight claim was not good. Sorry to say it.
Yeah, it's, let's go. In the meantime, my sugar stuff is also arrived now, so I'm ready.
Very nice. I still need to take a sip from my coffee. Is it surprising that just the smell of coffee already energizes me? I might be addicted
Drink
to
it,
coffee, I'll be honest.
Enjoy it. It's coffee in the end.
I see Victor now getting traded from Raccoon after taking out the Goat. And now Wizardman being able to take out Raccoon in the process in main right here. Niels now stopping Magmanta in his tracks, but having to be cautious as 3 players from Accenture Norway already pushing onto A side. The question is, can they capitalize on it? Niels getting shot by Annual, who expected him to come from here, perhaps hearing him step beforehand or just having luck with the angle. And now, of course, the question is, will Clan from Sky push for it, or will they try to save their weapons and instead save them for the next round, allowing Accenture Norway to close in that 1 small step more? I think, judging by their positioning, they're going for a save as they're also running out of time. So let's see if they can maybe get some exit frags, or otherwise at least push towards it. As Flyside can actually take out Soupless, but the Opper is still saving their weapon. That a crucial weapon that should have been taken out, but unfortunately placed himself very well. That's unfortunate for Accenture Norway that they didn't find him there. But at least 3 players still remain with their weapons intact on Accenture Norway side, so not too much lost for that. And winning a round in the process.
You can tell by the small comeback They are hungry for the win. They want to proceed in this tournament. So I think it's gonna be a very close game.
They definitely are, but they have to come up with a strategy against that Suknix then later on, because they are waiting in the finale. And that will be, I think, a reoccurring theme, because I think Accenture Norway versus that Suknix is a match we've seen before. And I'd be excited to see the rematch in this tournament. And for those of you wondering, the initial match between Accenture Norway and Datsuknix, if I remember correctly, was in the last tournament, not in this one. So that's why I say it. So don't be confused if you're looking at the bracket and don't see it here. So I can take out Sublis. They're trying to go for that tie right here. A lot of damage done to Troll under the bridge. Can't quite finish him off. Trying to retreat as the team of Accenture Norway now pushing towards B side, trying to get the plant there. Unfortunately, a missed Molly, but can take out Niels. Victor can take out Niels right here, allowing for the plant to happen, and now only waiting for the potential retake from Clan from Sky, who had mostly an eco except for Troll from Underbridge. So will most likely go, at least Troll will most likely go for another save. The remaining team members can potentially try to get an upper hand and just get the upset win, but against the entire team at full health from Accenture Norway, it's going to be difficult to try and accomplish that. But Goat making sure to get some exit frags right here as the team tries to get away from the exploding bomb. Can get both Victor and Magmante. And now can't get taken out by Fly So High. Very unfortunate. Just in the nick of time, hiding behind the box, keeping himself alive. As the score is once again tied up. The only issue is I've officially run out of pizza.
Do you still have gummy bears?
I do.
Eat them.
Later.
Chat. Wake up. Who is going to win this match? Is it going to be Accenture Norway? Will we see them later on? Or is it going to be Clan from Sky? Or do you believe, Felix, that we will have an overtime?
The best part is at the moment, as you said, will you believe Felix? I was like, what did I say again? It's been so long, I don't even remember. But yes, I was looking for an overtime, and I still see that possible. I see a lot of supporters for Norway.
Yeah, some.
And I know that the duck from Kaken has nicked a slice or two. It's fine. That's allowed. You see a very cautious approach by Accenture Norway, trying not to lose a round unnecessarily due to a push. And now getting killed by Raccoon off the flash from his teammate, and Raccoon being able to take out Wizardman as well. Go taking out Magmante. The cautious approach falling a bit short, as now Victor pausing the match for some strategy thinking. As once again, Clan from Sky getting, well, 1 point ahead. So I think for the last 10 rounds at least, Clan from Sky being at least in the upper hand. We see chat messages for a potential server bug with some FPS drops. So that might be the reason for the respective pause, but now apparently having them fixed. So let's see if the issues are now fixed and the teams can continue. So we now see the unpause from both teams. Yeah, sorry.
I think Clan from Sky won a few rounds in a row, and then they had a little dip. So Accenture Norway had its comeback, and now they have this adrenaline back. So now Clan from Sky We'll be in the lead again for the next few rounds, and then it's gonna be a tight match. And if you're lucky, Felix, we are having an overtime.
Well, my sleep schedule won't think it's lucky, but the show must go on. I see the trade immediately. Raccoon from Tash taking out McManta and Wizardman immediately trading, getting Raccoon out of the game. As I think the team from Accenture Norway pushing towards B side, as we can see here. And Soupless having the angle for them. Mollying off the door, but can't quite capitalize on that information. But of course, being able to relay the information to their respective team. And Troll immediately standing with Tall with the op, taking out Fly So High. And Victor, can he also take out the remaining two players as Wizardman gets the plant, putting pressure on the opposing team. As we see Niels taking out Annual, Goat being taken out by Wizardman, and can perhaps Troll off the distraction from Niels take advantage. No, Niels does it himself, extending the lead from Clan from Sky by one more crucial point. We see also that the FPS bugs is not something from server side, it's something that the client need to put a log address command in. Alright. Thank you very much for clarifying it though. Highly appreciate it. We have the inside scoop already here in the chat. I like it. As you see, once again, looking for the util throws through these upper windows. Let's see if they will work in the advantage of their respective team. As we see an eco on the side of Accenture Norway, so far working in their favor as Victor takes out Raccoon from Trash right here, who pushed very far into the side of Accenture Norway to their own demise, to be fair. As Victor, of course, capitalizing on that, immediately using, picking up the weapon from the opposing team member. As now the push onto A side happening from the respective team. Victor getting traded by Goat from Garden. And Annual being able to take out the Goat, making sure that Soupless is the only person having to take care of it. Can take care of McMante. Can he also take care of the remaining two players? The bomb is down on A side, so the pressure is on. And of course, Clan from Sky wanting to close the back here, extending the lead, giving them a comfortable position. They still have the potential eco for another round, but nonetheless, the sooner they close the bag, the better for them as well. As Soupless now pushing through, probably will get the drop on. No, he won't by Annual and can actually capitalize on it. Can take it around for his team, allowing for one step closer to that match point. Very well done by Soupless, getting the drop on both players, to be honest. But of course, very unlucky from Accenture Norway that exactly in that nick of time they're looking in the wrong direction. Unfortunate for them, but well played by Soupless. Now, of course, the question is, Accenture Norway coming away from that eco. It was a good eco for sure, as they got a lot of the opposing players down, but they have to find some way to turn this game around, because if the match point is up, the only way out is an overtime for Accenture Norway if they want to stay alive in this tournament. As we see Victor checking out the radioactive sign on the box, maybe trying to read it for some strategies. As both teams not trying to take any unnecessary risk, both teams trying to take this one home for themselves. As Goat can take out Wizardman and Raccoon can't get the jump on both players before Victor can capitalize and get the trade, getting both Annual and Fly So High out of the matchup. Victor being able to even the score a little bit by taking out Troll right here, and getting that op out of the match is crucial. And nonetheless, McManta and Victor having to first retake the bomb, as Niels now taking out Victor, as it's up to McMante, who takes out Soupless, but has to retake the bomb from both players who are currently defending it, or else we will have the match point on the side of Clan from Sky. And Sky with the information now, knowing that McMante is here, throwing the molly and winning the duel, and that is the match point for Clan from Sky. So the only way out for Accenture Norway, if they want to stay alive, is to win every single match of the remaining every single round of the remaining 4 rounds, and then going into an overtime if they want to stay alive. It's the only way that they can do it. As I see a very aggressive strategy by the team of Accenture Norway, sticking together as one unit. But Victor getting dropped by that op shot from Troll. And he can even take out Wizardman in the same process as well, securing the bomb on his side. And that is very unfortunate because now the team of Clan from Sky can rotate to that specific position, defending the bomb from the opposing team members. As a very good positioning by Troll from under bridge allows him to capitalize. Will this be an ace perhaps to finish it off? There's only one player remaining and he won't get an ace, but he took it mostly for his own team, securing that win and getting Clan from Sky into the second semifinals, where they will meet up with VCS.
I was right, no overtime.
Yeah, but didn't you vote for Accenture Norway?
Yeah, that's true.
you were half right, okay?
Touché.
I was like wondering, but I was like, that does that up to me.
Well, yeah, congratulations. So now we will see VCS against
Clan from Sky. Let's quickly look at the bracket just to showcase it as well, to have it official. You can see it here. Accenture Norway fought valiantly, but Clan from Sky winning against them in the first round and doing so again in the round 3. Very unfortunate for the team, but well played. It was a very, very close match, very exciting. And now the question is, with that motivation from that rematch coming up, will Clan from Sky get revenge on VCS? As we can see here, they faced off in the round 2 of the winners bracket before and lost to VCS. And now the question is, will VCS be able to capitalize and take out Clan from Sky and basically repeat what they've done in round 2? Or will Clan from Sky, with that newfound momentum, be able to take out VCS and challenge that Suknix in the grand finale?
You know what this setup here reminds me of?
Now I'm curious.
It reminds me a little bit of HL1 when the Reeking Reds dropped down to the lower bracket right in first round. They won the entire lower bracket and then won the entire tournament.
We had that in the HL1 actually 2 times, I feel. We had it also in Rocket League then later on as well, which was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and the thing was the LoL team that until the grand final won the whole upper bracket, they were also very, very strong. And then they had a longer break because they had to wait for the Reeking Reds. So now this is also for the Tsukniks. I mean, I'm pretty sure they are playing still in the meantime. But technically they have a break, right?
Yeah.
So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a point that can help for the winner of VCS versus Clan from Sky, because, as you said, that Suknix will most likely play, but not in a tournament setup, not in this pressure setup of, okay, I have to win in this tournament overall. I know for them it's technically not too much of a pressure, but still. I'm trying to cut a promo here and trying to hype the guys up, okay? Don't laugh at me.
I'm not laughing at you. I already hear what they are saying.
I know.
But let's see.
Yeah. Alright, but I think let's go into a small break as the team is going to get ready. And then we'll be right back. I think I'll jump right into the game after the break with VCS versus Clan from Sky, the second semifinals, and once again, a best of 3. See you in a moment.
See ya.
Sun is in my ear, talking about the good times in my life. How we shine so bright. The places we love and all the songs.
Alright, and with that, we are back once again with the next matchup of the, well, semifinals of the AGC Summer CSGO tournament in the year 2023. We have Clan from Sky, who just won against Accenture Norway, against VCS, who previously lost the first best of 3 against Datsukniks, who are the finalists, and we are now awaiting their contender, as we are looking at, with this semifinals, the final of the loser bracket. Once again, the shout out quickly to all the channels we are usually having on this channel as well. So I'm Biyoshi, for example, if you know me. If you don't know me, so if you like what we're doing here, feel free to leave some support also to these channels as they're streaming a lot. But enough advertisement, let's get back into the casting, and it's back into the matchup. As we're seeing a 2-point lead already for Clan from Sky as we were quickly in the break. And now moving forward with Inferno as the first map, Nuke will be the second one, and if it comes to a tiebreaker, we will see Overpass in this matchup between Clan from Sky and VCS.
Ooh.
Yeah.
The living room inferno. Nuke, seeing it again would be nice.
Yeah, and I mean, Overpass is our dreaded map for any tournament that we ever have. It's always Overpass.
I think I'll tell it later, but
alright.
But...
You see Util, I think the team of VCS trying now to take A side after being locked out of B side by what seems to be Sublis. Now Niels from pit trying to get the shots, can't quite connect on anybody, but whittling down the opposing team a bit, as all of them are grouped down on short. And now with the sideline from Troll on the bridge, can take out both Dika and Morwenna. And now Kainulainen as well. Can Jansa take this one home against 3 players? Or will this be the 3rd point for Clan from Sky early on in this matchup? I see a very careful approach, trying not to make any mistake. I mean, the AWP also a very crucial point to lose in case Jansa would lose this matchup. Whereas we see Sublis now expecting a rotate from here, but I think mostly we'll see a save for that AWP. As I said, a crucial weapon. Makes sense to save that one for the next round, as the Eco also looks rather nice for the respective team. Or not that nice, but at least enough to be able to support that AWP a little bit. So, looking forward to see how they make the most of that AWP and how to use it in the best way. I mean, I'm just waiting for UK to say, will we see a 16-0? No, I'm kidding. We won't.
No, we won't.
Not this time. Okay, we see Jansa here trying to hold Banana with the AWP. Can't quite connect the shot here. As the remaining...
It's difficult to see when they throw the nades. You have this dust, and it is difficult to see in this moment.
Yeah, definitely. And also was smoked off, so it was not an easy shot, but it was still close enough to would have been nice if it had connected. Niels taking out Morwenna and Latexi, and Raccoon from Trash being able to take out Latexi and DK right here as they came off of balcony, stopping the momentum of the push towards A side, and also securing the bomb on the side of Clan from Sky, and getting the drop on Kainulainen right here, leaving once again Jansa with the bomb, and so far the team of Clan from Sky having taken no damage at all. Will this be a flawless round for them? The Jansa trying to retreat, trying to make sure to save that up, but getting dropped from behind. No damage being taken by the team of Clan from Sky. A flawless round 4, securing another point for them. Now, I think Clan from Sky might be hot in this matchup after winning against Norway in a very, very close matchup. So I think they want to take this one home as fast as possible. Because again, since we're now in a best of 3, even if the first match would be lost by VCS, they're not out of the match for the moment. Because since it's a best of 3, the team that will advance has to win 2 matchups in order to advance. Meaning that even if VCS loses that one, they still have a chance to come back against Clan from Sky here and secure their spot in the finale. So nothing is lost even in this matchup, but of course then the pressure is on for VCS in case they would lose here. Just to give that as a quick highlight, but the match is still young, so let's see. As we see a very nice shot from Troll on the bridge with a very nice angle, getting rid of DK in top of mid. With both teams now being very cautious, trying not to push too far ahead, and not trying to risk any unnecessary kills or losing any players unnecessarily by just trying to be reckless. But let's see who will have the entry frag, who will be able to commit to any side. I think the team of Clan from Sky contemplating on a commit for B side here. So let's see if it will actually work in their favor. They have a couple of util left, so they have the potential to push on through. But having it smoked off, Soupless and Goat trying to make sure that it's stuck, that the team stays behind on Banana, and also having the rotate from the third player now from CT, and actually Clan from Sky being able to take out 2 players before Latexi trades for his team. But a very nice team play, making sure to hinder both players from getting the from capitalizing too much from the smoke. Troll from under bridge getting traded by Jansa, and Jansa getting taken out by Soupless. That is the 5th point for Clan from Sky. And so far everything's still open for sure, but VCS needs to get a foothold into this matchup, as so far they're being left a bit behind. Then again, I know for this matchup, at least for me personally, CT side is the more favorable one. So, nonetheless, everything's still open, but of course any point still matters on T side for the respective team, in order to keep both morale high and still having a decent shot in the second half of this first matchup.
It will be a bit. Maybe VCS is just a bit tired.
I wouldn't doubt that, and I mean they both have an extended amount of matches behind them, both teams. So it's definitely something that will come into a factor right now if teams are getting tired, if teams are getting exhausted from the matchups here. But then again, that is also part of such long-running tournaments, saving your energy in some matchups and trying to still keep the momentum for the rest.
Easy, all for Counter-Strike.
Exactly. As we see now an interesting strategy, trying to push towards A side, now trying to get the rotate through CT, but getting stopped by Niels and Troll as they try to get the rotate, now having the bomb also known. Jansa now trying to go from the opposing side, taking out Soupless, Goat from Garden, taking out DK, but getting traded by Jansa as Troll being able to take out the taxi, leaving it once again in the hands of Jansa to try and, well, turn this match around against 2 players. Can win the duel against Raccoon from Sky, but not knowing where Troll under bridge actually is, that might come into a factor. That is the upper hand for Troll under bridge, as he has the op and only needs 1 quick shot, as he does right now, securing the 6th point for Clan from Sky. I'm still wondering how their name actually came to be. I'd be curious to understand that story from the teams later on.
Absolutely.
So we now see the full buy on the side of Clan from Sky, and mostly an eco on the side of VCS. That might be another round for Clan from Sky, but of course with that eco, that is opening the door for some better weapons, some better equipment that can turn the upper hand. And unfortunately a missed nade by Goat from Garden right here, very unfortunate. Troll being able to take out Morwenna at the entrance of Apps right here, getting the, well, numbers advantage on the side of Clan from Sky for the moment. As the taxi tries to sneak through, one person boosted onto that little hut, but can't be phased by it as the taxi takes him out, but gets killed from Niels from long. Very unfortunate. It was a very nice nice read to expect someone to be up there and actually getting him. As it's up to DK, Jansa and kind of Linen to try and somehow get a foothold on A, or potentially trying to once again go for the strategy to go through the arches over to B side, but I doubt it as there's 1 player also rotating. I wouldn't recommend it. But Troll from under bridge definitely has potentially a good angle on the players, as he can take out Kaino Linen, can't quite take out Jansa, but takes out DK right here, and Jansa getting taken out by Goat, securing the 7th round win. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, they had the...
It's definitely the opera here.
What do you mean?
Bridge is definitely the opera here.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, the special point as well is you had a lot of team play in this particular matchup. They've always been able to distract Jansa and Kindleinen, who came from B over to A on the rotate. And they were always between two players, so they didn't know where to decide, and they basically capitalized on it perfectly. As Dika takes out Troll in the upper duel, as they tried to cross from long over to short. And that, of course, a very crucial player to take out of this matchup early on. As Neil...
From Moreno.
Yeah, Niels takes that Jansa, gets traded by Morwenna, as you said. And VCS, of course, desperately looking for that foothold in this matchup. So far, still not quite finding their spot, but maybe this is the round. Maybe this is the round where they can turn it around. After having that eco, that might just be all they needed. Let's go to try in a duel against Kindleinen. Can't quite get it connected. Now trying to win the duel. Can actually get it through the barrels right here, evening out the score just a little bit. And closing off B for the push for the moment. As now I think the decision has happened for VCS to push onto side. Where we also see the rotate. Raccoon being able to take out the taxi, but running right into the scopes of DK, who now has to wait the onslaught from Suplis and go to have already rotated over to A side. And now Goat being known, potentially using that information to their advantage. Morwenna takes out Goat. DK can't quite connect, but now with the second attempt connecting and taking out Suplis, bringing VCS with 1 point on the board. And yes, to answer the question, this is the lower finale, so this is the best of 3 for the losers bracket. The winner of this matchup will face Datsuknix in the overall finale for this tournament.
I'm looking again at the ranks from Clan from Sky.
Yes.
I would like to know their faceit ranks. Because I doubt that they're all Gold Nova and Gold Nova 2.
Well, maybe they're very good Gold Novas. The troll from under bridge being able to stop 2 players before getting traded by Morwenna, but Niels being able to capitalize on the distraction from Troll, being able to take out 2 players, as it's up to DK against 3 players from Clan from Sky to try and turn it around. That will be a difficult task for sure.
DK trying to save the op.
I think it makes sense as well, because against these 3 players, not sure if he has an upper hand for that, and I think DK knows that as well. He would need to find some sort of entry, and it's not good to try and risk the op for this case, but maybe we spoke too soon. He's actually going for it. Getting it Niels right here, that was surprising. And now being known that he would most likely come from balcony, so let's see if we can actually make the most out of it. Or maybe just going for some trolling. I mean, he has the potential of having the bomb on A side. I mean, that would be amazing, just throwing some Utah, just being like, nah, I'm just playing. But here, losing the op, it might have been more of a point to save it, because now that op is in the hand of the opponents. And you can guess that Troll will have that op very soon. Most likely. As I spoke, there he has it. With that, so far, a dominant performance by Clan from Sky. VCS having that 1 foothold, but nonetheless. We have also the message for you, Kate, that they're not that high ranked on Faceit, apparently.
Okay.
Maybe just natural talents in the making here. As Niels takes out Morwenna, gets traded by Jansa. As we see the commitment to fully on A side. A nice flash, as we see from the eco trying to push to A side, but Raccoon being able to stop them in their tracks. Troll being able to take out DK, and it's now up to Latexi and Kindleinen to try and at least get a couple of players in. They won't turn this one around as it's an eco, but still trying to at least take a few players along with them. And the nade from Troll taking out Kindleinen there, very unfortunate. And a second nade from Troll takes out Latexi. He is very dangerous with those, as they are closing in on the dreaded point the dreaded not soundboard existing point of the double digits. I only have a few more moments when I can say this in this tournament, so that's why I have to make the most of this. See now DK with the op once again. We've seen them dangerous with it before. Let's see if they can actually make it happen here. We see Johnson kind of lining the usual team for VCS on Banana, so not too uncommon to see those two together in that spot. But interestingly enough, Goat being boosted in this matter, that might be an unexpected one, and a very nice peek, taking out Soupless right away here. Very well done. And now, of course, trying to get onto site, smoking off CT, but that won't do anything for the boosted position. And one player even rotating now from Clan from Sky as well, as Niels is now here to support his teammate, getting mollied off for the moment. But nonetheless, actually using the boosted position to their advantage, trying to spray for any players trying to push along with him, but can't quite get it done. As now Morwenna runs into the op from Troll on the bridge, a bit too reckless rushing into that one. And again with the dreaded nade, can't quite connect it, only a little bit of damage to Latexi here. As Jansa takes out Raccoon, but Troll is here on the other side, taking DK out with that op. He is dangerous with it, and you know it. Latexi now being able to take out Troll, but Goat is able to try and go for almost a trade here. Now finishing the job on Latexi, as it is a 1v1 between Goat and Jansa before Niels actually joins, so turning it into a 2v1 here. Which I think for Jansa will be a difficult point. Jansa getting Niels, but Goat using the distraction of Niels to capitalize and get Clan from Sky officially into the double digits. For good. As we're closing in on a few points before the match point, and if this keeps up, we might see a 14-1 before the halftime.
Felix, I think we will have some overtime.
Where? Oh wait, I took too long for me to realize. I'll be honest. Kaladi util DK off of the flash from Niels for his teammate, actually being able to take out the goat. And Niels being hit with a util. And yes, I said it that way on purpose.
No, it's just so funny.
Yeah, the sad part is that for Niels and Soupless, they had different names as well, if I look at the announcement. So they all had some sort of name from something, which is amazing, I feel. If you look in the Discord, you'll actually see that one, that list as well. It's hilarious to look at. I loved it. Is now VCS trying to be cautious not to lose any people on on just a whim on an attempt here. DK winning the duel against Niels, opening up the door on on B potentially, with DK being really low and with the team taking a bit of time, allowing for the potential trade. But a very nice place, trying to jump up to the barrels and getting the drop on Nublis here as they get the plant, and I think that might lead to a save from Clan from Sky, unless they're just trying to force it. I mean, they don't really have much to lose, but very interesting to see for sure. As Morena takes that Raccoon from trash, and I think now Troll will save that op and just wait in apps with the op respectively. As of course, VCS trying to hunt them down, trying to get that kill. Question is, will they be able to find him? Or will Troll just get some exit frags and save that op into the next round? He might get dropped on from behind, so he has to be cautious with that. He heard the footsteps, but now got actually traded by from balcony, got in a pincer. They were determined to get him, and they got that second point for good. And that, of course, extremely crucial, getting that op out of the game, and Jansa also picking it up for their respective teammates or for themselves. That is a crucial point to have for sure.
who they're doing in Astralis.
I mean, it didn't work against when VCS tried this one against Datsuknix. But let's see if Clan from Sky can actually hit them with their own strategy. Would be interesting to see. As you see Morwenna, and I think that is DK trying to push towards A side, trying to check if anybody's there. And now the moment is upon us. Will we see them? They're just waiting. It's like, hold the line, and there we see it happen. It actually works. Getting Kaimulainen out of the game, and now of course having to push on through, putting them into a retreat and trying to retake, trying to use the momentum of this one as they get decat. Also a bit of friendly fire, unfortunately, as Troll takes out Goat, but it worked well in their favor this time. That was better executed than it was in the last time we saw it. We have to give credit here. But Jansa being able to get the plant, though of course the hungry Clan from Sky now trying to push on through, trying to get the retake here. Neil's going on first. Will he be able to take care of it? Lataxi getting Sublis as Jansa from the side takes out Niels and can take out Raccoon. With that, securing the 3rd point for VCS. Putting them a bit closer on the board for a potential comeback maybe. As we now have full buy on both teams, so both teams not holding back. Clan from Sky, of course, trying to take as many points as they can with them, but maybe VCS has found a way to at least gather crucial points before the end of this round. And maybe have found a strategy to crack this nut that is Clan from Sky here. See Troll against the Taxi, almost dying here, only with 3 HP, being able to retreat. And now, of course, trying to now find a favorable position to make the most of their op. As the Taxi not going into pursuit, not trying to finish him off, which is a good strategy because there's enough people waiting on A side, so not trying to rush in too carelessly is definitely a good strategy to try and stay alive in this matchup. As Goat now pushing closer, trying to use the most of that small edge of the smoke where you can see through and actually getting kind of line in the process, but Jansa takes out Niels in the process as well. But very well played by Goat here in this encounter on B, as we now have Raccoon taken out by Latexi, and I think that might be the commitment to A, where it's only a matter of time before the remaining players on B side will notice that and will rotate as well, and the time is now. Potentially trying to go for a save in this case, as they don't want to lose any weapons for that last round. I mean, it's round 14. The economy is not looking too good for Clan from Sky, so any weapon that they can save will be a helpful point for that last round, where it will definitely be a full buy on the side of VCS of that first half. So it's important for Clan from Sky to at least have as many good weapons as they can from this matchup as well. So saving them definitely a good spot. A good position to do. As we're approaching the end of the first half here, and of course the question remains: will Clan from Sky be able to find their groove again, especially on T side, or will VCS go for the comeback and turn the tides in this matchup? Value to Troll already being taken out of the game early on. I think the careful strategies for VCS, not trying to push too fast as they did it before, working out in their favor. But let's see if Clan from Sky can turn this match again to their favor in the second half, as right now this last round from the first half also doesn't look too promising for them, as Supus gets taken up by Carolina and Latexi takes that Raccoon, as it's up to Niels now to either ace or lose, and I think that will solidify it for the second for this matchup, leading us into a potential, well, comeback from VCS. A very close half so far, and I think, what do you think, Kate? Will VCS have a comeback, or will Clan from Sky be able to take this one home and put the pressure on VCS? I'm curious. Okay, I was evil asking a question out of nowhere, I know.
No, it's all good. I think Clan from Sky will win the round. Unless VCS has a very strong hold. But we have seen what Clan from Sky is capable of from the last match. So I think they will make this. They will win Inferno. What do you think?
Well, for the moment, I think if VCS keeps that momentum, they definitely have a shot at winning. But as you said, we've seen Clan from Sky being able to work very well as a cohesive unit, and they're proving this right now as well in the pistol round. So I think this is a difficult point for VCS to try and keep that comeback momentum, but the door is open nonetheless. So I think also that Clan from Sky has the upper hand for the moment, but I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt to say that VCS still has a decent chance of coming back, which is not as slim as it may seem. So seeing VCS with the classic strategy, 3 players defending A side, 2 players defending B side, a normal strategy that you have on Inferno. And both sides, well, Clan from Sky with a half buy, I would say. VCS on the other hand with the eco. As Skyline with a very nice headshot, taking out Raccoon on Banana, but luckily for Clan from Sky, the bomb is safely secured with their opposing team members on the A push. Now trying to get on side, trying to get that favorable spot, taking out the Taxi and DK. Morwena getting the drop on Goat, it seems, but Supus being able to take out Jansa respectively. Morwena now being taken out by Niels, as it is up to Kainulainen to either retake the side or otherwise, having to, well, use that eco to the best of their abilities. I mean, it was an eco, so it's not surprising that they lost this round, but with that now their economy is looking rather smooth. So potentially either going for another eco, trying to play the long game, or instead now having the chance of turning this entire matchup around. Kate is already sleeping, and also hi Shy. No, I don't think she's sleeping. She's just mesmerized by the matches.
Absolutely.
I'm just
No.
saving. No, I'm kidding. As you see now, Clan from Sky not trying to take any risks, knowing that now with that eco, they will have the upper hand at least, or they will have a full buy on the other side. So they can fully expect that one for the moment. And now, of course, the question is being cautious, being careful when approaching the respective team. As the Taxi takes out 3 players of Clan from Sky, Morwena taking out Troll, turning the tides immediately in this matchup. As I was trying to speak, Commentator's Curse hitting once again. As it's up to Niels, he has the bomb and has a potential entry on Banana is on B side, assuming he can win the duel against what seems to be DK on that side. The question is, will he win the duel? Will he be able to open up a path on B and turn this one around. We see the duel here, and DK actually defending the side, closing the gap slowly and steadily for the respective team. How's the tournament going? Well, the last tournament winner of that Suknix is currently in the finale. We're currently watching the losers bracket finale best of 3, and yeah, so far that Suknix is waiting for their opponent, and I think Clan from Sky versus VCS are going to give us one hell of a matchup. If any of them will, or to see if which one of them will actually go on into the finale to face off against the team of Lerox at, or in general the team of Datsuknix overall. As you see, what seems to be an eco on the side of Clan from Sky. Now using the util, getting the drop on DK, but Kainulainen being able to capitalize on the smoke from Supla, spraying through, getting 2 players out of the matchup early on. And that, of course, very unfortunate. But the bomb is down, so the pressure is on. And again with the smoke, getting it again. How unfortunate for the team of Clan from Sky, having 3 players lost by spraying through the smoke. I think VCS turning this match around as well for themselves. As Niels in dark, trying to get the drop on them, trying to defend the bomb by himself. Can take out 2 players, but that's not enough. Very unfortunate for Clan from Sky, but very well played by VCS. With a couple of lucky sprays, but sometimes luck is also part of the game here. See both teams now with the full buy. That, of course, one of the deciding factors, because with that losing streak that Clan from Sky now is embarking on, basically, they need to capitalize again on some rounds, getting some wins in order to be able to turn this one around, because otherwise VCS will go for that comeback. And if they get a comeback in this one, I feel like they will have the better motivation, the better burst of energy when we're looking at the second best of 3 game, and that one is going to be a decisive one. Once again, with the smoke, getting a decent chunk on Goat from Garden. A lot of luck for VCS when it comes to these smoke sprays for the moment. As we see DK and Jansa trying to defend B side from the oncoming team, where the bomb is also joining them, so potentially going for the push to B side, waiting for the team to join with the util execute. Let's see if they can actually make it happen. As we see CT being smoked off, Kainulainen returning the favor. As Raccoon trying to take the bomb, potentially rethinking the strategies. But let's see which strategy that actually they will go for. I mean, the initial point of smoking off CT was a good idea, but that counter smoke stopping them a bit in their track, because pushing through that one is basically, well, a death wish, I would say. So being a bit more cautious, trying to potentially fake a rotate, and with Goat from Garden taking out the Texi here, that might actually be perfect, as now the util happens, and we see immediately Jansa rotating, no, not Jansa, it's Kainulainen rotating once again back, and getting actually a drop on the remaining players from CT, but they need to get the bomb down fast if they want to stay alive in this matchup. I see the spray through, can't quite connect, the bomb is down, so the time extended, the pressure is on. It was like 2 seconds away from that, so very close match from close call from Clan from Sky. Can they defend the bomb from the oncoming attackers of VCS? As Goat from Garden, I think, being the wildcard here, as I was about to say it, getting Morwenna out of the game now. Can he win the duel against Jansa as well? He cannot, but Suplis takes out Kainulainen, still leaving it in the 2v1, but Raccoon is very, very low, but that won't be enough time to defuse the bomb, which leads to Jansa being able to, or not being able to take this one around, but at least having one more point on the side of Clan from Sky, while also making sure that none of the weapons are being saved for Clan from Sky as well. Fake news. Well, Lerox, I have casted this. I feel like I see the point that Shino is making. Sorry to say it. I see the point.
Proof, just 2 kills. That's not enough.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Hi, Nico, by the way.
Yes, hello.
You know what's missing right now, Felix?
What is?
A little bit of drum and bass.
Yeah?
Letsky unfortunately missed the shot.
Yeah, only getting tick damage, but with the scout not being able to fully finish it off, sadly. I see again a very cautious approach. We have mostly an eco. I would classify it as a half buy. And now trying to push against it, can't quite connect, gets a lot of damage on Latexi, but can't quite finish the job. As DK tries to push through, but Raccoon from Trash being able to capitalize, taking out DK and potentially opening the door, as we can see the entire team from Clan from Sky now joining together to make sure that they actually push onto the side, and that might be a crucial point to turn the tides for good for the team of Clan from Sky, as they're one step closer to that crucial match point and getting this first best of 3 round win. And that of course would be a crucial blow after that comeback that VCS has shown for the most part. Morena not being able to capitalize on Raccoon from Trash, as it is up to Latexi with that scout against Jansa. And the pressure is on for VCS. They have to get on the side and defuse it, otherwise Clan from Sky will win this one, and especially if they don't get some exit frags, this time they will take a lot of weapons out. Latexi getting the exit frag, same for Jansa on the Raccoon as well. But the remaining team members will most likely save it, as they can also take out the Taxi, making sure that this scout is not being taken into the next matchup. But now the full buy potential for the team of VCS, as we're approaching the potential game that could cause the round that could cause the match point for Clan from Sky if they play their cards right. A full buy on both sides. Let's see which team will use it to their advantage and will have the upper hand here, as we're approaching the end of the first best of 3 matchup of the losers bracket finals.
What verdict?
I think for how Lerox played.
I only have vetoes.
Oh no, don't get us started on that one. don't get us started here.
Okay.
All right. Well, as you can see, potentially Clan from Sky pooling again together on B side. Let's see if they can actually make the most of this one. Subalist trying to fake out the respective team on A side, aiming for a potential push here. As we see Kindline once again spraying through the smoke. These sprays have been deadly for the team of Clan from Sky in the past before. But a very nice nade, getting a lot of damage on Kindline here. As we can see, the potential rotate taking place. Troll from under bridge waiting for potential retest, as Jansa takes out 2 players on mid as they try to rotate. Very unfortunate for Clan from Sky now, having to regroup, have to rethink strategies. But they could use the upper hand, as we can see the player from VCS rotating as well off of that potential push. And that might be the upper hand that they need to try and push through and get control of B side before the remaining players come. But they have to do it fast, because you can see 2 players from VCS now trying to rotate over and now are already there. So this will be a challenging one for Clan from Sky, as Raccoon takes out DK and Niels takes out Jansa. And they also already get the shot on Kindline, saw him on the edge of the smoke, getting the bomb planted down. With a bit of, in my opinion, I thought it was a bit late, but they made it work for the most of that. So Clan from Sky now once again having the control of B side, forcing VCS into the retake. As Morena can win the duel against Troll from under bridge, leaving it up to Raccoon to try and take home this entire matchup. Raccoon being able to take out Morena. Can they win the duel against Atexi? They can, and that is the match point for Clan from Sky. And that is a crucial one for sure. As now they have to make the most of what they have with their money. They don't have too much, so it will be something in the likes of a half buy for VCS. And that might be the deciding round. That might be the first point for Clan from Sky in this best of 3 matchup. Let's see if they can bring it home, or if VCS can save it into an overtime. But that will be a challenge, because again, Clan from Sky only needs 1 more point to have the upper hand.
Yeah, it's sometimes difficult to like focus in these moments, right? So you're so close to win the match. You think you position the same or you hold the same angle, and then all of a sudden you just lose a round. So that can happen too in here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the potential for a choke is definitely here, but they have a comfortable position. They only need to win one, whereas VCS has to win. God, math. 9 rounds in a row. That took way too long. Um, 9 rounds in a row in order to be able to only save it into an overtime. They don't even win with that. So it is quite the difficult task for VCS that they have ahead of themselves. But so far, being able to hold the sides very well down. Clan from Sky now trying to go for an execute on B side. The information immediately being sprayed to the opposing teammates on CT side, as Clan from Sky has to push on the side to be able to plant the bomb. They're actually pushing through, but can't quite get it down as Kinderlinen takes out the respective team members and secures the win based on the distraction, based off of the distraction from the rotating team members from CT side, leaving them live for another round. As we see an Eco and Clan from Sky, they have enough time to do that. So better to play it safe than to try and force a finish. But let's see which play they're going to go. I think it's going to be a push through second mid towards A, judging by the path they're currently taking. So let's see if as one unit they maybe can even close it in the Seeker round.
Molly, they slowed down the rush. All of okay, they are probably trying to run out balcony now to do waterfall.
Yeah, and I mean, so far, they might have the upper hand getting the drop on Morwenna, as it seems Raccoon being able to take him out for good.
Oh, the bomb is already on A side?
Yep, getting it actually planted as Jansa and Latexi try to take out the opposing team members. But now the point is, of course, they try to get these weapons from the other team members. Neil's now securing that M4. And now all they have to do is play time. They don't have to defeat every player from VCS. They just have to play time. And they get the information from one player being on short, the other 3 players already being known. Niels being able to take out Kyleline and Suplis and the entire team taking out, defending the side during their eco. And with that, securing the first point. Very well done. And that, of course, now puts a lot of pressure on the side of, VCS. I always want to say VGC. I don't know why. But that is, I think, something from Pokemon. It's a tournament there. But that's something entirely different. No, but the cool point is, or the cool point for Clan from Sky is, they have the pressure now. They can lose this entire second match, and they don't have anything happening for them. If VCS loses one more one more match, they're out. So
that is true. That is true.
So they have quite the comfortable spot for sure.
So Felix, which map is it gonna be now?
It's
I'm already
Nuke.
over the clock.
It's Nuke.
You just hear me giggling now.
I know.
Nuke again! Woohoo!
Yay, I love Nuke. no, all jokes aside. I like Nuke as a map overall. It's a fun map to play, but it's definitely a difficult one to look at. And especially, we've seen that Clan from Sky knows how to play Nuke. They're warm on Nuke because they've just played it against Accenture Norway in the previous round. So, let's see if, well, that comes in handy for Clan from Sky to take this one home, or if otherwise, we find the hidden best map for VCS. That's so difficult. Why do we always have the difficult names?
We don't know if Team VCS is actually strong on Nuke.
Exactly.
We don't know that. Definitely, I think Inferno is one of the strongest maps. But Clan from Sky, I mean, it's an entire Danish team, and we know that the Danes are good on Nuke. So, yeah. So, let's see. I'm curious how that will go. But my feeling says that Clan from Sky will win again on Nuke. What do you say?
I would honestly agree. I think with the performance they have, and also with that motivational boost of having finished this match in a rather let's say, dominating fashion. They had a couple of points where VCS could make a comeback, but mostly they were in control of that matchup. So I think that definitely goes as a boost of energy, as well as they know that they can beat a team there, as they've beaten Accenture Norway, as mentioned before, in the match beforehand, on the side of on Nukas as well. So I think they're comfortable with it. They're warm with the map, and I think that is something that will be difficult for VCS to capitalize on, or to turn around in their favor. Nonetheless, as you said, we don't know how they play on that map, so it could be that we have the surprise factor as well. And yes, I know for the team of Datsukniks, they're eagerly waiting for their opponent. They're eagerly waiting to play again. I know.
Yeah.
We're leaving you guys waiting, I know that.
They're warming up now again. Had a brief nap, and now they're warming up again and getting ready. But back. Oh, wait. What did I want to say earlier? I wanted to say something, but now I forgot again. Shit.
Well, the problem is all I heard was "so Felix," and then you said I'd say it later, so I don't know what it is. Because I noticed that actually during one of the matches when you had like a couple of things you wanted to ask me, I always heard like "so Felix," and I was like, oh god, what is coming next? What is the next idea?
I really had something good in my mind. I forgot again.
It's
I
late
need
already.
an outfit.
Or you just need another coffee. That would also be something.
Oh yeah. Okay, Felix.
Yes. Well, I'm still waiting for them to warm up, which is why I moved to us. They're on the matchup already. We just wait for them to actually get ready as well. So I think in about 1 or 2 minutes we will be able to join them. In the meantime, allow me to once again give the shout out to Master Blaster, because Master Blaster is the platform I'm using for this tournament, and they're just doing an amazing job with this platform. It really makes tournament organization a lot easier, and we basically can focus on me, for example, taking care of the OBS and the two of us just casting, while the platform does everything in the background. So that is something super simple. We don't have to go to the teams and say, hey, please get ready, please join this server here or something. The platform does all of that by itself. And the
second shout out is to Vivi for her great support, being there for the teams. This also helps both of us a lot, because during the stream we cannot look at the Discord chats in parallel. So thank you very, very much for being here, and also for entertaining the chat. I know she's already off, but anyways, thanks a lot for that. And thank you, Felix, for a great casting.
Well, anytime. It's a passion. It has become a passion ever since we're doing this now, since the AGL 1. So I like to always challenge myself to improve it a little bit, and it's just fun to do. I like it as well. And thank you to you for, well, organizing everything about this tournament in the background. I mean, I basically had nothing that I needed to do there. You took care of all of it. And also for being here and casting along, so I can also take a break in the meantime. And yeah, I'm glad to have you.
I need time, that's why I can't chill a bit during the stream. No, I'm just kidding. I'm here just to make nonsense comments.
Perfect. I mean, that's all we need.
By the way, I was actually thinking if I should say it or if I should keep it for myself, but I think I need to share it now with you. During the game, I was doing a little bit of a background research on Clan from Sky.
that didn't leave you alone. You were like, I need to know this now.
Yeah, I do. So one profile seems to be private or not on Faceit. They have one level 8 there.
Mm-hmm.
I think 2 level 3 and 1 level 2. So yeah.
Yeah,
well, not that much gold Nova.
Well, but still very good. I mean, it's not the Faceit level 10 team, but it's still a decent team, I think. So from my perspective, they're making the most out of this, and it's showing here as well. But yeah, it was kind of evident that Gold Nova is not the rank that is to be expected here. I know what a Gold Nova plays like. I know how I play myself.
I just want to say how much you suck.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm good at casting. I'm not good at playing. I know that one. I'm good at making
No,
fun
you're
comments.
the PP Bison King. You're the PP.
That for
Bison
sure. I need like a PP Bison model that I can like have here.
Yeah,
That's
you need
something.
your own skin.
Mm-hmm. For sure. If I get prominent enough, then yes. Yeah, the last shout out I would just quickly make is if you like what we're doing here, feel free to tune in also for other events and tournaments that we're doing here on this channel, also for other streams. So we're having content on this channel on the regular. And if you like what I'm doing especially, I also have linked the channels that we are using in the chat for any like streamers that we know from our community, along with my own self, Biyoshi. So feel free to check it out. I'd highly appreciate it. But with that, I think I'm gonna cut the music because it's game time.
Ooh.
The second match is up.
Is
So let's
it
jump.
already 5-0 because we were talking non-stop?
Now it's 2-0. But Clan from Sky winning the first 2 rounds. And now, let's see how they're gonna perform on Nuke. We've seen them beat the team of Accenture Norway before. And again, the reminder, if Clan from Sky wins here wins here on this map, they will move on to meet Datsuknix in the finale. But there is still VCS in the way, trying to make sure that this doesn't happen, trying to stay alive in this tournament. There's a troll from the bridge getting shot through the door. Very unfortunate, but very well anticipated by Latexi right here. As we see, I think we saw mostly a push towards B side, but still, let's see if they can actually pull it off. As I think they're currently sneaking slowly to B side, trying to not take any unnecessary risks. And now Jansa trying to take care of Niels, actually gets the kill here. As Goat from Garden takes out Latexi, but Kainulainen takes out Sublis. The Goat from Garden having to go alone against 4 players from VCS. That might be the first point for VCS on the board, and it is. Staying alive in this matchup, getting their foothold early on, a lot earlier than they did in the Inferno match. We see mostly an eco on the side of Clan from Sky, trying to make sure to get better weapons in the next round, but nonetheless not having too bad weapons as well with the Uzi and the Deagle as well that they've shown that they can use. Jansa with the double kill right here. Morwenna being able to take out Goat, but Jansa taking care of the rest, killing 4 people in that round. That was quick, but it worked, tying up the score completely. And I think with that, VCS is saying this is not over until we say it's over. As we see a potential another eco. Yeah, who knows? I'm calling it again. I'm calling it again overtime on Nuke. I can see that happen. Okay. Now, would we see a second eco on the side of Clan from Sky? Definitely makes sense. As being flashed by their own teammate, Latexi taking out Suplis right here, and Niels also as well. I think if we want, I think for Clan from Sky, it's bad that we joined in on the observing part. As you see, only Troll from Sky and Goat from Garden being the last 2 people standing as Johnson now with a very nice positioning, taking out Troll. And Rowena takes out Goat without any losses on their own team, winning this match, this round, and getting VCS for the first time in this best of 3 in the lead against Clan from Sky. Oh god, I have hiccups.
You already have some predictions that VCS is going to win, or what?
What? I mean, with the map. Oh yeah, maybe my body has it. I don't have it. Okay, we see now Troll from Underbridge with that dreaded op. We've seen him before make good use of that one. And the dreaded spray through the smoke again. Only 8 HP on Niels, very close. But nonetheless, makes it very difficult for Niels to approach anything in any future encounter in this matchup. seen DK with a very nice angle, a very tight angle, trying to get the initial kill on anybody, and he might get Troll from Sky right here, and he does! Very unfortunate for Troll, but a very good angle that DK held here, and immediately getting the karma from Goat from Garden right here. Jansa taking out Sublis as Goat, trying to make the most of their of that op that they got from Troll. Now pushing towards B. As we see the duel from sorry, it was Raccoon versus Latexi, but Goat actually after Goat might actually go for, he has the I think a quad for the moment. Might actually go for the ace here if he can take out the last player. Will this be the first ace we see here? Or will Kainulainen be able to stop him? He's looking at the right direction, just on the wrong side. And let's see. And actually the first ace we see in this tournament as Goat from Garden takes out the entire team of VCS, turning the tides. Very well done. That was one hell of a round for Goat from Garden, and that of course being a definite boost of energy for that player, being able to push forward and being able to potentially now hype his team up in the process as well, saying, look, guys, I can do this alone. If you help me, we can do this together in an easy manner. Raccoon now being the upper hand, staying true to his animal self, I would say, or at least the namesake. I think raccoons tend to be on rooftops as well. Getting the early kill on the taxi to finish off what I was trying to say. Of course, now the team of Clan from Sky trying to not make any mistake, trying to get an early lead on. And again, we see that dreaded angle that DK is holding. It worked very well in their favor before. And we've also seen Troll doing the same when they were on CT side. As Goat popping off here, taking out Kainulainen as well. As it's only up to DK and Morwenna, as I think now the push towards B side being clear and evident. As DK now enters the fray as well. Trying to somehow catch up, making sure to get the drop on it. Morwenna gets the drop on Raccoon, but gets traded by Niels immediately, as it's now up to DK alone. Against 4 players from the team of VCS. And I think Niels has spotted him right there as well. So it's only going to be a matter of time before they actually have a chance to get the drop on DK right here. And of course you can bet with the teamwork that Clan from Sky has shown, that information of DK's position immediately being known to remaining team members as well.
Ooh, nice shot.
A very nice shot from DK, but you can still see Niels stalking him in his path, basically making sure that he knows the position of DK at any point in time. I think that one DK will most likely go for a save in that matter, to just try and save that op for future rounds and give Clan from Sky another lead by 1 point for the moment, which, as we've seen, can be lost just as fast as it is gained. What did I say now?
Oh wait, they will win 2 more rounds, and VCS will win 5 more rounds. Let's wait for that.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. They definitely know how to make it dramatic, but they shouldn't focus too much on the dramatic side, because at the end of the day, a missed nade, unfortunately. At the end of the day, they still have another match against that Suknix coming up. Trying to spray through the metal, nobody home to greet them.
You know what I think? It's time to punish a little bit Shino's rude remarks in the chat and pull him into the stream.
Oh dear God.
Ah, see, now he's chickening out and saying he's going to bed.
Well, it's his decision. Either permaban or joining the stream. No, I'm kidding. Nah, I don't know. We won't be that evil to him, but it's on the list. It's on the list.
Maybe next time.
Like, I have a list of things. It's just added to it.
Oh, he's back.
Now all of a sudden the list always works. As Jansa takes out Raccoon right here. And Soupless getting the belated trade on Jansa here. So let's see how that's going to happen for them as well. Morwenna now with a nice position and getting the drop on Goat. The team members can't quite capitalize as well. As the Taxi and the remaining team members of VCS now holding down the side very well. And I think that might just be a, as you just called it, the 4v4. And another draw again for the respective teams. Hey, we're just trying to be friendly, Shino. I mean, you just have to join the next group stream, yeah? You just have to join that one. That's the only way you can make it up at this point. The only way.
I know who's casting the next LOL stream.
You mean the next 5 ones? No.
Exactly.
Alright. Now we see the push from the team of Clan from Sky, now trying to make sure that they actually get an early push onto the site, but can't quite get it connected as we have kind of Linen in heaven, heavily guarding this this particular site, but the bomb still firmly in possession of the team of Clan from Sky, getting the bomb plant on A side, and of course knowing kind of Lion's position, and now poking just a little bit out of the smoke, capitalizing on it, and Clan from Sky turns it around. I didn't expect it, to be honest, making sure that they now have the 1-point lead again. And Kate, don't jinx it.
I would never.
No. Never. Nice to see some face levels again in the chat as well for the Clan from Sky team. So I guess we now know the clan member that we didn't see the profile of as well. As we come from Sky, a very nice shot from this elevated position, getting the shot on Jansa as Morwenna takes out Niels. I think they will slowly move towards A side this time, I would assume. As Kun from Crash takes out Dixie, Dicky, very unfortunate for them. But actually, Troll from under bridge. He's not under a bridge, but he's in a vent. And he makes sure to make the most out of that one. The Texan now pushing through the molly, avenging his friends, but the damage already done. And that secures the 2-point lead for Clan from Sky. And that, of course, now a very good push of momentum for the team of Clan from Sky. As you can see, VCS now forced into the eco. Which then, of course, is the point where... where Clan from Sky can capitalize on and potentially extend their lead even further, getting into that comfortable position that they've been before. And actually going through that for the push through already to through the vents to the B side. Let's see if they can make the most out of that one. As Jansa holding a very tight angle for anybody trying to slowly go through. And Morwenna on the second side off the distraction from Jansa. But Troll from under bridge can take out Morwenna, at least in the process. Can they also take out Jansa in the background as well? They can, in the addition from Goat from Garden. Latexi getting the revenge immediately for his teammate. But A side being taken over by the team of VCS right here, with the bomb joining them as well, and I think that's going to be the next plant. And now the question is, how will the team of Latexi and DK try to retake the site? They don't have anything to lose, but with that positioning that they have, they might have the upper hand. But now Niels having the information and actually getting the drop on Latexi as well. And I think now what DK is going to go for most is some exit frags. But that will be the 3-point lead for Clan from Sky, and that is the most definite lead we've had so far in this matchup. So let's see if they can make the most out of that one. Now trying to get DK out of the match as well to make sure nobody saves anything, and they actually get him out of the match as well. That, of course, a crucial point, but now the team of VCS, after that eco, being able to go for a full buy. So let's see what they can make out of this one. Alright, I
One
just...
trying to lurk outside. Maybe he's trying to get the pick. Others building up in lobby.
As we see, Clan from Sky also with a cautious approach this time. So not pushing too far ahead. And with here that... sorry, my voice. With the nade here. And Deacon now with the op again, having the upper hand, getting Goat from Garden out of the matchup early on. And now the question is, what will Niels try to accomplish on the rooftop? Maybe just throwing some util down the windows, allowing for an entry for his respective team. And they do, and actually get Morwenna, who's, well, at this point, well known for being on the top of this place. As Morwenna, I think, has every round where they've defended been on this elevated position. As it's up to Kindolainen to retake the side again, and that might just be the eighth point for Clan from Sky. Jesus Christ, what's up with my voice right now? I'm at a loss for words at this point. But also, at this point, my prediction of we're staying under midnight is officially over. So I have to admit that one at least.
Yes. Yes, yes.
But we will not quit. There is still a finale coming up, and it's going to be just as exciting.
Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting.
I don't doubt it. Kindolainen getting the exit frags as he is waiting on their T spawn actually. And actually picked 2 players off. But still the point on the side of Clan from Sky. As now the question is, will we see another eco? DK having saved his op, but I think the rest mostly going for an eco, except for Kindolainen, who has... oh wait, no, DK wasn't even alive, so he bought an op, sorry. But now, mostly an eco on the side of VCS, with the exception for DK and Kindolainen, but let's see if they can actually make the most of these weapons, or if we will have, again, another win for the team of Clan from Sky. As Jansa gets the drop on Troll, actually very unfortunate for them, but in a very nice position in the process. As the team is already closing in on B side right here, trying to take that side for themselves. As we see the duel between Latexi and Niels right here, and Latexi actually wins it. 8 HP left, but can't capitalize on it. As we see Morwenna being taken out by Raccoon over in B side. And Sublis taking out Kindolainen, an important kill to get right here. As Deacon now joins the fray, gets the drop on Sublis. As up to Raccoon to face off against 3 players from VCS. Not sure if he's going to be able to do that. Might be the round win for VCS. As I was about to say it, closing the gap just a little bit, stopping the 4-round win streak that Clan from Sky had embarked on previously. As we see, yet another full buy, but the economy of Clan from Sky, of course, suffering under that loss quite heavily. So Clan from Sky now with the potential upper hand in this, with the potential upper hand if they actually lose, what's it called? If they actually lose the, what's it called? If they actually lose this round, then it will take its toll on them. So now I got the words actually stumbled out. Jesus Christ, I've talked too much. I see Raccoon from Trash already being taken out. Niels and Subalis trying to push towards B side slowly and steadily with the bomb actually, as the taxi is now on the way to greet them via the vent.
I always understand taxi, and I'm like, what the What the fuck?
Yeah, he's actually like he has like a little taxi, he has a little car that he uses to drive around on this map. Every kill he does is just a drive-by, that's all. Morena with a very nice positioning, getting Troll in the legs, very unfortunate, but of course a nice position from Morena, actually changing it up, and that of course working in their favor as the taxi can take out Niels, dropping the bomb. As Goat from Garden might have to come up with another clutch. We've seen them ace around before. Can they do it again? I guess that's a no. You see Latexi being the only person, or no, Suplis being the only person on Latexi, taking him out, closing the gap one step further. And I think that might call for an eco on the side of Clan from Sky in this case. Where they have to get a foothold back in the match, or else we're soon going to be tied up. And you know what that means, Kate?
Not
It means
equal.
overtime.
Overtime. I don't think we will have an overtime. I think Clan from Sky will probably make it not easy for VCS.
Yeah.
Because you can feel that they want to win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they both want their shot at the finale. And there it is, the 8-7 at the half round. So a bit of a missed call for me with the eco, because I actually didn't see the half ending, actually. I've looked too much at the CS screen for the last 5 hours. So, yeah, apologize for that one. But that is where why it wasn't an eco, because of course it doesn't really make much sense to actually actually push anything, what's it called, to actually keep any money, because anyway it's going to be reset. As now we've seen so far Clan from Sky having the upper hand when it comes to pistol rounds, and I think they've also been really good on CT, as we see Suplis with a very nice shot on the taxi, and of course immediately relaying the information. Troll from Underbridge getting a headshot onto DK as Jansa pushes from another angle, getting a drop on Niels as well. Now trying to push to ASAP Morena, taking a decent bit of damage, but can get the drop on Raccoon from Trash, as it's now up to Suplis to retake the site from 3 different players, and that one is going to be challenging. And with a very nice reaction, Jansa ties it up again for their team. So that one definitely closing in again, and might just be the turning point for VCS in this process. As we see now, the attempt for Jansa to push on through, and actually we get the Zeus kill from Troll under bridge on Morwenna. I guess Clan from Sky is pulling out all the stops in this moment. As we see the second eco, and actually Niels can't get the drop on DK, but no, sorry, I thought it was actually DK getting killed, but it's actually Jansa finishing it off, putting VCS in the lead once again in this matchup. But of course now the eco time is over for Clan from Sky, so that might be the upper hand that they need in order to be able to turn this around for themselves, or else we might be looking at the third match of the best of 3. If VCS wins, that is. I see the team of VCS now a bit more cautious, using a lot of util to their advantage, making sure to not try to lose any rounds unnecessarily due to any rushes. And so far it's worked very well in their favor. But now with the full buy on the side of Clan from Sky, as I said, this is where the tides may turn for good for the team Clan from Sky here. But let's see if they can actually, well, pull it off for good, or if otherwise we see a sweep from VCS as Goat from Garden takes out Kannalainen. Niels getting ambushed by the team of VCS, but actually takes out Taxi in the process. As Troll wins the duel. My god, wins the duel against Morwenna. Now Jansa using that information, getting the drop on Jansa, getting traded immediately by Suplis. As Suplis versus DK now. DK, the last person remaining. DK can take out Suplis, but has to take out Raccoon and Goat as well. And that one will be a difficult task to do, as both of them are defending this side. And Goat actually running straight into it. Potentially throwing the round in this process, unless Raccoon actually can capitalize on this fail. And they can't, and that was the round throw for them, if only they were a bit more cautious. Leaving VCS with the second point and the first one in the dreaded double digits.
Did Clan from Sky got a little bit tired?
I believe they just might. I mean, they had a very...
We need energy drinks for them.
I mean, they had a very dominant first half, or first round, and had a good streak going in the first round of this second match. But it seems like the energy's out. It seems like VCS has saved their energy for the first half, and now is coming back better and stronger, and willing to take on the team of Datsukniks later on. I see DK taking out Troll, as Raccoon has been taken out already, but I think that was the Taxi in this case. But when I'm winning the duel against Suplis as Kannalainen takes out Niels, they're dropping like flies in this moment. I mean, it is still an eco for them, but nonetheless, even in the ecos, they used to be better. So they need to wake up and get back to the energy that they have. And just as I say it, Goat from Garden shows the energy that we were expecting, but DK or Jansa taking it around for them.
Will we see a third map?
At this rate, we just might, actually. At this rate, I think we're looking straight on for a third match. But then I need another coffee. But they're not giving
I
themselves
think
any quarter.
There are a few people that after this tournament, I think they will start to hate me.
Well, I think maybe for the next time we can check again if we can split the days or something like this. But we'll check on that.
We'll
Yeah.
do something bigger next time.
Yeah, and then we can see on the exact structure, and then we're always learning, as you know, just with every tournament we're doing. But again, the chicken chasers are still in our mind, and as I said before, it's not over until the chicken sings. We don't know what the chicken is going to sing, but Clan from Sky makes sure that wherever that chicken is, they will find it and they will make it sing for them all night long. That sounded wrong. As you see, the team of VCS having the upper hand, but Troll having that dreaded op, getting DK out of the matchup. And the op in heaven here, of course, a very dangerous position to be in. And now using that advantage, I think he's seen Morwenna out of the corner of their eyes, but actually turning the tides in this matchup as well. But let's see how they're going to do this. As Morwenna, the only person left, they have the bomb, so they can potentially consider a rotate also, but actually committing to the side and not quite getting the kill on Niels, as I was trying to say it, and Niels capitalizing on the information, closing the gap just a little bit. And I'm happy you enjoy it. I'm happy for all the feedback we get, and yeah, we're trying to improve it as every time I do it. At least for the casting, I tend to do that every now and then, to try and take whatever inspiration I can. As we see again, the full buy on both sides. A rare sight, we have an AUG on Sublis' side. Let's see what he's gonna make out of those ones, out of that one. As DK takes out Sublis, so he's not gonna do too much with that AUG. But Kannalainen now gets the drop on Raccoon, trading for his teammate Latexi. As up to Troll and Niels to somehow try and win this match for them. Troll taking out Kannalainen. And now, of course, trying to hold down the sides, hold down the fort for Clan from Sky here, respectively. Which is going to be challenging nonetheless. I mean, at the end of the day, all they have to do is play time, but knowing the 3 players from VCS that are still alive, they won't make it easy for them at all.
No, and they still like it's 3v2 for VCS in terms of manpower. So
Yeah, I'm fully with you, but I think Troll from Underbridge is not to be underestimated with that up, but he might just... Oh, I missaw it. I thought that Niels was an enemy and he was about to knife Troll. I was hoping for that somehow.
evil Felix. No, they're saving.
Yeah, I think they're saving their weapons, looking for the comeback then in the later rounds, but they need to start something because there's not many rounds left actually in this matchup.
Ooh. Well played from VCS. Good comeback. Let's see what Clan from Sky still can do in order to win the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's gonna be a challenge nonetheless, and I think 3 points is something they can easily recover from. We've seen that happen before, but it's going to be a challenge if they really want to take this one home for good, because I feel like VCS is on fire now, and they want to take this one home. They see their chance, they see their opportunity, whereas, as you said, I feel like Clan from Sky is getting tired and is getting exhausted for this tournament overall.
Although this should not be an excuse because Team VCS is located in Finland and right now it's like 1:30 there.
Well, that's what I call commitment.
Yes. Ooh.
And what a shot from Troll under bridge, and a second one following it up right away. So I guess they want to close the bag for good this time and make sure they actually use the momentum they have to somehow turn the tides in this matchup again in their favor. There's Troll from the bridge taking out DK as well, and Morwenna in the process, but only a 4-kill. Goat from Garden got one as well. Close to an ace, but not quite. But again, that leaves Clan from Sky in the double digits as well. And now, who's gonna take it home? It's gonna be close, but I think Clan from Sky, now looking at the eco from VCS, might have a chance at a comeback here, might have a window and the door open. Hell, they have every window open, but let's see if they're actually going to be able to pull it off as well. See Rainbow, Raccoon from Trash actually getting one shot, but getting traded by Kainolainen. And the team of VCS actually cleaning house on A side, defeating all 3 players from Clan from Sky over there. Now trying to spray through the smoke. Can't quite get anybody connected, unfortunately, but we see a very quick reaction from Suplis. Can't quite get the kill on DK. It is now up to Goat from Garden to once again turn the tides. They have done it once before in their ace in the same match, but it's gonna be a tough one. As the team of VCS now rotating over to B side, which of course is, well, it makes sense to do as they've already been under fire on A side, and using that advantage now, basically forcing Goat from Garden to say, you need to come to us because we have the side locked down. And let's see who will see them, the other opponent, first through the smoke. Not sure if they're actually going to be able to capitalize on it, but I think it might be that Goat from Garden is saving that AK once again, playing it safe. I think they're anyways out of time, so it doesn't make much sense. So let's see how they're going to use that in the future. Maybe getting some extra tracks here on Morwenna. And I actually do. Thank you. I was hoping that they would actually do it. I was surprised that nothing happened. But now a 3-point lead once again for VCS. This is not over, but this is getting closer and closer for Clan from Sky if they want to have any shot at, Well, in any way, turning the tides here for good. And also, hi, Godfist in the chat. Happy to see you.
Bonsoir.
I see Troll from under bridge once again with the dreaded op. And a bit of a spray through the smoke, gets a bit of tick damage on Kainerleinen, but can't quite finish the job. As now being surprised by, I think that was the taxi aiming through here. But also can't connect, so both teams now a bit more cautious as we're approaching the final moments of this match on Nuke. And again, if VCS wins this one, they will be going into the tiebreaker match on Overpass. If Clan from Sky turns this around and wins this, they will be in the finale against Datsukniks for the win of the AGC Summer Tournament for CSGO in 2023. I think Goat from Garden expecting Kainerleinen to be there and gets the shot, making sure to take an important player out of the match early on, while trying to hold down the sides as well. And I think they have their angles really well. As Goat from Gardner takes out Morena, gets traded by Jansa. Raccoon can take out the taxi. Jansa taking out Niels as he's getting traded immediately by Raccoon. And Raccoon cleaning house, closing the door once again. A bit more for Clan from Sky for that potential tie-up. And I would say, and that might be a stretch, but if Clan from Sky has the chance to tie that one up, I feel like they will turn this around for good. That's just my impression.
Yeah.
Because I think with the momentum they will gain, if they win these next two rounds, they will close it for good against VCS here. If VCS wins this round, and wins the next round, they will be it will be more difficult for Clan from Sky to recover from that. As we see the eco now on the side of VCS, a very nice shot through the smoke. Unfortunate for Goat from Garden, as Raccoon gets, well, surrounded by the players of VCS, but Neil's now trying to use the upper hand, getting the bomb carrier down, very important for him as well. Now trying to use an 8, can he connect? Only a little bit on DK. His position of course being known, but that might be something that his teammates can capitalize from if they play their cards right. And there you can see Troll already having his eyes set on that bomb right here, just waiting for the players to stick their head out. As Jansa now trying to have the upper hand, and actually gets backstabbed by Subalis. Very nice placement, and Troll now abandoning his position, as he apparently didn't get the shot, but can get Kainerleinen nonetheless.
Oh no.
So I think this is going to close it off. So they will win this eco, this round where VCS has an eco, but now they've lost a lot of players. Now VCS has money. So now is the deciding factor. If Clan from Sky can tie this one, my call is that they will win this. But if VCS actually turns this one around, actually wins this one, then it's going to be challenging for Clan from Sky to recover from that lead as well, I feel. As we see another eco on VCS side, so they are willing to let them get to the tie potentially. As we see a full push to B side, Suplis being able to take out one, but now retreating himself, letting the opponents know, letting his team members know that they are pushing to B side and asking for support. Now the question is, can his team actually capitalize on that information? They have the bomb, and actually now the question is, can they capitalize on this standoff? It's a 3v3, but VCS had the chance to gear up. They had the chance to use a Troll from under bridge again with that op, getting the kill on Latexi. And now of course a very interesting spot as the teams are slowly trying to get to the upper level and maybe trying to approach them from the other side. But you can see how they have their angles down. Goat holding down the right side, Niels holding down the left side, and Troll looking down. I think I mixed my players up. As now DK has the op from Troll. Very unfortunate. Because that one we know, DK knows how to use that op, and that is a dangerous tool to give into his hand.
But the goat knows how to position, not to get detected by the op.
Exactly. Goat now taken off, and they have to play for time. They don't have to kill DK necessarily. They can just stall him over there. And that, of course, being confirmation that there's actually a player here. So they can actually just play for time. They don't have to face him. They can save those weapons because I think it's anyways going to be challenging for DK to anyways get any sort of plant down. Well, I think this one is decided, but DK will save that op for sure. They won't be able to get it out of his hands. Nonetheless, the tie is real, and now we are approaching the last few rounds. This is a tight one. They will not give themselves any sort of chance to in any way recover or get an extensive lead without the opponents breathing down their neck. And that, of course, now an important point. You can see VCS going all out. Similarly for Clan from Sky. So whoever wins this round, I think, will take it home for good. Both teams with the full buy.
Who is it gonna be? It's a very tight match now. So
It was a very tense one. A very unfortunate shot as it was very close. Kind of landing, getting the entry frag, but taking a lot of damage in the process. Now the push towards B side. Morwenna now with the very nice nade, taking a lot of damage on Sublis right here. But the bomb still at spawn for VCS. So the question is, will Clan from Sky play for time? Or will they be able to somehow turn the tides and actually bring this one home for their own self? Neil's having a very tight angle, similar for DK here. It's only a matter of time before the first engagements will happen. I think that first engagement will be the deciding factor as well, as I think the main people, I think Kainalainen and Latexi trying to make noise on B side, trying to clear it up, and now actually doing the opposite of what I would have expected. I would have expected the players from A side to join them on B side, but actually doing the opposite, going through the vents, and that might be a cruel position for Niels. They can take out Troll from the bridge here, but Niels has a very good positioning, getting taken out by Jansa in the process. And that, I think, might be the deciding point for VCS as they're approaching the win for this round, unless Sublis and Goat can pull off a miracle and retake the side. Sublis takes out Morwenna as they're trying to look for any stragglers. But they might actually go for the save of the weapons, which, not sure if this is a good idea, as yes, it's going to be challenging to retake the site, but looking at the economy, those two weapons might not make that much of a difference. Now Goat from Garden can take out Jansa. It's decided that VCS will win this round, but a lot of exit frags happening for Clan from Sky in the process as well. Sadly, can't take out the op from DK for them, at least. It's lucky for DK for sure. But that, of course, a crucial weapon to get out of his hands. And that puts VCS once again in the lead as we're approaching the final 3 rounds of this matchup.
gonna be a tough one.
It is a really, really tight one. Who will advance?
Clan from Sky doesn't have a good buy for this round. Unless they play super smart now this round, chances are good that VCS is going to win this round. Then
Yeah.
it's gonna be
Either that, or we will potentially see the much announced, much dreaded overtime. Could still
or the
be a
third
case.
map.
Or the third map. I mean, we will see the third map if VCS wins. If Clan from Sky actually manages to pull a comeback here and turn the tides, then we might actually have a shot at just, well, going directly. We won't have a shot, we will go directly to the finale. Otherwise, we have a chance still at the overtime. So, it's not to be underestimated. As both teams now extremely careful, they don't want to make any easy mistakes. As Suplis takes out Kainalainen, but Jansa takes out Raccoon from Trash in the process. Very unfortunate that he was spotted here. A very nice idea of placing himself in an unexpected spot. And Niels takes out the Taxi. That's an important one, to take that weapon, to take that AK onto your side.
Oh,
As now Goat from Garden taking out Jansa. The bomb is planted, the pressure is on. But the numbers advantage on the side of...
will they notice it? No.
No, they don't, but now the information, of course, being known and getting traded by Troll, and they actually turn it around, and that is the
wow.
tie as well. 14-14. And this is the point where it now gets spicy, because I think now if the next round is won by Clan from Sky, they will take it home. If it's run by VCS, I think we're looking at an overtime. Just saying. It's just, I know that sounds a bit one-sided, but I feel like the pressure got to VCS in this moment.
I mean, it's obvious both teams don't want to lose.
I mean, of course not.
VCS is like, we don't care anymore how late it is. We want to win. And so does Clan from Sky.
Exactly. I think Clan from Sky, knowing that they have this third map that they could go to, but they're so close to the win themselves, they don't want to well, make it count on that third map where they basically have to start from scratch again, building a lead up again, building economy. They don't want to go to that.
Stop the push to secret.
And I think if Clan from Sky wins this, looking at the eco from VCS, I think it's decided. So this is the crucial part. Otherwise, we're looking at a potential third map or overtime. But who will it be? The team from Finland with VCS or the team from Denmark with Clan from Sky? Team now pushing onto A, getting Niels down, Troll from the bridge, taking out two people before getting traded by Morwenna, but an important point to even out the score, as we now have Raccoon from Trash getting out the bomb carrier, evening the score potentially, or putting the numbers advantage on the side from Clan from Sky. And now the question is, how long will he wait?
Trying to plant?
Yeah, and now he has enough time. The team members pushing on through. Can they get it? They get the upper hand.
Woo!
The 15-14 for VCS, for Clan from Sky versus VCS, and for the first time ever, the final round of a matchup. Will Clan from Sky take it home, or will VCS be having a chance to take this one, to turn this one around and turn it into an overtime? As we see the economy looking, it looks like an eco, but it's actually just the economy that they have.
Yes.
It's looking very dark for VCS, even though they fought so hard for it. I would have given them like, for me personally, I would have, like, I know the German saying of it, but like, I would have rooted for them to get this one, to have a third match, for sure. They deserved it with the performance that they had, but I think this battle of attrition at the end of the day seems to be going for Clan from Sky if they don't screw this one up royally right now, because the advantage for sure is on the side of Clan from Sky. Taxi now facing off against Niels. Both players taking out damage. Raccoon putting
One
the numbers
already
advantage
down,
on exactly on the side of Clan from Sky. Both teams very careful, especially Clan from Sky, trying not to make any single mistake in this matchup right here.
Now they know.
Yeah, that's some crucial information. Not trying to not able to capitalize on it. I think they're trying to force a distraction so that Goat from Garden will actually be faced from Kainolainen, who's trying to push through main here. And Kainolainen actually getting taken out by Raccoon from Sky from Heaven. That's from Sky, from Trash, from Heaven right here. And actually the Troll from Underbridge getting shot directly in with the Deagle into the face. Niels taking out the taxi, and that is it!
Wow.
With a very close match, Clan from Sky advances into the grand finale against Datsukniks.
That was one hell of a match today. It was close, tight. Yeah, I honestly would have seen a third map coming.
Yeah, a third map or overtime. I was about to like bet my entire money on it. I was like, I'd see that happening. But
Well, good that
at
you
the end of the
understood
exactly. No, but at the end of the day, VCS pulling through with the W, and with that, it is safe to say that now we are looking at the grand finale. Only 2 more, maybe 3 more matches on the horizon. And just to give it as an overview, once again, looking quickly at the bracket. Wait, let me quickly show the bracket for you guys. Ta-da, there we go. And here we can see it again, officially. VCS losing 2-0 against Clan from Sky. And the cool part about this is Clan from Sky got their revenge. As you can see here from round 2, they lost against VCS there, went into the losers bracket. fought their way through SJYBT Esport and Accenture Norway to have their chance at a rematch and took it home in a very close matchup. And now the question is, will that boost of momentum be enough for Clan from Sky to take on the so far dominant team of Datsuknix? Or will Datsuknix bring this one home after the long games that we had so far?
Bring this one home. I think we have our next AGC team.
Potentially, yeah. I wouldn't mind.
But before we talk about the last match, and yes, guys, we will stream it very soon. But big thanks to VCS. Great performance there in the end. Great comeback. Thank you so much for being with us that late. I know it's almost 2 o'clock in Finland. And we hope to see you soon next time. So keep on practicing for the winter tournament. Will be cool to have you there as well.
Yes, definitely. And thank you very much for these close matches. It was a blast to look at it. It was very close, very unexpected until the very end. So thank you everybody for joining this one from the team of VCS. And yeah, we hope to see you again in a future match as well.
Absolutely.
I think with
So,
that,
Felix,
yeah.
are we ready to jump to the next game?
I think not yet. We have the lineup already ready, so the maps have been decided.
And?
It will be Inferno as a first one, then Nuke, and the deciding point.
Nuke again, like what the hell, okay.
I guess you can see what Clan from Sky's favorite map is, because Inferno
Yeah.
clearly is for Datsuknix. And the deciding one, can you guess which one? It's an unusual one. We haven't seen it yet at all as the
Anubis?
deciding one. It is Anubis as a decider if it gets down to that.
Okay. Let's
Right.
see if we will get there.
Yeah, so I would go for a very quick 3-minute bio break, the final one for this tournament, and then we will move on into the finale of the AGC CSGO Summer Tournament of 2023 with Datsuknix versus Clan from Sky. See you in a moment.
Bye, guys.
Alright, and with that, we are here officially in the finale of the AGC CSGO tournament of 2023. Datsuknix versus Clan from Sky. We can see Datsuknix versus Clan from Sky already having one round played, so Datsuknix winning the first round. We are on Nuke for the current point. And Datsuknix winning the second round, so we are ready to join in and getting this one started right away. We missed the pistol round. Yeah, unfortunate for that one. But nonetheless, I think we have enough rounds still in the making. It's usually a point of when we take a break. Since we're only two people here, that sometimes adds up in it, into these moments. So Lerox taking out Raccoon right here as Grave being taken out by Niels, actually. As we see the famed team, let's see if they are still warm, if they had the time bridged with a proper warm-up. If not, Goat from Garden taking out Shoot At Me right here. And even getting Cine in the process, that might be the first round win for Clan from Sky, putting them on the board in this matchup. As Niels takes out Radlow. And I think that might be, unless Lerox pulls out a miracle, that might be a deciding point. And that puts Clan from Sky on, on the board.
Why do I
Alright.
have a feeling this is gonna be again a close match?
Maybe because it is the grand finale. That's why.
Chat, who do you think will win this match on Nuke? Will it be our star team Datsuknix, or will it be our Danish team Clan from Sky? Clan from Sky has won all the Nuke matches so far during this tournament, so they can win this technically blindfolded, but still, you don't know. Datsuknix is a very strong team. What do you think? I can't tell right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that Datsuknix especially has shown a dominant performance. I think no team in this tournament so far has scored more than 4 points against them, if I'm not mistaken. So it is a tough opponent for sure, but Clan from Sky has shown they have all the tools, they have all the means to make this happen. And especially with the win from the last time, they are on fire to do this. As we see now, the team of Clan from Sky potentially going for a push towards A side, but being a bit more cautious initially, now trying to execute. Radlow trying to stop them in the path, gets Goat from Garden and Soupless as well, but gets traded by Niels. Nonetheless, Niels has to defend himself from both Lerox and Grave in the process. Can get Lerox out of the match, but can he plant the bomb and also defend himself from Grave, who is about to join the fray here. I think he's about to plant the bomb to put the pressure. And I think Grave is waiting for exactly that plant and waiting for Niels to feel like he's in a secure spot. And there he goes, the door giving away his position, but he kind of expected him to look in that direction, shooting him directly and defusing the bomb, securing the third round win for Team Datsuknix. As you can see so far, still a very even matchup. We're still early into this one. Nonetheless, we see Cine with the op. That one is...
It's getting dangerous.
It's a dreaded combination. We've seen that one in countless matches before, so let's see how it's going to happen here. As we know, Nuke for a fact is Clan from Sky's favorite map, so we're at least on the home field advantage for Clan from Sky. As Cine takes out Troll already and takes out Goat in the process. Can also get Raccoon and can't quite get the 4-kill as Soupless stops him in his track, but the damage is done to the team as Niels and Soupless have to take out the remaining team of Datsuknix in order to win this round, and that one will be a tough task to do.
Brave sneaking up, getting that headshot.
Yeah, most likely
Securing
picking
the
up the op as well. Nah, actually stepping over it. No, never mind. Just picked up the wrong weapon in the
they're
meantime.
getting you.
I was about to wonder, like, why wouldn't you pick up the
Nah,
AWP?
nah, nah, nah. So now we see an eco round. No, they can.
It is actually still a full buy.
They had enough money.
Yeah, but I think
looks
if they
fine.
lose that round, then we will see the eco round for sure, judging by the economy that they have for the moment. But I think what usually saves them for the next rounds is the amount of kills, because they never go down like 0 to 5 or anything. So for now, I think that's what keeps the economy afloat for them. As Grave takes out Raccoon from Trash on the outside, and potentially with a long shot also gets Soupless in the process. Goat for and even
nice.
Niels.
Through the smoke.
Yeah. Very lucky shot, as Lerox can take out Goat from Garden, as it's up to Troll against Radlow, the duel happening on the other side. But can't quite get it, as Lerox now trying to finish Troll off in the process as well. And Cine takes it home for the team, securing the 4-point lead overall. So far, so good. So again, the initial point of having a slower start, allowing the team to have a point, and now Team Datsukniks starting to ramp up the effort, I feel. We've seen that a lot, as now, as you've seen it before, as you said it before as well, Kate, the eco from Clan from Sky, with a little extra as we see the R8 on Troll, which is something I have a personal heart for. Jeremy taking out Soupless outside. Raccoon from Trash shot through the smoke, or through the edge of the smoke, so that one part where you can see just a little bit of that opponent. Cine using that one right to their advantage. As Niels takes that shoot at me, but Troll unfortunately not being able to use the R8 to his advantage. As Radlow takes him out. At least take the R8 with you. I'm kidding.
Yeah, we know that's your favorite weapon.
It's one of my favorite ones. I don't know why. Let's go from
Oh
Garden. Gets the
no,
drop on
behind.
Grave off the distraction by Niels, but Cine now is
Zinni
gonna
doing the shark move. Dim, 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 dim.
Exactly. Getting revenge for his teammate, as we see it here. They have the bomb secured, and I think Goat from Garden will have to pull off a miracle to get past both Lerox and Cine as they're trying to get to the bomb, as his enemy's being hunted already, as you can see.
Zinni hungry. Hungry to find him.
Alright, but at that, we have the 5-point lead. And we said it before, we had the feeling before in the previous match. Is Clan from Sky tired from all those matchups? You have to give credit, Datsukniks had a long recuperation period. Whereas Clan from Sky had to claw their way through every matchup. So maybe the energy's gone. We've seen that in past tournaments happen before. Maybe it happened today as well. Let's go from Garden, actually with a bit of an assist from Grave, with a bit of team damage, taking out one of the players as Shoot At Me gets the kill on Raccoon. And Goat running right into the barrel from Lerox as the team of Datsukniks finishes up this next round. And so far, it is a match as any other from the team of Datsukniks, with a straight up, well, demolishing of the opposing team. We've seen that happen multiple times before, and I think they want that win right now and just say, okay, we're gonna finish this off as quick as we can. See a lot of Uto Raccoon running into a lot of it, but still keeping himself alive for the moment. A very interesting angle by Troll from under bridge, potentially awaiting a person to rotate from the back as they get the shot through the wood.
The wall.
Immediately on Raccoon, a lucky shot, but nonetheless very nicely done. As Lerox gets Goat from Garden, and Cine is still committed and actually gets another dink on Soupless here through the wood here again, and Lerox finishing it off for their team. With only Niels being left, Niels can take out Lerox, but Grave now finishing it for their respective team and making sure that they get the next point as well But what an interesting strategy from City. Just like, I'll shoot through that wood as many times as I need. I'm sure I'll get someone.
It's like, hello, I don't have the patience anymore.
just walk in here, please. I want to get ya. Exactly. Definitely Clan from Sky having to step up their game, having to come up with a good strategy if they want to break this hold that Suknix has, because right now they're running into the duels but usually not having the upper hand when it comes to it. Azrato taking out both Suplis and potentially tried to take out Niels, couldn't quite get the connection. Larrox now taking out Niels and Suplis in the process, but Troll from under bridge, still not to be underestimated, is still waiting there. And will we see the tactic again? Maybe. As Troll from under bridge gets defeated, and that is one step closer to those, and I can say it one more time, the crucial, the legendary, the mythical double digits for Team Datsuknix. Okay, that was a bit much, but you know what I'm trying to say. As we see another mostly eco on the side of Clan from Sky. I mean, they have to find some sort of foothold in this matchup, as they're gonna get overrun. As Cine now trying to take on the entire team, a push straight towards, a rush straight towards B, might be a good approach here. As they actually made it through, can get the bomb plant then at least. As we see them hugging each other in the smoke,
Yes.
but then actually getting shot in the face. Very unfortunate for them. As Aerox takes out Troll from under bridge, and Grave taking out Niels, so retaking the site very quickly, and having enough time to actually defuse the bomb. But Goat has the chance to potentially take it around, and Goat actually turns it around, getting the second point for their team. Goat so far showing why that particular part is in his name, and we see the cheering from their team as well.
Comeback, like we saw AGCS last match.
I think for a comeback they have to win a couple more matches as well. But nonetheless, having a lot of fun with this one as well.
But Datsuknix is hungry for the win, no matter how late it is.
Definitely,
No
they've
matter
waited.
what condition.
They've waited long enough. They want to bring this one home, of course, for themselves, and especially be the two-time AGC summer, or not AGC tournament, not summer, AGC tournament winner for 2023 actually.
Yes.
And there they are, the double digits happening here, and a bit of a team kill as always. A bit of trolling inside the team happening as well. We now see what seems to be a half buy on the side of Clan from Sky, trying to come up with some sort of strategy. Troll with the shotgun, a good idea. Not sure if it's gonna pay off. As should me with the quick reaction, seeing that head poke out from Raccoon from Trash, immediately using it, and the shotgun going to his advantage. Gotta give credit where credit is due. But now lining up for Lerox as he can get the double kill right here on both Niels and Sublis. And Shoot at Me finishing it off with another point. Once again. As we've seen actually a lot of lineups in this tournament so far. So it happened multiple times. It's more often than we've seen in past tournaments, which is interesting to me. Yeah, with that, once again, going for what seems to be, yeah, mostly a full buy with the exception for Suplis, who doesn't have the money for it. And now, of course, the question remains, what will Clan from Sky do? How can they find a way to crack this incredible defense that Suknix currently pulls off? As Goat from Garden taking out Grave right here. While Radlow on the top taking out Raccoon from Trash. And now eager with the op to try and take out the entire team. Can this be the second potential ace we see in this matchup? As Radlow takes out Sublis. Has the position known for Niels, I think, as well. And Shoot At Me takes out Troll from under bridge. So the potential ace out of the window. But nonetheless, another round win for Team Datsuknix. Alright, we see another full buy. We see Raccoon with the dreaded op. The op has worked in the favor of Raccoon in the past. Let's see if they can actually capitalize on it as well again. As Troll from the bridge takes out Grave, an early kill and an early important player to take out of the matchup. As Radlow just waits for one person to jump out and actually gets Troll, and the second person follows through, but he can't quite finish it off. As Niels and Suplis take out Radlow and Lerox in this very unfortunate circumstance for the team of Datsuknix, and actually getting for before the half point a third point for the team Clan from Sky. Now, of course, the question is, we've seen a dominant round so far by Datsuknix on CT side. Will they have the same performance on T side? Or will this be the potential chance for a comeback from Clan from Sky? We've seen Clan from Sky struggling a bit on CT side, at least in the last round. But let's see if they can turn it around. But here, an immediate shot from Suplis getting Radlow out of the game early on. Troll from under bridge using that knowledge to take out both Cine and Grave in this lineup here. Go taking out Shoot At Me, and without a single loss, maybe I spoke too soon, the team of Clan from Sky took out the opposing team. Very, very well done. So maybe I spoke too soon, I'll be honest. As you see the eco on the side of Datsuknix. Troll from Troll from under bridge taking out Clan from Sky right here. As Radlow trying to sneak through the vents to get the upper hand on the Raccoon, who tried to jump in as well. But that, of course, not working. And now just mollying it and saying, okay, I'll leave, you won't come up here. There's a very nice shot from Shoot At Me against Raccoon from Trash. As Niels takes out Radlow. And now, so far, a rather even matchup. Not sure who's going to take this one home. Niels takes out Grave. Troll from under bridge can get Shoot At Me. And now it's the question, can Lerox defeat the remaining 4 players who are all pretty dinked up except for Suplis, who has just been taken out? Or will this be a clear... will this be another round win for Clan from Sky? I mean, he has no weapons that require saving. So in that case, for him, he can just try it. And I mean, so far, he has to go and, well, as I was about to say, he has to go because the time is against him as he's no longer on CT side. But Troll having the angle and securing another win for Clan from Sky. This might be a potential comeback, actually. They're not out of this matchup yet. See, Goat from Sky take. Oh my god. As I was trying to say it, Goat from Garden and Troll and Niels take out 3 players of that Suknix while I was quickly looking at something in the background. Now Larox and Grave trying to turn the tides together as it's up to Troll against Larox and Grave. Which is rather an even matchup, but nonetheless, I think Larox wants to take this one home for sure. And securing that first point for the team of Datsuknix. The bomb is planted on A side, but Troll from the bridge actually taking the bomb carrier out. But the question is, can Larox capitalize now knowing where the bomb is planted? Or will otherwise Troll be able to defuse the bomb? Larox having the patience, he doesn't have to wait for anything, he doesn't have any pressure. The bomb is down, so the pressure is on the side of Clan from Sky. And Larox takes this one home for the team of Datsuknix. And with that, we're closing in on the potential match point. Only 2 points away for Team Datsuknix for the match point, and 3 points away for the win in this matchup. Which, of course, would be amazing for Team Datsuknix to have no pressure going forward into these tournaments. Or in this finale. Sorry, the tournament is almost over. I've been talking too long. It's been 6 hours.
It's so good, Philip. Don't worry.
As Shoot At Me gets the drop on Troll from under bridge. As I think the remaining players are all stacked on one side. They expected the push to B, but not working in their favor.
A is completely free.
Exactly. They expected the push to B side, but actually it was A side.
That's the team I thought.
Yeah.
Enemies are coming off from half the map.
Yeah, and Shoot At Me now trying to hold them down. Cine also taking out Goat from Garden and Niels as Grave takes out Sublis, and that is the 14th point for Team Datsuknix. And with that, we are closing in on the potential end of this matchup. So if Clan from Sky doesn't pull out a miracle, I think it's safe to say that the Team Datsuknix will win this matchup. But, as I said, I'm open to see any type of comeback, any type of turnaround in these matchups. So let's see how this is going to go. Radlow taking out Goat from Garden after the distraction from Raccoon, who actually flashed his teammate. As they get 3 players out early, and that might just be the match point that Team Datsuknix is looking for. To close it off. As Troll gets Cine out of the match, that is an important player to take out, but nonetheless, there are only 2 players against 4 remaining ones. But a very nice shot taking out Radlow here as well. As Troll now gets traded by Shoot At Me, who gets then in turn traded by Sublis. And Sublis takes out Larox as well, so it's up to Grave against Sublis, and he can actually take him around, and that is the match point in the first finale game for Team Datsuknix. And I think based on the performance, that might even be the first win for Team Datsuknix, as they're in their title defense for the AGC tournament win, for CSGO at least. See once again the aggressive push from the team of Datsuknix. And that of course being a very crucial point, as we now have Troll from the bridge taking out Larox and Cine, turning the tide into a 1v1, and Shoot At Me gets him, and that is the first win for the team of, well, Datsuknix. And with that, the first win is over. So I think with that, we have some small points that we have to discuss in the background. So I will go to a small break. As you've previously seen it, Kate is currently aligning some points in the background on a small technical difficulty. So we'll be back in a short moment. I'll go into a break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Look into my eyes, feel the love intensify, blow like dynamite. Give it all tonight, treat me good, I'll treat you right, let me satisfy. I want your body, just say you want me to. I got nothing else to do. I got nothing else to do. I got nothing else. I got nothing else. Look into my eyes, feel the love intensify, blow like dynamite. Give it all tonight, treat me good, I'll treat you right, let me satisfy. I want your body, just say you want me to. I got nothing else to do. I got nothing else. I got nothing else. I got nothing else to do. down. Get down if you want me now. Get down, bring it to the ground. Get down if you want me now. I got nothing else to do.
Rising like the sun, I'll be moving on. How could I ever be with you after all you put me through? You feel like fever, fever every night, fever, fever when we fight, fever, fever in my head, in my mind. I was blinded by your lies, you were never real. You built me up and broke me down. This is how I feel. I was blinded by your lies. You left me all alone. You built me up and broke me down. Should I go? I was blinded by your lies. You were never real. You built me up and broke me down. This is how I feel. I was blinded by your lies. You left me all alone. Built me up and broke me down. Should I be rising like the sun? I'll be moving on. Could I ever be with you after all you put me through? I've been holding on to you, I was told. Trying to hurt me with the words I was known. Feel like fever, fever, and my heart fell apart. I was blinded by your lies. You were never real. You built me up and broke me down. This is how I feel. I was blinded by your lies. You left me all alone. You built me up and broke me down. Should I go?
Alright, and as Kate just wrote in the chat, we are jumping right into the match, which will be potentially the last match of this entire tournament, as we have Clan from Sky versus Datsuknix, the second match of the best of 3 on Anubis. The first one has been won by Datsuknix, and now we see Clan from Sky starting off on the CT side, whereas Datsuknix starts off on T side. And let's see who will win this tournament. It's an unusual map for sure, but it's a cool way to end it here. As you see Lerox taking out Troll from under bridge. Not quite on the bridge, but close enough, as Radlow takes out Raccoon. And that is the first win for Datsuknix in this grand finale. Everything is on the line, all the marbles. Whatever those marbles may be, but they are on the line.
I don't know what you have in your coffee, but I don't have a rainbow and marbles in my coffee.
Rainbow?
Yeah, you said something with rainbow earlier.
Oh, I keep saying, I don't know why, but I keep mispronouncing raccoon due to the colorful picture as rainbow. I don't know why. It's so far off the beaten path, but still. As you see, mostly a push from Datsuknix towards A side, so we'll have the plan soon, forcing the team of Clan from Sky to go for the retake, as Radlow stops them in their path alone together with Lerox now and Grave. And it's up for the GOAT once again to try and retake the side alone against the entire team of Datsuknix. That might actually be the second round win for the team of Datsuknix. as they literally just walk past each other. I think the team member from Clan from Sky wanted to go for a knife, but can't quite actually pull it off. As now Goat from Garden getting killed by killing Cine and actually getting Insurance traded by Shoot at Me as the time runs out. And that Suknix gets the second point. Will this be your 16-0 match that you're looking for? Judging by Clan from Sky's performance so far, I doubt it, but who knows? It's getting late. Who knows?
I'm not sure. I mean, they already had their 16-0. But even though it's so late, both teams, they are still hungry for the wins, so it's too early to say.
That's
I don't
very
think
true.
It will be a 16-0.
Yeah, I doubt it as well. But Cine, of course, wants to make sure that it is. Taking out 2 players really quick. Goat from Garden in turn, getting Radler out of the game. Can't quite get the finish on Shoot at Me, and Cine actually makes sure to save their friend by getting rid of the player from Clan from Sky, and with that, securing the 3-point lead very early on. So far, again, a classic Datsuknik's performance, I would say.
Anubis is more of a T-sided map.
Yeah.
So let's see how they will do on the CT side.
Yeah, definitely. But I think nonetheless, for Team Clan from Sky, it's important to make sure to get as many points as possible still on the less favorable side, in order to not have a position of having to be basically the underdog who wins all the matches or all the rounds on after the round switch, or after the side switch. So for that, they need to come up with a plan to stop that Suknix's onslaught and somehow get their foot in the door, getting some points in, to have a good starting base when the rounds then actually switch for them to be on T side. As we see once again, Lerox with the op. Last tournament I've announced him a lot by it. This time I didn't say it at all, but I didn't see him that much with it actually. I'm
No, it
shocked.
was more Zinni.
Yeah, I'm shocked. This is like the breaking news. Lerox's op days are over. Who knows? No, they're not. As Lerox immediately gets the op shot on Sublis, and Zinni taking out Goat right here while getting the drop on them as they were, I think, throwing a molly in this case. And opening up once again to A side, the favorable side, as also the remaining team members are already on B side, so they're not going for the plant, but actually just for the team kill. And getting the 5th win in a row for Team Datsuknik. So far, again, a dominant performance, so Team Clan from Sky definitely needs to find a way to get a little bit of a stopper into the door, else they're going to have a bit of an issue with that, if that lead extends further and further. There's a Goat from Garden trying to block off the bridge with the smoke, but Radlow trying to push through at the expense of his own demise, basically. But Lerox from the side...
Lerox standing there with the op.
Exactly, from the side, using that distraction to his advantage, taking out Raccoon on the bridge. Now Zinni pushing through the smoke, running right into the scope of Niels, actually. And Lerox hearing the footsteps, can't quite connect, unfortunately, for him. But of course, lucky for the respective player from Team Clan from Sky. Shoot at Me hearing the steps, getting the kill on Niels as Goat from Garden takes out Lerox, and it's up to Shoot at Me to get 3. To take it on against 3 people here, or at least get the bomb plant. Gets the drop on Troll, and actually can. Nah, not quite, but is close to getting the drop on Suplis as well. A nice nade, can't quite finish him off. But the second player in the water, Goat from Garden, more like Goat in the water, getting the first round and getting Clan from Sky on the board with their first round win. Now, I don't want to be that guy, but comeback time?
Maybe.
I mean, only time can tell, but it would definitely be a cool point. But let's see what they're going to make of this one. So far, having quite a good performance, but Sublis with the op, taking out Grave right here. And Radlow now pushing together with Zinni onto A side. getting control of the site, but the bomb still is near T-spawn. So if they want to go for a bomb plant, they have to get back. And actually getting in a pincer attack off the distraction from Goat. Niels takes out both players. Very well positioned by Clan from Sky here.
Maybe the Zugniks cannot just run and gun anymore.
Yeah, but that's the cool point. The Clan from Sky has taken 5 rounds, but they found a way to adapt and overcome the issue of being virtually, like, literally overrun by a team that Zugniks' onslaught. So now having a plan to adapt, where now that Zugniks has to adapt in the process as well, and thinking, okay, how can I come up with a plan to go against this defense now? That seems to work well, as Lerox gets taken out by Raccoon and Rablo gets taken out by Niels. And Raccoon seems to be on fire for the moment. They are hungry to turn this one around. Is now trying to use the smoke, but Cine expecting him to be there off the distraction from Grave, actually getting the kill on Raccoon. Eating a
They
nade.
expect the second guy.
Yeah, and the more they do it, the more they're going to get into another pincer, as we see Goat and Soupless coming from behind, actually. So, well, wherever Grave is going to go, he's going to be met with 2 AKs. Well, 2 AKs or an M4. And it's even the nade from Goat from Garden, securing the 3rd round win in a row. So far, getting to a closer matchup, but working very well in their favor. As Clan from Sky on a roll, forcing that Zugniks into an eco even. Which is, I think, a situation that we haven't seen that Zugniks in at all in this tournament so far. So credit to the team for making that happen. As Lerox says, I don't need an op to get the one shot with that deagle shot right here on Goat. Raccoon versus Grave, who will win the duel? Raccoon actually takes this one. As I think now, having the control of A side, trying to go with the bomb plant. Lerox picking up the bomb from T-spawn and trying to plant it onto A side to put the pressure again on Clan from Sky to have to retake the side and defuse the bomb. But let's see if they can actually make that happen, or if that Zugniks will be able to defend the side from the onslaught that is the Clan from Sky team. A very nice drop shot on Radlo right here. As Cine trying to defend the side, can't take Soupless out of the game. As now Lerox and Cine versus Raccoon and Troll. I think 2 of the let's say, VIP players from both teams now against each other. And actually trying to go for the defuse as he is running out of time, but can't quite get it, as Cine now goes for the AWP and also gets the kill, putting an end to the, well, let's say, streak that Clan from Sky was on. And using the eco very much to their advantage. God, I'm having way too many hiccups today. Jesus.
Ah. That's the excitement.
Yeah, definitely. We're 6.5 hours in. I'm curious how this ends. See Raccoon getting the drop on Shoot At Me. And now trying to face Lerox. Actually wins the duel against Lerox. Now Cine has the next one. Winning this duel against Cine as well. Raccoon popping off here. Can he defeat also the other 2 players? Soupless taking out Radlo. Grave the only person left on the side of that Zugniks.
Will he notice it? There's... Yes.
So far it does. Only 2 players in his path. He has the bomb, so he has all the time in the world to go wherever he wants to go. And is not forced to try and retake it from any opponents. Nonetheless, he has been once again between both players who don't know his location. They know his last location based on the deaths of their team members. But I think he's expecting here, and a very nice peek getting Soupless out of the game, opening up the path towards it. You can see the thought of, like, do I want the AWP? Ah, no, I won't.
Oi, what will he do now?
Yeah, now it's up to Troll to retake the side from Grave. But so far, a very nice performance, turning this 4v1 into a 1v1. Can Grave also take out the last player and successfully defend the side, extending the lead from that Zugniks by another point? Or will Troll be able to take it? That step might have been the downfall from him. Trying to fake the defuse, but now actually getting him to go out of his hiding and actually wins the round for his team, closing the gap just that little bit more. Very well placed with the smoke, pushing it a bit forward, acting like he was trying to stick the defuse, but instead just trying to lure out Grave and instead making sure to get the round safely home for his team. See the bomb again left behind. As always, the approach from Team Datsukniks trying to open up either side and then to make sure to get the bomb transferred over as Niels wins the duel against Radlo here. But of course with that, the team knowing what at least one position of the opposing player and can potentially capitalize on it. Grave now in the 1v1 against Goat, can't quite get a connection. As Trigger expecting one person to jump by and just gets the quick headshot. We've seen that many times, it never gets old.
Zinni is like, peekaboo.
Exactly.
Ooh.
There's now being careful of the potential face against Raccoon, but a very nice peek from Raccoon taking out Lerox as Zinni takes out Goat from Garden and hears Raccoon step and jump and making sure to bring him back to the ground. As the bomb is planted by Shoot At Me, putting again the pressure on Clan from Sky. So let's see if they can actually retake the site or if this will be again the 3-point lead for Team Datsukniks. So for the numbers advantage on their side, as I say it, commentator's curse, Suplis taking out Shoot At Me. While Suplis gets knifed by Grave actually. Very unfortunate. And now it's up to Niels versus Grave. And Niels actually ducking under it, but can't quite get the defuse. He had to stick it in the nick of time, but couldn't quite get it. And therefore Grave being killed by the explosion, but nonetheless securing the round for his respective team. As we see the eco on Clan from Sky, trying to find some economy to recover, but actually having the full stack on the B side, but losing 2 people and almost 3 people if you look at the 1 HP from Suplis to Grave. Rablo taking out Niels as it's up to Raccoon and Suplis to somehow once again retake A side. We see a favorable side for Team Datsukniks for the moment. And Zinni actually getting the drop on them, finishing off Suplis and Lerox off the side, getting Raccoon out of the game, getting to the 4-point lead for the moment as we're approaching the end of the first half of this potential last match of the AGC Summer Tournament in 2023. I like the abbreviation of CFS for Clan from Sky. That would be easier at least. I think it's a very nice reaction, quick reactions, taking out Shoot At Me, trying to defend the bomb, but actually gets dropped on by Grave and Radlo together, as it is now up to Goat from Garden against the entire team of Datsukniks, and that is the 9th point for Datsukniks. Again in range of the double digits.
Will we see the double digits now?
Yes, we will. Well, maybe not now, but we definitely will see them at some point. I can see CFS going all out, so the economy not looking too nice. Let's see what they can make out of this one. As Raccoon gets the drop on Shoot At Me off of the flashbang from Zinni. As now Trigger takes Goat out of the match, but there's still an op that is now also out of the match as well, taken over by Zinni. Raccoon gets the drop on Grave, potentially looking for a better weapon here. As Zinni gets the bomb plant, not sure if he's actually going to go for the op as well, that is right next to him. But maybe hasn't even seen that an op was picked. Who knows? And Lerox getting the drop on both Subalis and Niels. As it's up to the Raccoon against 3 players from the team Datsukniks to try and retake the side. And Zinni now having that op from his teammate and making sure to, well, get his team into the double digits. If T-side is a strong map side on this map, very possible. It could be, but let's see how it's going to be after the round switch. We're in the last round for the first half, so if the T side of CFS is strong, we're going to see that in a moment. Shoot at me winning the duel on bridge against Raccoon from Sky. And again, the clear tendency to go towards A side, with Goat from Garden actually getting traded by Radler. Sterox takes out Soupless and Niels once again, as up to Troll as the last defender on A side. Now slowly being, well, circled by two sides, getting Radler out of the game, but both Lerox and I think that's Grave coming from the backside and actually winning that one, going to the 11-4 at the end of the first half so far. Once again, a very, very, well, strong performance by Team Datsuknix, but let's see if they can also turn it around, if they can also bring it home with 5 points remaining on, on CT side.
Now let's see if T-side is actually a strong side from CFS.
Yep, we see the confrontation on bridge, and so far Team Datsuknix is absolutely laying out the opposing team. Grave with the team kill on Lerox. But now Shoot at Me trying to get at them from behind, but with that being a bit in the numbers disadvantage, so having to take out Goat from Garden soon to have the 1v1 now against Niels, who's already trying to rush to A side for the plant. So let's see if Shoot at Me can retake the site from Niels, or if Niels can get the first round win for his team.
Oh, he heard him. He heard him.
He heard him for sure. The question is, will Shoot at Me expect him over there? I think he does.
Yes.
And with that, he actually doesn't get the win, as Niels gets a very nice headshot, getting the first point in the second half for CFS. And now we see the eco, or the half buy on CFS side, the eco on the side of Team Datsuknix. And now, of course, with the question, how will Team Datsuknix try to turn this one into their favor again, just to make sure that they don't lose that lead that they anyways have. And so far doing a good job. Shoot at Me getting the drop on Raccoon, finishing this round, getting the first point on the board for Team Datsuknix in this case. And now once again having the upper hand, the eco on the side of CFS, whereas now with the economy from Team Datsuknix having the possibility to go all out and having a full buy, even getting for the Zeus shot on his own teammate. As Raccoon pushes through, actually getting the kill for Shoot at Me, as they put a full rush onto B side, but Radlo defeating two players out of the game, potentially going for a third. A fourth even, but him and Cine taking out the entire team on their own, and that is the 13th point, and that means only 3 points away from the potential tournament win for Team Datsuknix. So if CFS comes up with a plan, they better come up with it now, otherwise it's looking dark for them. I see the team of CFS now trying a bit more of a divided strategy in terms of divide and conquer, trying to get 1 point on the board, trying to get an opening for any sort of site before pushing towards it. But the team of Datsuknix taking out two players. Now Raccoon taking out Grave through the smoke, just seeing the head poke out. But Cine returns the favor, taking out Raccoon and Goat in the process, with only Niels remaining for his team, trying to somehow turn this round around for his team. But I think as he's running into the sights from Radlow and Shoot At Me, that one is going to be closer and closer to a potential match point for Team Datsuknix. And again, now Team CFS has to win this one if they want to stay alive. Because if Team Datsuknix wins, they have won 2 out of the 3 matches in the best of 3, making them the tournament winner. So if they want to have a chance to stay alive, they have to be very, very quick about this. You see Cine taking out both Niels and I think that was Raccoon in this case. Radlow taking out Sublis, and now it's up to the GOAT once again. Can he turn this around? Lerox taking him out, and that is the match point for Team Datsuknix. Will they be able to win this one or not? Now it's the
Really?
crucial question.
I know we are very enthusiastic, but
I know about
it's
the
gonna
chat
be
now.
a win.
I know
don't
know
wanna
about
suffer.
I know about the chat. Don't I tried to hype it up, okay? Leave me be. I saw it.
Let's go, guys. Where are the fans of the teams?
I
Cheer up.
definitely give your team some shout outs. I mean, it's definitely a point that CFS, and that's something we have to give credit for as well. CFS had put Datsuknix into the most points that I think we've seen. So I think no team has won as many rounds against Datsuknix as CFS has done. So I think no other team has been nearly near to that one. And with that, it is decided. Team Datsuknix wins the AGC Summer Tournament of 2023. And I think it is safe to say, while we had good matches here, well deserved, because, well, they've just outright overrun all of their opponents. As I said, CFS coming the closest to having a shot against Datsuknix. That's the credit we have to definitely give. But nonetheless, a dominant performance, and yeah, well-deserved 2-time tournament winner for the AGC, I would say.
For this year.
For this year alone, yeah.
Yeah, I think we really need to create the challenge here. No, but very well played. Absolutely very well played from the Tsuknix. But also from CFS.
CFS, yes.
CFS. Thank you so much for participating, also sticking with us and making the matches thrilling and exciting, especially this one against VCS. And we hope to see you guys next time in our winter tournament. I think don't stop with the practicing. There's a lot of potential. And yeah.
Exactly, and I think maybe 2 final shoutouts once again. Thank you to Master Blaster for, well, giving us the platform to host this tournament. Without that, it would have been a lot more of a hassle. We've had that one in the AGL one, so we're glad to see that now we can use Master Blaster and just have an easy time casting this. So once again, a big heart and a big shout out to Master Blaster for allowing us to use their platform. And once again, I'll post it for a final time in the chat. Feel free to tune into this channel for some more content. So on Sunday we'll have a horror stream with me, so we'll play some Alien Isolation, and then coming soon some more group streams, some more challenges as well in other games, maybe some speedruns as well, but I won't promise too much. And on my own channel Biyoshi, as well as on the other 4 channels I mentioned here in the chat, we're also going to have some more content during the week, so feel free to tune in, leave a follow, and yeah, stay tuned also for the next tournaments. So not just for CSGO, for other games, we'll also have tournaments coming up soon. So stay tuned, we'll announce it in the Discord. And stay connected to us also via said Discord.
Exactly. Then, thanks a lot, guys, for staying up with us, and also to our viewers. We hope you liked it. Thank you to Jen and Vivi one more time for all your help. And especially to you, Felix. Thank you so much for all the commentating in the background. Great job there. So, yeah, big thanks. And
Anytime.
see you next time.
See you
And
next
good night.
time. And once again, congratulations to Team Datsuknix. Have a good night.
Exactly.
Bye.
Bye.
wanna feel you every side.